Chapter 396. After disposing of the bodies, we ended up returning to the inn with a direct portal. By that point, it was past midnight and my portals had been restored. I took a glance at the mural on the wall. It looked like a Cinderella story. A woman who was a servant fell for her prince. The last image showed the pair kissing. So, the man and woman who got married were a servant and a prince. I guess that meant there would be more complications when he died. Perhaps no one wanted to see her as a legitimate noble. I'd need to reach level 9 to see more. The next morning, I knocked on the door next 2 hours and opened it up. There is a groggy wolf girl standing there with her ears lowered and her tail out. She's in nothing but her underwear, though, giving off a somewhat erotic feel. Her breasts were comparable to Miki's, which is to say about a handful. Yet, where Miki had a delicate and fragile appearance, she was more rugged and fit. If Miki was soft and dreamy, then Raisa was more sleek and energetic. Eek! She screamed and a pillow hit me in the face. I had been so used to the girls and their seemingly unconcerned atmosphere, whether I saw them naked or not, that it had slipped my mind that normal people needed privacy. I only knocked out of instinct. But I hadn't bothered to wait for an answer. The result was a very angry and flustered Raisa, who tossed increasingly larger things the longer I stood at the door. Sorry. I managed to close the door just before something large hit it with a thump. Master, Lydia said in an admonishing voice. You must marry her before you do those kinds of things. I do those kinds of things with you. That wasn't the words I meant to say, but they slipped out before I could help myself. I really wanted to know where she got the idea our relationship was heading in that direction. Master, we're slaves. That's why Master can play with us all night. I blinked at her logic. But the other girls behind her were also nodding as if this was obvious. Seriously, MM. That's why even after Master gets married, he can play with us all he wants, Miki added. It doesn't count. I see. In fact, it's proper that Master uses us more than his wife, Tara declared. What? Shh. You are pushing it. Lydia and Miki grab Tara and cover her mouth. Why did I feel that recently the girls had become exceptionally mischievous? I'd need to weave the boy who cried wolf into my next dungeon curse tale. They needed to learn to not fib or mislead, as it's bad for their master's health. Raisa finally came out, now in her ninja. Adventurer's garb. She looks up at me with her head down and her hand holding her other arm. You saw? She said shyly, giving off a dangerous, cute vibe. I didn't. I denied everything. The only bit of advice I remembered my old man ever telling me before he left was, when you get caught, deny everything. Actually, upon reflection, the man who abandoned me as a child was probably not the best person to take this kind of advice from. You saw nothing, she said that while looking almost disappointed. Wait, she believed me? Isn't that a bit too easy? Did I unlock a lying spell since I had last leveled up? I even went so far as to check my skill sets again. Nope, nothing yet. Ah, well, we should move quickly so we don't run into those knights again, Raisa said, trying to hide her own fear from her attackers behind her bravado. As a dungeon diver, she was used to risking her life. Apparently, she was good at pushing this kind of stuff behind her and moving on. It won't be a problem, I announced. Irasa blinked. I decided it was better if we didn't tell her what happened last night. She apparently slept as the rest of us snuck out and then returned. Well, I returned with a portal, so no one would have seen us return. I made sure we were all seen in the commons room, and then made a sigh about how we'll head back to the city. I muttered something about the city being expensive and us needing money first. After that, we headed to the Adventurers Guild. Chapter 397, saying the miners' town had an Adventurers Guild, was a bit of a mislabel. It was a satellite location that most served as a relay for Alerith. It was a single person who could hand out and stamp quests. You could get a receipt, but you'd ultimately need to go to the guild in the city if you wanted to collect money. However, I didn't really care about the quest at all. I just wanted a reason to be gone all day while we went through the dungeon. The easier the quest was to fulfill, the better. The small town didn't have a lot of quests, but it also didn't have any adventurers, so we had our pick. What we ended up choosing was a quest given by someone named Ruby. It was to collect some salt from a nearby mountain. It was an ongoing quest, so we could do it daily. Naturally, it paid by the stone with a max of 100 stone a day. This seemed like an easy job. But a stone was 14 pounds and split by 4 adventurers. They could only just manage to carry that amount. Furthermore, it was a 2-hour walk in each direction. The assumption was that you wouldn't have a storage ring either this far out from the city. Not to mention, the area was in the wilderness, so there was the potential for running into monsters that had escaped from the dungeon. Either way, it was the perfect cover for us, so I took the quest and then left. As we were walking down the path, the girls chatted jovially. Even Raisa was at ease with a smile on her face. Any other adventurers would truly look at this group and wonder what was wrong with our brains. This was a dangerous wilderness, and monsters could sprout up anywhere. However, everyone there had dived into countless dungeons and regularly put their life on the line. Compared to the traps, monsters, and dangers associated with a dungeon, walking through the wilderness felt like a leisurely stroll. And we didn't need to stake very much attention on such things. You seem to be thinking about something, Master. Is it me? Xiao asked, waiting for me in the back of the group to catch up. I was just thinking about those nights. You don't need to worry. Death is easy in a dungeon, even 4 nights. It'll be weeks before they try to send someone. And since we left the bodies out of the safe room, monsters will destroy all the evidence by then. No, I mean, weren't the knights rather easy to kill? We live in a world with RPG elements, right? They were knights, a second-tier job class. Even though we're technically stronger, you one hit killed them. In this world, where mana and status is a thing, someone that high of a level shouldn't be killed in a single hit. This was something I could only really speak about to Xiao. As someone from my own world, she's the only one who'd understand why I was struggling with understanding the concept of a one-hit kill. Xiao remained silent in thought for a moment, but she eventually spoke. I used to wonder about this too. When I fought in the gladiator matches, I would fight men many times my size. Yet, if I smashed their head in with a rock, they died all the same. I used to think it was just a matter of getting a critical hit. In the end, I discovered it was a needlessly complex process involving status ailments. What do you mean? She shrugged. Ah? Well, for example, the man whose throat I cut, he gained a heavy bleeding status ailment. But because the artery that feeds blood to the brain was also cut, he gained an asphyxiation status. Then, because his throat was cut, he also gained a can't-drink status. So, since he couldn't drink a potion to heal himself, he quickly gains the status unconscious. Without someone to heal him, that status turned to death quickly. So, it's really something that's simple. Plus, these nights probably weren't his best. He wouldn't risk his best in a dungeon where they couldn't be resurrected. A great deal of a knight's power is dependent on their equipment. They have a synergistic effect, so the better their equipment, the better they are. However, all of them had removed their armor at night, even the guard. They were asking for death. I suppose that's how it was. Perhaps I was just overthinking things. We gathered the salt without incident. The salt flats literally had balls of salt just lying around. After picking up enough to satisfy a few days of the request, I opened a portal and we returned to the 5th floor of the dungeon. Chapter 398. As we re-entered the familiar room, Raisa looked around in wonder. I meant to say this before, but Deke has some amazing magic. It was no wonder I wasn't able to figure out how you left Dai Ridge. You were looking into us? I asked. Ah, she blushed. I was just... 'Cause I fell unconscious. And then you left so much money. I yelled at those guards. By the way, extorting money out of you. And even after you saved me and generously gave me this. She subconsciously touched her collar. And I realized that she must have had that necklace on. In fact, when I had seen her earlier, I seemed to recall she had something around her neck. So, she was wearing that magical item after all? It wasn't visible with her usual garb, which covered her up to her neck, complete with a hood that even made it difficult to see her eyes. It's fine, I said, barely stopping myself from reaching out and patting her on the head. The other girls seemed to notice the incomplete gesture. Although Raisa didn't, they were shooting me dagger like glares. They would probably say that head pats are reserved for slaves as well. It was something like that. Race's eyes drifted to the kiosk and she gulped. Shh. Should I head down the 15th floor? The 15th floor was the lowest floor of the dungeon that Raisa had registered with. We could make half the distance in a single day. It was certainly a tempting idea. On the other hand, Raisa was shaking slightly. And I realized she had adopted a little bit of trauma after what happened before. She doesn't want to head down to a Sappho room alone. Who knows what might happen, although the knights are dead. That probably wouldn't be enough to remove someone's ingrained fear. Number. I shook my head, causing her to glance over at me in surprise. We need to tackle this dungeon one step at a time. We already skipped from the 1st level to the 5th. I'd rather play it safe. I don't know what kind of mobs to expect or anything in this dungeon. We'll fight our way down manually and gain an understanding of the place as we go. I had already come to that decision before we even got this far. Every 5 levels. The monsters got substantially more difficult, and it's been a while since we systematically worked our way down a dungeon. As for me, I was a bit worried about this so-called Dungeon of Temptations. I didn't want to get caught in something that challenged one of my vices. After all, I had poor impulse control. Raisa was looking at me with teary eyes. She must have misunderstood things. While it was true, I was considering her feelings. My ultimate decision had nothing to do with her. The other girls should stop giving me looks like I am being a playboy too. This was a completely cold-hearted decision I had made. With that kind of atmosphere, we quickly found the stairway to the 6th floor and continued heading down the dungeon. Chapter 399. Floor 6 was completed quickly. When we were done, we stopped at the top of the stairway leading to 7. Unlike most dungeon explorers, we didn't need to get through the next 5 floors or lose progress. We could bide our time and return to exactly where we last were. The only worrisome thing about that is the potential we run right into a group of monsters upon returning. Is temptation just the fact that the drops are good? This feels like every other dungeon. After working through the 6th floor, I felt a bit disappointed. It was really more of the same. More monsters, more pathways. Slightly different theme. I had expected that since the dungeon had a theme, we'd be doing something other than killing monsters. Like a treasure room where we couldn't touch any of the treasure. Now, that is a temptation. I asked this question as we rested for a moment before heading to floor 7. Floor 6 contained chinchilla beasts. A large rodent with ridiculously soft fur. They dropped their skin, which was apparently used to line coats in expensive clothing. The other monster were called angry salmon. It was literally a salmon that could float through the air. It even dropped salmon cutlets. It felt like everything this floor dropped were luxury items. I could make a killing. No. Seriously? Isn't it you guys who are strange? Raisa spoke up. How so compared to Dyridge? There is about 10 times the number of traps in this dungeon. Although I've been doing my best to avoid them for you, It seems almost unbelievable that you are able to completely avoid everyone. On top of that, these monsters are exceptionally hard for such a low level. In Ridge, you wouldn't find monsters like this until past level 10. Oh, I guess that makes sense. In truth, I was using my map and sense trap to map out everything. So I managed to avoid all of the traps. After my experience with death last night, I was a lot more cautious than I was yesterday. I also hadn't cleared the floor using the monster lures for this reason. These monsters were a bit tough to bring down, and 3 or more of them could become tough. Fortunately, we defeated them quickly, and when more than a few gathered, Terra used Earth to direct and delay them. I supposed in a normal situation. Creating walls of Earth at random was a taxing process that most mages could only do in a hurry. I tried it once, and it wiped out all my mana, and it was still only half the size of Terra's. That was the difference between an Earth elemental and a human with Earth magic. So, what would end up happening is if they got greedy and tried to bite off more than they could chew. They'd end up being overwhelmed by the rodents and torn apart. Well, whether or not we're abnormal, we need to keep moving forward. I decided to keep us moving forward. We went on to the 7th floor. Chapter 400. The 7th floor was more of the same. None of this feels very tempting. The closest I had seen to the dungeon living up to the hype was a treasure that sat in front of a trap. I sent Celeste who flew over the trap, grabbed the stuff with ease, and then flew back. I could only shake my head at how easy this all was. Are you still going on about that race aside? The next floor had a trout with legs. It identified as a legged trout. I didn't know why this dungeon had such a fishy theme. I could live with that. But it was also a little disturbing watching fish with legs run around. I felt like killing them was setting nature back on the right course. At least with the flying salmon, I could pretend it was swimming through the miasma. Those legs were also unnervingly muscular. They also dropped meat sashimi slices. Oh, they're worth a good amount of money. You can keep them, I said. Really? Yeah, go nuts. She happily collected it. The other girls were looking at me like they wanted to try the sashimi too. Ah, fine, we'll keep just a little bit. If I didn't eat things that looked weird on the outside, then there was very little I'd be able to eat. During leveling, I had White Mage, Slave Master, and Cook equipped. I also swapped to True Dungeon Diver when I had something to check. I tried to keep Slave Master up all the time so the girls got leveling bonuses too. For me, my Cook reached 13 and Slave Master went up to 21. Since each kill for me ended up equaling 10, it was clear to see how long leveling took a normal person. It might take years to reach level 54 a normal person. Cook unlocked the skill fire control, which I had already gained from basic magician. As for Slave Master, I got a skill called slave communication. It allowed me to send messages to my slaves. I had been waiting for this one for a while. I had read about it from one of the books I had gotten about job classes. It worked within the same city, but couldn't be used across a dungeon or extremely far distances. I decided to switch from cook to dark priest for a bit. It was a job I had avoided for a while, but I decided there was no reason not to check it out now. Plus, I was curious about what kind of skills and boosts it carried. You have unlocked the skill, Darkness Control. It looked like I ended up gaining some of the darkness magic that Xiao could use. That was very exciting. The girls were all leveling nicely too, although slower than I was. After all, they only gained 4x experience with each level compared to my 10x. However, we weren't fighting very many enemies, so there wasn't a lot of experience anyway. They were tough and their drops were valuable, but if it was experience you wanted, that was the one temptation this dungeon didn't seem to possess. We worked our way down to the 8th floor. Chapter 401. We managed to get through the 8th floor. The monsters on this floor were the legged trout again, and something called a dirk. It was basically a deer monster. It had red eyes and really dangerous horns. It'd charge you. Like everything else, it either dropped food or clothing. This one supposedly made good leather, according to Raisa. I can't believe how much food they're dropping. Are you sure you are not a dungeon diver too? Sir Raisa asked. Ah, even if I was. She blushed. What I mean is dungeon divers of a high level are supposed to have an ability. Increased item drop. Number. You also have a lot of food drops, although it decreased this floor. She was a bit smarter than I gave her credit for. Cook had been increasing my food drops until I changed it recently. She was truly a professional. Her job was to manage teams and make sure everyone got out of the dungeon alive. Thus, this level of micromanaging was something she had to do when the enemy was stupid. She was sensitive to changes in group dynamics. It seemed. I wonder how she'd react if I equipped True Dungeon Diver and gained the increase item drop ability. She'd definitely notice. Dark Priest has increased to 5. I wasn't increasing levels as fast as when I was using the monster lures in Dyrage, but it was still fairly quick. As for what skills I learned, Job Change turned out to be level 5. I also got Sacrifice, Unholy Hymn, and Drain. I didn't want to use dark abilities in front of Raisa just in case, but I could guess what Sacrifice and Drain did. I used Drain on a weakened enemy, and just as I thought, it absorbs their life force and recovers health and mana for me. It's getting late. I am hungry, Celeste complained. I guess it's time we call it quits. Let's get to the next safe zone, and then we'll start tomorrow there. Since we had a map, it wasn't difficult to go straight there. Usually, we'd take the long way, making sure to snatch treasure and kill mobs along the way. This time, we ended up in the safe zone after only 15 minutes. With that, I pulled out food and began cooking. We could have headed back to the inn, but their food was awful. Considering how many tasty drops this dungeon had, it was a downright shame. I eyed the stairway going down to the 10th floor. The door was open, Meaning that the boss was ready to fight? What boss is it? It's called a siren. It's like a fish monster, Raisa explained. Ah, I guess that's why we ran into so many fish. I seared fish meat and combined it with a bunch of other ingredients. The girls were all making noises as they ate it, so I guess I was getting better. Actually, my level was starting to leave Faina in the dust. Before we left to return to the city, I checked out the wall mural. Oh. Oops, what is it? Lydia noticed me looking at the mural. That woman who got married to her prince. She's the one who killed him. This was called the Widow's Dungeon. Did that turn out to be a black widow? Chapter 402. After eating a delicious meal, we returned to the city. I appeared just outside of town so we could be seen re-entering it. It was a pain. But I brought the salt rocks out of my inventory and spread them out so everyone carried some. I didn't want to expose any of my tricks. As for Raisa, she had already seen quite a bit of what I could do and hadn't told anyone, so I was trusting her. Well, she was hired by the princess, so if she did betray my trust, it'd be like betraying the country. See customer confidentiality. I'd never, she said when I probed about such an occurrence. It sounded like this kind of concept came with the job. After all, dungeons were a source of unimaginable wealth. If a group had their tricks, gains, or success revealed to disreputable people, it could cause a lot of problems. This was a matter of safety. We returned back to the city, heading to the provided address for the delivery of salt. When I saw the person responsible, I almost dropped the salt. You again. Ah, you picked up my order. Master said it was a waste of time and no one would ever do it. But you saved us. I was going to have to go up there tomorrow and get it myself. The red-headed girl I had kept running into turned out to be the one who had placed the order for salt. You are Ruby, hee-hee? You can call me Rube if you prefer. That's perfect. Set it over there. My quenching brine formula requires a lot of salt. Ah. But it also tastes good on food. So, as she said, she was looking at me. I did keep some salt for meals, but I didn't really need that much. I had already bought some in the capital long before this. It was a lot pricier, though. When I noticed her giving me a puppy dog look, I noticed what her last words were implying. What is that I am not cooking for you? But that's to you, maid, was good. She was almost drooling. When will you cook for the town again? That was a one-time thing. How can I afford to feed 100 people daily? Aren't you some kind of rich lord? So, you know. That makes your asking even more inappropriate. Come on. You can have my body. Selling your body force, too. I shook my head. Have some self? Respect? Don't be like that, she persisted. After all, we've been naked in bed together and even made it a few bases. We're practically family. What the hell kind of relationships do you have with your family? I backed out of the shop, retreating strategically. Please, I want to taste your meat. She followed, her eyes still full of desire, and her lips moving like she could taste it already. Why do I feel like I am being sexually harassed? I grabbed the girls and immediately took off. She followed for a bit, still begging, but as I picked up the pace, she finally sighed and gave up. I let out a breath when she finally turned back to the blacksmith shop. Actually, because of that, I hadn't even collected the reward. Did she do that on purpose so she didn't have to pay me? I must have imagined it. However, somewhere in the back of my head, I thought that this crazy dwarf might very well do something so unreasonable. We continued on back to the inn, but when we reached it, there was a bunch of horses in front. When we pushed our way into the commons, I saw a group of 10 knights. They had come much faster than I had expected. Chapter 403. Deek Deek's Son. The leader in charge turned to me. Ah! Yes, I have come under the orders of our great Lord Rain. Seriously? What was with this guy's naming convention being completely different? We were both lords and his rank was only slightly above mine. There were 10 knights in all, and it looked like they had been giving the innkeeper trouble since he looked about ready to cry. Most of them were sitting at a table eating, but they were rowdy and messy. I also saw one squeeze the waitress's butt as she passed. She had a furious expression on her face. Naturally. These weren't the knights who had been sent to the dungeon. These were 10 newly dispatched knights. I was expecting to at least have 2 to 3 Daltons wise before I had to deal with this kind of thing. When Raisa noticed them, she immediately hid behind me, looking somewhat shy. Lord Rain used to be her master, I had heard. Did she recognize one of these knights? By chance the leader's eyes went over the girls. But he didn't seem to give Raisa any more attention than any other. I suppose slaves were just slaves to him. What do you need? I tried to keep any bitterness out of my voice, although I already knew that Lord Rain wanted me dead. There was no way I could show my hand yet. It was kind of frustrating, but I just had to bear it. He narrowed his eyes anyway, as if he expected me to show him respect like I was below him. Lord Rain received news that you did not enter the dungeon as you claimed. He was naturally concerned. The knight didn't sound concerned in his master's place. Your guards refused to permit me entry, I responded simply. You should have returned to the city, he said, sounding annoyed. This mistake would have been sorted quickly. Sorry. We wanted to get a feel for the town first before returning. I even completed some quests. We're short money. You see, I had been careful to create evidence, so even if he checked, he'd find that this was true. All day yesterday I was out getting salt. The day before I visited the mine, which is collapsed as I reported. There was nothing that he could specifically pin on me. We sent knights into the dungeon. However, they have not given a message, he said, a pinch of uncertainty forming on his face. Dungeons are large and dangerous. I shrugged nonchalantly. Perhaps they ran into some trouble. Perhaps? The knight nodded. But we'll find out shortly. Find out, We're beginning our mission now, We're to recover their life recorder. Wait. What? What is that? I immediately tried to school my expression. I mean, I've never heard of a life recorder before. If it helps me in a dungeon, I'd naturally be curious. The man's eyes narrowed suspiciously, but he continued anyway. The only thing such a device does is help you die. A life recorder was placed on the lead knight. It not only has a tracking device, but it also records how they died. Oh. Crud. Why am I hearing about this device now? I didn't recall any magical device on him. Was it something they swallowed? What the heck are we going to do? It's the first time I killed someone. And now it's going to turn out this disastrous. Chapter 404. Lord Rain has requested that you enter the dungeon and acquire the item. I looked up. Seeing just a ray of hope in the murky sky? Me, of course, you'll be escorted by my party personally. I see. You need not worry. Your slaves can stay here where it is safe. My team is more than adequate at protecting you. Is there any reason, in particular, I should lead? I decided to ask. More out of curiosity over his excuse than any desire to know. He raised an eyebrow. Aren't you now the lord of the wilderness? The dungeon falls in your land? What kind of example do you want to send when another man's knights disappear within your own dungeon? Ah, the entrance. A complete mistake. He laughed jovially, although the mirth didn't touch his eyes. You'll have complete entry as soon as we finish up here. In fact, Lord Rain will even offer you a reward. For completion of the mission, he'll offer you gladiatorial rights. Raisa gasped, this time catching his eye for a moment. But he only smiled and looked up at me. Is that good? I asked, pretending I was interested. Gladiatorial rights allow you the right to use your slaves in the arena. If you have a powerful slave, it's a great way to make money. Normally, the rights are difficult to earn. You have to gain the consent of a lord in a city that has a sponsored coliseum, Raisa explained in whispers. Since she grew up here, it seemed like she was familiar with the coliseum. From seeing Xiao's memories, I had a bad impression of it, though. Either way, I wouldn't hesitate to toss away the reward. It was obviously a trap. However, refusing had its own difficulties. I accept. I'll go upstairs and get ready. We leave in the morning. He had an annoyed expression when he looked at my girls. And some of the other guys were already looking at them indecently. Humph! I'd rather get this over now. But since you've been gone all day, I'll allow you the night. We leave early in the morning. I nodded and went up to our room. All of the girls joined me. It's a trap, Master, Lydia responded anxiously. Of course he knows. What is Master's plan? Xiao responded a bit more pragmatically. I'll go with them in the morning, I responded. And I'll send you guys to the once floor to counter them. It may not be so easy, Master, Xiao responded uncertainly. They may have more knights already positioned in the dungeon. I don't think they think that highly of me. They're more worried about you girls. they're more likely to position them at the entrance, and possibly the mine, if they suspect we got in that way. The rest of the night, we discussed the plan and took turns getting a little bit of sleep. The inn's common room was trashed, but at the moment, I couldn't cause any trouble with the knights. Sorry, innkeeper, you are just going to have to deal with the rowdy knights. Tomorrow, we would kill them all. Once you wipe them out, there is no turning back, Shao responded. I know. Tomorrow. We become fugitives. Come morning, I opened a portal and let the girls leave. I shut it just before Raisa walked through. Ah. Sir, she looked back at me. What we are doing is out of your pay grade, I said. I am not going to have you risk your life like that. It's okay. I want to. I have a more important mission for you. Go to the prince. Hand him this letter. Let him know what's happening. I handed her the letter I carefully made. Although I had no seal yet, I still used some melted wax. Wait! I've been meaning to tell you something. She blushed. I wanted you to know that I opened a portal and pushed her through it. Her words were lost with a shout. I closed the portal immediately behind her. With a sigh, I packed up the rest of the room. Left a large tip to pay for the inn's damages caused by the knights, and then headed down. Today was going to be the day I take my first stand against Lord Rain. Chapter 405. I left the inn. Traveling with a group of knights all around me, it was clear to me that these men had ill will. Perhaps they knew that I knew, but was helpless to fight it. They had grins on their faces and weren't even trying very hard to hide their ill intent. I was wearing my best equipment, an odd assortment of the armor, accessories, and items I had picked up in previous dungeons. Most of this equipment wasn't top tier, but more than a couple of the items might be called mid-tier items. These were extremely valuable. They weren't national treasures, but to a low-level noble they were definitely desirable. I noticed a few of the knights hungrily looking at my gear with the clear expectation that they would be taking it from me shortly. This trip could take some time. Do we even know what floor we'll find the knights? Of course, we do. We already used the device to see that he was located on the first floor. The knight leader responded stiffly. The next question was an obvious one. If they discovered them on the first floor, why bother to leave and fetch me? It would have made much more sense if they had already retrieved the life recorder. Yet, I had the feeling that they hadn't. These men weren't good at acting. Had they known their fellow knights had died by my hand, they would have been much more hostile. On top of that, they might have been wary. Yet, if I felt anything from these guys, it was simply a condescending feel. They thought they were better than me. And that I was an insect they simply hadn't squashed yet. In a moment, they were going to realize how wrong they actually were. There were now a total of 5 knights waiting at the gate to enter. They also had knowing grins, and I even caught one winking at the others. I suppose, if by some fluke, I was to escape the knights and make it to the entrance. These guys were here to kill me as I emerged from the dungeon. The 2 knights Miki had put to sleep the night before were there. They clearly had no clue what had happened the night before. The pair had woken up before anyone caught them sleeping on the job, and perhaps decided to not report it. Their oversight meant that these men had no clue what was going to happen. The gates opened and I followed alongside the men. I tried to be cautious, but there was no way the knights allowed me to be in the back behind them, even though that was where I was most comfortable as a support unit anyway. With a breath, I entered the dungeon. As the environment shifted from the open outdoors to the closed-off maze that I had already grown used to, my anxiety and concern only grew. They wouldn't immediately attack me here, right? Come. The lead knight pointed down a hallway leading into the darkness. It's time to begin. I agree, I muttered to myself. Chapter 406. With the map ability, I was very easily able to ascertain my own position. I also was able to determine where my girls were. On top of that, I now had slave communication. The moment I entered the dungeon, I greeted them. Girls, I just entered. Ah, master's in my head, Celeste cried out. We're en route, master, Xiao said immediately. Don't kill them all before I get there. Master, we're on our way, Lydia said. Yes, master. I'll let them know, Tara said. Master, be safe, Miki stated. I could talk to each of them or all of them at once. But it wasn't a group chat. The result was that I got 5 responses overlapping in a way that nearly gave me a headache. I must have made an expression because the night leader asked me if I was okay. He must have been worried I was suspecting something or making a plan to bolt as the knights suddenly tightened their position around me. Ah. Sorry, this dungeon's miasma is thick. I lied. Haha? Of course. I knew the rumors about you defeating dungeons were probably inflated. Was it your slaves who did all the work for you, the knight spoke? Of course, I responded. I only know healing magic. So how could I do much, the men chuckled. But they were also giving me disdainful looks. They totally bought into the narrative that I just exploited the girls. It was a story I had seen before. And I suspected they believed it as well. I'd rather they underestimated me and continued to let their guards down. While I was making the knights think I was as dangerous as a fish out of water, I was still coordinating with the girls in my head using slave communication. I specified Lydia as the leader of the girls, and I relayed everything specifically through her. It made my skill a lot easier to use, and the girls were able to move into position a lot easier. The signal should be just a little bit ahead, the knight said. Speaking of this life recorder, I had a question about it. What is it? If we have such a tracking ability, wouldn't King Aboris similarly have one? I asked. It stands to reason that before entering the dungeon, he would have given someone the ability to track him once entering the dungeon. If that was the case, the most likely person to receive that would be Lord Rain. Right, the knights all froze. And then the leader turned around and a small smile formed on his face. That's true, You are right. Lord Rain knows exactly where the king is. I raised an eyebrow. Really so. He's definitely alive. The knights all looked at each other and exchanged smirks. Well, whether he is or not. That won't matter to you. Why's that, I asked, already knowing the answer. The men were fondling their weapons, and their evil grins were no longer contained in the slightest. Because you won't be alive long enough for it to matter, the man yelled. He pulled out his sword, immediately lunging toward me. Celeste, ready? Switch! As his sword stabbed forward, it missed me. This was because I was no longer there. Instead, hovering a few feet above the sword was Celeste Wind. Tornado! Her spell finished casting. Chapter 407. The 10 knights who had planned my assassination could never have predicted that at the moment they surrounded me and attacked. Not only would I disappear and be replaced by a wind fairy, but she'd cast a high-level destructive wind spell called Tornado. It didn't possess blades like some of her other abilities, but it was extremely good as a knockback. In fact, the men who had surrounded me at a 4-way intersection to pincer me from every side were now tossed back hundreds of feet. 3 knights were slammed painfully into the walls. The others were blown back down the hallways, instantly becoming separated from each other. There were 2 down each hall, with one hall only possessing 1 knight. Of course, the girls were there waiting to catch their falls. Xiao's hall got the single guy who died before he even hit the ground. She immediately started running for the center to help Celeste. Compared to before, these knights were a bit higher level. And they were also in their full equipment, so they could take advantage of their skills. Lydia took on 2 knights at once, as did Tara. Meanwhile, I had teleported next to Miki. I took up the fighting while Miki cast spells to disorientate the men and weaken their spirits. In the center, Celeste began avoiding 2 knights as they slashed at her. The 3rd had been knocked out, but Xiao casually sent him on his way with her dagger. It was only after her killing blow the other to notice her there and attacked. However, as soon as they diverted their attention, Celeste began to launch a whirlwind of attacks at them. She also managed to send some blades down the hallways, hitting the other knights in the back. Unfortunately, at this distance, she couldn't breach their armor, but it was still a distraction that kept the men unfocused. In truth, the fight was about even. In fact, had we fought the knights as a full unit together, there was a good chance they could beat us. Despite all of our experience, a knight was an experienced soldier with good equipment. Even with our skills, they couldn't be defeated easily. How many knights did Count Rain have, while I was only given 2? That was a good question, and one that I didn't have an answer to. Based on what I had seen, it looked like he had about 30. Perhaps that was the source of his power and confidence. He had found a way to give more people knighthood than the regulated amount assigned by the king. Well, 30 could be normal for a more experienced noble, so I had no clue. Since the equipment was important, it probably tied to how rich you were as well. With the Colosseum, Lord Rain's territory brought in a lot of extra money. Xiao managed to kill her second night, and Lydia took one out as well. The remaining seemed to realize how they had been separated and started to converge back together, backing up into the middle. Tara! She created a wall, blocking off the men on her side. I tossed down a smoke bomb, one of the alchemy products Miki and I had made. With the cover of the smoke, I switched from hero to basic magician. I then cast several fireballs in the direction intending to disorientate and delay them. Lydia managed to cut down her second guy just as Xiao took out her third. The two women dived into the smoke. The two knights fending off fireballs didn't last for another moment as the two girls cut them down. Celeste! She shot out an air blade, cutting down the barrier Tara had made, and then used her wind to clear away the dust. When the dust faded, Tara was on the ground. Her arm was gone. Tara! I cried out, running over and grabbing her. She looked over at me tearfully. I am sorry, Master. One of them got away. I quickly checked the map with Sense Life, but they were already gone. The one who got away was the leader. It only made sense they were stronger and had an escape method. However, something had been dropped in the process. It was the tracking device he was using. Should we chase him? Xiao asked as I healed Tara, using dirt to restore her missing arm. Number! I shook my head. It's too late for that. He'll be back with reinforcements. What do we do then? We do what we came here to do. We beat this dungeon, and we find the king. Chapter 408. We appeared on the 9th floor. Before heading there, I had done my best to clean up the knights. We found their tracking item and destroyed it. We also made sure the knights themselves had no more life detectors. Once we were certain that all the evidence had been wiped, we headed to the kiosk and went as far south as possible. Without Raisa here, I wouldn't be able to transfer to the 15th floor, meaning we'd have to work our way down from the 9th. That wasn't the worst problem. The worst problem is that we didn't know how far down the knights could teleport. Typically, knights wouldn't make a lot of progress on dungeons for the same reason most people don't. They're dangerous. However, if they can find anyone who had made progress to the 15th floor, they could send them down to obstruct us. Fortunately, my sense life has been increasing as I leveled. At this point, I could tell the difference between a monster and a human. In other words, we'd probably see them and possibly avoid them unless they were standing in our way. There was still the possibility of an assassin. Even Raisa was able to follow me for several floors before I became aware of her presence. An assassin could be a dangerous threat. In that case, we had to just remain vigilant and do everything in our power to be safe. Our goal was to reach the bottom and try to find the king. Once the king was within our hands, Lord Rain wouldn't be able to make a move against us easily. In fact, we could just teleport back to the capital and leave the problem for someone else. If that became a problem, we could always leave and abandon the problem and just return to Chom. Worst case, Aberrus doesn't give me land that wasn't theirs in the first place. Failing my first mission entrusted to me by the prince would suck a bit, but I'd rather be a failure than dead. The next floor was a boss Raisa had called the Siren. From what she told me about the Siren, wind mages who could influence sound were very effective against them. In that case, I would be leaning on Celeste a bit in the near future. Well, with luck we wouldn't need to fight the Siren at all. Although this was called a boss, this was actually a bit different than the other dungeons I had been in. Still, I wished I had time to get her singer job up a bit, but I felt a little rushed given the nights. The 5 of us checked our supplies and made sure we had everything we needed to pass this boss. The Siren was less of a boss and more of a challenge. Temptation was the theme of this dungeon. And temptation would be the theme of this boss. All right, is everyone ready? Yes, Master. I nodded and headed down the stairway with the girls behind me. Once we entered the room below, the large metal gates slammed shut, closing us into the boss room. Our first true temptation challenge was just about to begin. Chapter 409. Silence permeated the room for a few moments, but then a gentle song began to play. It sounded like a harp. Rather than hair-raising, the melody was actually quite peaceful. The 5 of us looked at each other. Sirens supposedly ensnare you with their song. I sent those words to all 5 girls using the slave communication. I did this because all 5 of the girls had their ears plugged. I was the only one who didn't have my ears plugged. This boss room wasn't like the boss rooms I had been in before. This one stretched down a long corridor leading to an open door. Raisa had explained this boss room to me in depth before we had attempted it. The door didn't close like the other boss doors. In fact, the conditions of success were simply to walk down the corridor and leave out the door. You had to pass the monster without setting it off. The Siren could become enraged and then attack the party. If this happened, you ended up in a very difficult battle. The doors would slam shut and the Siren would become enraged. While enraged, the status of the Siren seemed to increase by many times, making it more equivalent to a level 30 boss than a level 10. In fact, this Siren had never been defeated because of this fact. One could say a party's only hope of survival was to pass the Siren. There were 2 ways to set off the Siren. The first way was to disrupt the Siren's song. This could be done magically, or simply making a noise that was loud and distracting. The second method was to physically touch the Siren. This seemed like a no-brainer, but supposedly, the Siren sat atop some jewels, was extremely beautiful, and on top of all that, the song was enchanting. On the surface, this made it seem like passing the Siren was simple. Except that disrupting the Siren's song included such things as plugging your ears. In other words, you had to listen to the Siren's song, compelling you to touch the Siren. And if you blocked out the song or touched the Siren, it would become enraged and kill you. That was why I wasn't plugging my own ears. According to Raisa, as long as the number of people without plugged ears exceeded those with plugged ears, the Siren wouldn't attack. However, there was another trick to getting past it too. Raisa had said that given our formation, this match should be easy for us. That was because the siren didn't care about women. Women could be affected by its song. But it didn't get enraged if they covered their ears. For a party with 5 women and 1 man, this made it really easy for us. As soon as I looked influenced by the siren, the girls would bind me up and take me the rest of the way. As to why they didn't bind me up from the beginning, if you were carried from the start, this also could be considered as interfering and may set the siren off. I had to walk as far as possible under my own power. And only then would the siren be pleased. Even once they bound me, it was better to force me to walk than to carry me. Taking a deep breath, I began to head down the pathway of the siren. Chapter 410. The closer that I got to the siren, the louder the music became. It was more than that. Other instruments were added as well as other tones. The song became more intricate and more complicated the closer we got. Along with that, the compelling nature of the song grew too. If it was just a sudden, unnatural urge, perhaps I could resist it. However, this was very subtle and grew ever so slightly until it took over. It was pretty scary. And it was perhaps that fear that kept me on the level. The girls had formed a circle around me, keeping me trapped between them so that I couldn't cause mischief. Since I was the support of the group, I was actually in the best position here. All of the girls were faster or stronger than me, or they had elemental abilities that could restrain me. In short, I really did have the safest configuration possible for this challenge. I am doing good, I said as we reached the halfway point. The siren's voice could now be heard. I didn't know the language it was singing in, but the sound was undeniably beautiful. I had a feeling of happiness and giddiness emerging inside me. I almost felt like crying. Fortunately, the good feelings weren't to a point that I felt I'd leave my safe circle. Perhaps that was the advantage of being a bit of a shut-in. I wasn't the adventurous type who would seek out something like the source of a voice no matter how alluring it was. We continued to work our way forward. I didn't realize my steps were starting to veer off course until I ran into Tara. Master, please stay in the circle. Why, yes. However, the closer we got, the more difficult I found it to keep my feet walking straight ahead. They kept wanting to move toward the voice. At this point, the siren became visible. We were about 3/4 of the way along, and the siren appeared in an alcove, as described. She was supernaturally beautiful, with long green hair. She had lines on her neck that must have been gills. But that was the only part of her that looked monstrous. She had legs like a human, large breasts, and a voluptuous body. When my eyes met hers, she gave a sad and regretful smile. My desire to run over and talk to her suddenly piqued. I felt a tugging at my heart and my soul. She was so beautiful and sweet, yet her song was so sad. I really wanted to make her laugh. "It's time we tie him up," Xiao whispered. "What?" Celeste touched her ear. Apparently, having already forgotten, she had something blocking her ears. Xiao rolled her eyes and then went to grab me. At that moment, my mind exploded with an overwhelming desire to speak to this siren. It became the most important thing in the world to me. Slave order. Back off and don't stop me. At that moment, the calm expression on all of the girls sank. I had used the slave communication channel and gave such an order just as Xiao tried to stand in my way. She froze when I gave this order. Slave order. Leave the room without me and don't interrupt us. The girls' bodies began to shake. A slave order could be resisted, but it caused extreme pain and was near impossible to defy. It wasn't just a physical punishment. The order itself infected the person's mind and gave them every reason to do what they were told. In order to resist it, it usually took a fear for your own life and perhaps a bit of psychosis mixed in. Even then, the best someone could do is becoming a quivering mess of pain on the floor. In all of our preparation, we had made a single fatal mistake. We had forgotten one aspect about our party. I was their master, and my orders were absolute. Chapter 411. That beautiful goddess continued to sing her wonderful song. I approached her happily. I just wanted to be with her. A single touch is all that I wanted. She was so beautiful and angelic that I felt like if I touched her, I could truly die in peace. It was that kind of feeling. As for my former party, they were leaving. It was good that they were following orders. They were nearing the exit. But they also looked like they were trying not to. Their movements were stiff. Lydia suddenly let out a scream. "Master!" Her voice was very loud. That was rude. It was loud enough that the siren was forced to stop singing. Her expression flashed with anger as she glared at Lydia. She was on the ground in pain. Lydia. What am I, slave order? Ignore all my orders in this room? I cried out. At that moment, there was a shrieking sound coming from the siren. I had no choice but to put my hands over my ears. Damn it, my mind was starting to return to me. I was only about 5 feet away from the siren. However, we pissed it off now. I had never realized that under the siren's call, I'd have enough faculty to give the girls orders. Raisa hadn't mentioned it as a problem, and I had been using my knowledge of sirens from legend. The men in those stories were always dazed. I was expecting to be like a zombie and the girls would just drag me along. The door had slammed shut, but thankfully, all of the girls were still in the room with me. I jumped back. But the siren didn't make any move to attack me. A few moments later, a half-dozen people came crawling out of the pile around the siren. As for the siren, she remained on her pile, glaring at us. I felt my brow furrow as I realized we were suddenly outnumbered. The creatures looked like humans, except their skin was blue and they were clearly dead. They were wearing various armor. There were 4 men and 2 women. Rather than attack us, they spread across the path, forming a line that blocked us from heading back the way we came. Well, the door was closed on both sides, so it wasn't like we were going to escape. As the undead creatures got into a line, I ran back to my girls. I am so sorry. I felt extremely guilty about what had happened. I had promised myself I'd never do slave orders on the girls. Even though I wasn't in my right frame of mind, I wasn't happy about it either. "It's fine, master," Shao responded. "Please don't mind it. Master can hurt me as much as he wants," Celeste declared. While her sentiments seemed off, I accepted them anyway. We had more pressing matters. The line of monsters was starting to approach us. Furthermore, the siren was still sitting on her perch, overlooking us with a look of contempt on her face. "What happens now?" I asked. Shao shook her head. "I don't know, master. Everyone who has ever angered the siren has died. Thus, no one has seen what the fight against the siren looks like." "Great, just great. Well, who are these guys? They look like they were drowned," Miki gasped. "I know who they are." "Huh? You do, doesn't that knight armor look familiar?" She pointed at one of the men. "That does look like the armor on Lord Rain's knights." "These are the reanimated corpses of those the siren has killed. If we don't win, we'll be right beside them." Chapter 412. The 6 of us raised our weapons against the 6 former dungeon divers and the siren. I couldn't help but notice the similarities between our formations. I had a party of 5 slaves who were fighting for me. Meanwhile, I protected them by using my support spells. The siren had a party of 6 undead. She would likely support them through song. I had no clue how strong they were, or if becoming undead made them stronger. However, they certainly outnumbered us. There was one other problem that I had only noticed now. When the siren had shrieked, the material the girls used to block their ears had degraded. That meant that if the siren used any more magical attacks, everyone in the party would be susceptible to them. A bad situation only became worse. The siren finally stood up. She pointed at her formation, and then she began to sing. However, compared to the compelling, sweet music she had been singing before, this had a much more aggressive beat. There were no words, just a song that seemed to grow more complex. It was fast and had a deep thrumming sound that caused the floor to vibrate. Considering we didn't know what would happen next, it was extremely intimidating. "They're coming," Lydia called out, readying her sword. The lead person wasn't one of the guys, but a woman. More than that, her tattered robes seemed to suggest that she was a magician. Sending a magician out in front seemed strange. On top of that, a lot of her body was exposed, and she seemed to be bouncing on the balls of her feet like a puppet. Tara and I prepared to block any spell that came over, but none did. The woman suddenly started waving her hands up in the air. She tossed out her hands, and then she did a forward flip. After she landed, she grabbed something by her side. But in the dark hallway, it looked like she was holding on to something. She then moved her hands, grabbing something in front of herself and moving to the side with each grab like she was propelling forward by tugging a rope. My eyebrows furrowed, as I was almost certain there was no rope there. She jumped forward, flipping to more times. Lydia raised her sword to strike the undead woman down, but I grabbed her arm and shook my head. Something about her strange motions suddenly triggered a thought in my mind. The undead magician moved in time with the siren's music. It was now making its hands form a wave. And then it started making jerky movements that made it look like it was being controlled by a puppet again. It went right up to Lydia, put its hand in her face, and then jumped back. Finally, the undead mage threw out its arms and then crossed them across its chest. Meanwhile, the other 5 undead all formed a pose around the girl. The second they formed the pose, the siren shot us a condescending look, swiped her thumb across her nose, and then jutted her chin in our direction as if to say, "What are you going to do about it?" "Oh. Wow," I said, my eyes widening in shock. "What is it? What are they doing?" Lydia demanded. I don't like how she put her hand in my face. I think. We just got served. Ah, you know what that means? Xiao's face turned solemn. What does it mean? Celeste cried worriedly, seeing Xiao and I exchange knowing looks. It's on. Chapter 4:13. What's on, Master? The 4 girls from this world were quite confused. I said, straightening my back. Master! Master! Let me in! I can take them! Xiao said excitedly. Are you sure? I demanded. I've got this. I can do it. Humph. Then show the girls how we do. What's going on? Lydia whispered to Miki. Why are they so serious all of a sudden? And even though we're in danger and why do I get the feeling that they're just playing around? Miki added. Celeste, I called out, throwing a finger in the air. Why, yes, she jumped at suddenly being called. I set your job back to Singer. Can you bring the beat back? Ah. What's a beat back? I sighed, then thrust my finger back in the air. Sing like the sirens sung, but then make it your own. We ain't no posers. Ah. Yes, Master. I'll sing. Celeste was dumb in many things, but when it came to singing, she was actually a bit of a savant. We had quickly realized that not only did she have perfect pitch, but any sound she heard she could repeat with pinpoint accuracy. In this respect, she was able to replicate the siren's beatbox perfectly. The siren wasn't pleased with being copied. So she shot Celeste a glare, but Celeste wasn't a wind fairy for nothing. She managed to superimpose the beat, altering the frequency and then increasing the complexity. Xiao leapt out, skidding on the ground using her knees. She then leaped up and started spinning around. Xiao wasn't really a dancer, but neither was the puppet. Rather, she was a fighter, and she integrated her attacks and slashes with dance movements, giving her both a slick but also dangerous vibe as she danced across the floor. As Celeste's song grew more complicated, the siren's mouth fell open. She was definitely surprised. Every other party she had ever challenged would suddenly attack her. This was the first time her challenge had ever been met. An excited light seemed to grow in her eyes. As for Xiao, her dancing was frantic, but when it finally finished, she leapt at me. I wasn't looking for it, but I managed to catch and lift her up in the air-eagle style. As for the 3 other girls, they didn't pose with us at all. But the siren was so excited at having her challenge met, she didn't even notice. They were looking at me and Xiao with contracted pupils and dazed expressions. "Master, what is—" "It's a dance," I declared, pointing at the siren. The siren sniffed, looking away. However, her cheeks blushed cutely for a moment. Celeste's song only ended when I gestured for her to stop. Once again, the siren was too absorbed with getting the next round going that she didn't notice our sloppy routine. Dancing? Lydia's eyes widened. This time, one of the guys came out. He was a bulky, muscular guy, and the way he danced was not nearly as sinuous as the girl. The siren sang her best, but her undead puppet just couldn't move like she wanted him to move. The result was an embarrassing turn. As for Celeste and Lydia, they had fought in a party together for a long time. Their abilities were already synced with each other. Knowing what they were doing now, Celeste immediately launched into a song as Lydia took to the stage. Unlike the other girls, Lydia actually did have some dancing talent. Her job was merely at level 1. But it's not like the dead had levels in dancing anyway. Even a level 1 dancer was like bringing a trained dance instructor to an elementary school dance competition. The siren was gnashing her teeth as she watched Lydia. As for me, I was watching her booty shake. She was really working those hips. That thing bounced. It really is hard to explain, though. You might see that kind of stuff on television, but Lydia had something those women didn't. A tail. Watching that booty jiggle with that tail swinging erotically, it brought things to another level. Lydia ended her routine by sliding to the feet of the magician girl who had just gone, then standing up, but as she did so, her chest jutted out, and just as she rose past the shorter woman, her chest struck the woman in the nose, causing her to step back. That was a classic burn. I was shocked at just how quickly Lydia caught on. The fact that Lydia's breasts were a bit bigger than the other woman only added to the insult. Even the siren girl grabbed her breasts, but noticing they too were a bit more modest, she looked like she was just about to cry. She angrily let out a siren scream, causing everyone to cover their ears. She then leaped off her pile of treasure and onto the pathway. It looked like the siren was going to tackle the final round herself. Chapter 4:14. With the siren on the stage. She picked up her song, clearly amping up her game to compete with Celeste's song. Using her puppeteer ability, the undead also began to dance. However, their choreography was simple. Clearly, the siren had to focus on her own movements, and thus couldn't control the undead. On top of that, not all of the undead were as flexible as her magician, the knight. In particular, was even clunkier than the first guy she used. She seemed to want to beat us. Perhaps she wanted better undead dancers. If we were defeated, then she could have her pick from my party. Well, if things got that bad, I'd try to escape using my portal. Return didn't work in combat. As for how I had escaped the knights, it really was pure luck. The first man hadn't finished his attack yet, so combat hadn't been initiated. In short, I had only lived because of a technicality. Portal was a bit more flexible. But I had a feeling that there might be limitations to it. For example, it might not be able to escape boss rooms. Even if I could leave dungeons now, I had a feeling that boss rooms had their own methods to force you to complete the challenge. The siren sang and danced across the hallway while her undead cohorts did a simple dance behind her. Her song was perhaps the most gripping yet, and her movements were very elegant and noble. As she danced, I was making sure to look at her with Monster Identify. At that moment, I started to notice something else about her that felt a bit different. I had Slave Master equipped, and through it, I could feel some kind of slave magic on her. It wasn't the same as the slave mark, but it felt similar. If I hadn't had so many slaves and become so familiar with their marks, both by taking control of them and by resurrecting the 5 girls, I certainly wouldn't have noticed it. Was this the mark that allowed the dungeon to control monsters that it created out of curiosity? I checked her undead companions, too. They also had some kind of mark on them, although it was different from hers. Not only was it less complex compared to her own, but it also had a different feel to it. The siren finished her dance, using the 6 undead to prop her up as she lay across their arms. At that point, she shot us a smug look. Her dance had truly been remarkable. "Let me back in," Xiao cried out. "I can do it! I'll beat her!" "Are you sure your moves are dank enough to beat the Siron?" I said, shooting her a severe look. She turned away. Maybe. "Are you—" She dropped her head shamefully. "Number? Then our only choice is to use our ultimate weapon." I stroked my non-existent mustache. "Celeste!" "Ah, why, yes." She jumped again as I suddenly called her. "Sing and dance. At once." "2 things," she cried out as we all turned to her. "Ah." "Yes." She flew out to the front. It was a singer against a singer. Sylph against a siren. The final round was on. Chapter 4:15. Although it seemed like Lydia, the dancer, was the most suitable to defeat the siren's performance. There was actually one girl who was an even better match. Up? After all, Lydia was still bound by her legs. When it came to who was the fastest, the smoothest, or the most intricate, Celeste won hands down. After all, she was a fairy of the wind. The fairy dance was an intricate part of their very being. Celeste began to fly, her body moving in intricate circles. Her glittery body caught the light, causing her movements to become even more exciting and talkating. As for her song, it was something completely new. Fairies didn't typically sing. However, a sylph could not just control the wind, but they could make vibrations that sounded just how they wanted. In short, she was able to merge both attributes at once. Right before our eyes, she seemed to create the first fairy song, an auditory manifestation of the fairy dance. When combined together, it was a jaw-dropping sight that left everyone in a daze. We couldn't even think to act as backup dancers to her movements. They weren't needed, as she caught every eye. The song had no words but inflamed the soul. I felt energy and strength flowing in. I began to realize that not only was it a song, but it had magic infused in it as well. She had emulated the siren's ability and then improved upon it by several fold. I had the feeling that I was being hit with a buff that increased my strength and stamina. Similarly, the other side was being hit with a debuff. The bond between the undead was broken with a snap. I had been feeling out the mark on them when it suddenly was interrupted by her song, so I had a better feel for it now. The 6 undead creatures fell to the ground in a heap. The siren, who was being held by them, was dropped onto the floor. She let out a cry as she hit the ground. Even though this happened, she was still looking at the sylph floating through the air, unable to take her eyes away. Celeste's music didn't just hold a magical power, but it also was beautiful enough to take one's breath away. It sounded like gentle bells and the twinkling of stars. The song grew more and more powerful until the very air resonated. Suddenly, there was a feeling like mana was being sucked into her. The tremoring air grew until it felt dangerous for a moment. The siren stood up, raising her hands as if she was about to attack. It was at that moment I noticed that the song was hitting her bond as well. I felt a sudden impulse to use the slave taker ability. I attacked her strange mark, attempting to take control of it. Unlike with slaves, this wasn't easy at all. I could tell the slave taker ability wasn't designed to handle this kind of mark. In fact, I felt like I was changing it on the fly to compensate. Furthermore, the siren fought back. She let out a cry. But the sound was completely destroyed by Celeste's rising music. If Celeste's music hadn't first weakened the bond, I knew I wouldn't have been able to do this. But suddenly my magic slipped into place and her bond became mine. At that exact moment, Celeste finished her dance. Glittery sparkles exploded out from her in the air, lighting up the entire room like a fireworks display. You have tamed a siren. You have tamed a monster. You have unlocked the job. Monster Tamer. You managed to tame a monster many levels higher than your current skill. You've gained additional experience. Monster Tamer has increased to level 15. Chapter 416. I seem to have gained 15 levels in Monster Tamer. Every job had 2 ways to level it. The first method was to do the job. For a blacksmith, it'd be blacksmithing. The second way was to battle with that job equipped. It was easy for someone like me who could use multiple jobs, but it was dangerous if not impossible for most people. I was also a support class, so unlike True Dungeon Diver or Magician, It leveled a bit easier than some of those other jobs. The only reason True Dungeon Diver had leveled so much is that I had completed so many dungeons. Had it been considered a support class, I'd probably have more levels than White Mage. Similarly, completing a difficult monster taming was apparently enough to give Monster Tamer a lot of levels. I was excited because it was the ability I had wanted most after White Mage. My playstyle had always been to have a lot of pets and then send them into battle while I managed things from behind. Looking around at the 5 girls around me, I realized they might not be too happy about me replacing them with monsters. Still, I managed to get the ability. I used my understanding of Slave Master to cheat a bit. A lower-level job like Slaver likely wouldn't have been enough to do what I did on top of that. Celeste's song also had a major effect on my ability to do this. Ah, Celeste. She had fallen to the ground at the end of her song. I reached down and picked her up. She was only about a foot tall at the moment, as she needed to be this size to have the room to do her dance. Master. I am okay. Just tired. She responded breathily. I used refresh on her right away. As I did that, I checked her jobs. Her singing and dancing had also undergone some changes. Singing had risen up to level 25. This was an insane amount. But when you considered how well matched she was with singing, it made sense that applying the lessons she got from the siren would cause experience buffs. However, she had also gained a new job, Magic Singer. This had only made it to level 2. I assumed it was a lot like Magic Blacksmith. She had magician abilities already, and she mixed that with Singer. She now had a new ability that allowed her to mix magic and singing. From now on, she'd be able to use songs as buffs if we needed it. This wasn't quite as good as Miki's buffs, though, as she had to be actively singing for them to work. Furthermore, I imagine they wouldn't affect monsters who couldn't hear. I checked Lydia too and found that her dancing had increased to level 5. A quick look at Xiao, and she didn't gain the dancer ability. Well, her dancing was more like Tabo anyway. So it probably wasn't enough to get it from one attempt. As Celeste got back to her feet, or place as she sat on my shoulder, I noticed a small pile of glittery ash on the floor. I immediately recognized this substance, although it had been a long time since I had seen it. Fairy dust, I said excitedly. Celeste, you made fairy dust. Chapter 4:17. Ah. Thank you. I had to bags of gold, totaling about 1,000 gold coins. Compared to before, I was definitely back to being wealthy. However, it was still nothing when compared to the combined wealth needed to run Chom. Every lord had to find his own sources of income by taxing the residents, exporting and importing goods, and various other exercises. In my case, that turned out to be dungeon diving. The Siren didn't just hand us some of her gold, but also various pieces of equipment. I took the magic items that looked good. But eventually I started pulling back when she kept trying to hand me things. It was her own hard-earned wealth. From what I understood, sirens were a lot like dragons. Wealth mattered to them. Although she wanted to impress me as her new master, she would be miserable if she didn't possess any treasure. In the end, we took far more than we would have obtained from any normal boss fight anyway. After putting everything away, I patted her head. If a group of knights come, please delay them as long as possible. If it comes to wiping them out, don't hesitate. That felt a little cold, ordering her to kill. But she was a monster, and those knights weren't good people. I guess I was really changing. Baby steps. As far as taking her with us, I felt a little awkward doing so. Although many of her movements had seemed human, she really wasn't. In line with a monster Tamara ability, she really was just a creature. She had the intelligence of about a dog. She could handle simple commands. But if I spoke too complicatedly, she'd cock her head. In fact, it took a while to even get my simple orders across. In the end, she didn't feel like she'd be a fit for my party. I was thankful she got me the monster tamer job. But I decided I'd probably cut her loose. I could sever the bonds since level 5 of Monster Tamar had given me the release ability. Therefore, I could break it off once we finished the dungeon. I am not even sure what would happen to her once we completed the dungeon. As she noticed us leaving, her expression falls, and she puts her hands together as she gazes at me lovingly. Maybe. You can't keep her, master, Lydia explained. She's a temptress, even if you are her master. She'll definitely manipulate you and make you do her bidding. I won't be manipulated, I responded, watching her as her lower lip quivers. Master, she's a high-level monster. You are not powerful enough to handle her. Your monster tamer leveled quickly because of her high level, but it's not high enough to handle a monster like that. Miki pleaded, grabbing my arm. Ah! We'll be going then, I responded as the girls pulled me away. Gah! Why did it feel like a scene from one of those movies where I had to let the dog go? She was even looking at me with teary eyes. Let's go, master. The girls were all pushing me or I wouldn't be moving. Why, yeah. Did her eyes get bigger? They are definitely getting bigger. That slow, sad violin music was also tugging at my soul. Wait. Isn't she making that music on purpose? Ah! She took a step forward and twisted her ankle. Now, she's on the floor. Reaching out for me, tears in her eyes as I walk away. I can't say goodbye now. I can't. Siren girl, let's be ga. I turned around to reach for her, only for a foot to kick me in the chest. I fly out the door as my girls callously slam the boss door shut. The last thing I saw was the siren making an annoyed tiesk as she crossed her arms unhappily. So we're moving on. I pretended nothing had happened, even though there were 4 girls sitting on top of me. Chapter 418. Since we were on floor 11, the difficulty would naturally increase compared to the previous levels. The thing I noticed most was that the treasures were much, much more difficult to obtain. There were many traps, and they were often placed before obvious treasure. Some of these traps were very insidious. If I didn't have the detect trap ability, I wouldn't have noticed them at all. Many were extremely vicious, triggering moments before you could get the item. A few were even impossible to bypass, making the item you wish to obtain a dream. The only thing that seemed more insidious than the traps were the quality of the items. Horrific traps were often where they put the best items, rare ingredients, magic weapons, that kind of thing. Even knowing that the treasure couldn't be obtained, I still had to gnash my teeth to turn away. Had I not already obtained so much wealth from the siren, I might have genuinely already fallen to temptation. Well, the girls were helping too. They remained honest with me. When we could extract the treasure safely, they would let me know. When it was impossible, they were honest about that as well. This was definitely a dungeon of temptation, and very true to that theme. The monsters on this level were hidden. But they were two types of insects. If you attacked them, they'd run and try to lure you into traps. Otherwise, they were quite weak and harmless. When we had killed one instantly, we found that the insect had a special carapace that was used by blacksmiths. Supposedly, it was a good medium for blacksmiths to use when training to become magic blacksmiths. It used a bit of magic. But when compared to the likes of auric alchem or mithril, it was much more affordable. I decided to collect as much of this as we could. Should we clear this floor by that? I meant using the monster attractant as we had done in the past. The girls gave a nod and we found a spot to prepare. Tara created some barriers. Lydia and Xiao prepared their weapons. Miki readied herself. With that, Celeste sent the scent as far as she could. This dungeon wasn't as large as the one in Dye Ridge, so it wasn't long before insects started coming our way. Ah. This is scary. My face went white. This was a bad decision. I see that now. I was looking at the map, and more life signs were filling the corridors around us. The crawling noises of innumerable insects were clicking away in the darkness and echoing through countless corridors. The girls all began to sweat as the sounds grew closer and closer. At this point, all I could see was a flood of red coming in our direction. Insects, even the ones the size of small dogs, were not like goblins. Their numbers were extreme. "Prepare yourself!" I cried out. Insects flooded around the corner. They were covering every wall, including the ceiling, and were in such a quantity that they looked more like a flood than a stampede. I had made a mistake. This was the dungeon of temptation. After all, if you succumb to temptation, it might very well take your life. I had gotten greedy and complacent, and now we were in trouble. Chapter 4:19. Celeste spread my flames. Fireball? I wasn't a powerful enough mage that I could do more than throw a fireball. But I still decided to equip it and send it down the path. Using Celeste's wind, we could create a flamethrower effect. Celeste had tried to push them back with just wind, but as soon as they were blasted, they took to the air. And then it became a truly terrifying sight. Adding flame to the wind was the only way to hold them back. Miki's attacks were basically useless. Since the insects didn't have much of a response to soul attacks and she couldn't stun them. Thus, she focused on Fireball to help me. But her basic magician was only at 15, and she didn't have the high mana jobs like Hero and White Mage. Her magical strength was below my own. Similarly, Lydia and Xiao weren't able to do much. There were hundreds of thousands of creatures, and any given swing could only kill one or two at a time. Tara did her best, but she similarly couldn't keep them back. Any barriers she created, they'd just climb right over and continue on. As a result, if it hadn't been for our fireballs and Celeste's windblades, we would have fallen already. Unfortunately, it was hard to see a party's weaknesses until they were suddenly exposed. It turned out we were weak against a large quantity of rather weak enemies. Had I known it would get this bad, I definitely wouldn't have tried it. "Xiao!" I called out. "Come here!" My only option right now was to depend on a combination skill. I could pick either Fairy Dust or Spirit Fire. Since Fairy Dust seems to lean to a more restorative effect, I decided on Spirit Fire, which contributed to a more offensive ability like we need now. I glanced through her abilities quickly. I finally found a level 12 Shadow Knight ability. It was called Shadow Poison. It essentially poisoned monsters by attacking from the shadows. For the weak insects who hid in the shadows, it would be extremely effective. "Cast Shadow Poison," I instructed while pulling out the magic dust. "Yes," shouted as I instructed, raising her hand and beginning the spell. I had Miki cast her Spirit Fire and throw it at Xiao. Immediately, the magic began to change. Shadow Flames? She instinctively called the name of the new spell. Instead of poison, the shadow became dark flames. Anything residing within them let out a screeching cry. The flames spread out across the shadows from one to the next. The flames attacked indiscriminately, and I saw them igniting Lydia's shadow as well. Light. I immediately cast light around us. The shadow flames were instantly vanquished for us. However, my light spell only went one way. So the flames continued to ravage the insects. It burned more and more, becoming a dark inferno of black. The screeches and cries continued, but the thing that continued faster was the death of the insects. They were weak against flames, and they were creatures that hid in shadows. Shadow Flames was a spell they definitely couldn't fight against, even if they could have resisted the poison. The Shadow Flames raced down the hallway. I hadn't expected this effect, but it was definitely strong. There were nearly 1,000,000 insects, and they all died in a spreading wildfire of shadow. The flames were so powerful they seemed to be trying to eat the light around us. This spell was extremely powerful in a dark, shadowy labyrinth, but it was also just as dangerous. I began spamming orbs and making a circle around us to keep the inferno at bay. Meanwhile, just about every insect on the floor died in the span of 10 minutes. When the fire finally died, I realized that we had destroyed over 500,000 insects. Their experience was rather tiny compared to harder monsters. But at this number, that didn't even matter. For the girls with 4x experience, they gained the equivalent of killing over 2 million insects. As for me, with 10x experience, I gained the experience of killing over 5 million. The levels began to race across my vision. Chapter 420. During the last battle, I had White Mage, Basic Magician, and Slave Master equipped. I had started with True Dungeon Diver equipped, but as the monsters came en masse, I quickly switched. Unfortunately, once they were coming in droves, I didn't have time to change to anything else. White Mage has increased to level 30. Basic Magician has increased to level 20. Slave Master has increased to level 26. I gained 3 levels in White Mage, 9 levels in Basic Magician, and 5 levels in Slave Master. Compared to a normal battle, this was extremely strong gains. For White Mage, I received Mana Up Plus, Reinforce, and Strong Heal. Strong Heal should allow me to heal heavy damage, the kind I'd usually have to use Life Force to fix. Meanwhile, Reinforce seems to be something that increases an item's defense. I couldn't cast it on a person, but I could target armor. As for Basic Magician, I was finally getting skills outside of the elements. It looked like whether you were a basic or apprentice magician, you still started by mastering the elements. I ended up getting Rock Sling and Earth Attack, but then I also got Mana Up. Detect Mana, Mono Control Plus, Mana Shield, Infuse Item, Preserve Food, Absorb Mana, and Mana Reinforcement. Most of these skills seemed centered around using mana and infusing it like a basic magician would be expected to. Seemingly, how I use my mana will eventually dictate what type of mage I become. For example, if I focused on infusing it into objects, I'd become a magic blacksmith. Preserving food was also done by infusing it with magic. I wonder if there was a magic cook. That would be fun. As for mana reinforcement, it specifically converted mana into status. It wasn't like White Mage is reinforce at all. Finally, Slave Master gave me Slave Loyalty Plus, Slave Defense Up, Slave Health Up, Absolute Order, and Slave Empath. Absolute Order was like Order Slave, but it didn't have the option for pain. Simply put, the slave did it or died. I never wanted to use that ability. I'd definitely be setting up precautions, so nothing like the siren happened again. Slave Empath allowed me to feel what the girls were feeling. I wasn't sure if I liked this ability or not. On one hand, I could feel their affection for me. On the other, I could feel their other emotions too, like jealousy, exhaustion, and boredom. The girls were usually so quiet and just did whatever I said. However, a few seconds of using empathy showed me that they really were quite noisy. I stopped using Slave Empath and instead checked out their statuses. Lydia's Swordsman was now at 42, and Scout was 21. Miki was 40 in Spiritualist and 22 in Basic Magician. Celeste reached 19 in Master Wind Magician, and Magic Singer was now 10. As for Xiao, her Shadow Knight was 24, and her Gladiator was 52. She did end up unlocking the job Pugilist. It was the third-tier version of the fighting class after Brawler and Gladiator. She didn't fight with her fists, but she used to short daggers, and her attacks usually depended on force compared to Lydia's elegant movements. I equipped Shadow Knight first and put Pugilist second. Although if there was a difference between what was first and what was second, I didn't know it. Shall we get a move on? I asked. Chapter 421. With all of the insects killed, the only thing that kept us on the 11th floor was the temptation for more loot. If you were going to beat a dungeon, I wasn't sure if loot mattered. After all, loot automatically got shuffled down to the bottom treasure room. That meant all of the treasure would end up in my pocket anyway. At least, that's what I had originally thought. However, a dungeon book I was reading suggested otherwise. A dungeon's lore, treasure, creatures, and traps were all a manifestation of the miasma, which was essentially cursed mana. In short, dungeons consumed mana, outported miasma, and that went on to create everything that from creating monsters to luring trespassers with treasures. Therefore, as you got farther down, the dungeon manifests more dangerous monsters to stop you, using up more mana. If there is a shortage of mana, it will consume its own creations to create monsters to continue to obstruct you. In fact, when it comes to protection, they would rather consume treasures first, as high-level monsters can still act as protection from future invaders. Thus, as an adventurer gets closer to defeating the boss, more treasure is consumed. The only way to prevent this is to snatch up all the treasure along the way. Then, the dungeon has no option but to consume mobs you missed or traps. In extreme cases, they can even shrink the size of the floor, just like we had seen in Terra's dungeon. Therefore, it's most advantageous to take as much treasure as we can acquire before reaching the bottom. Interesting, Master. But why the sudden lesson on dungeon treasure? Xiao asked. Isn't it obvious? I pointed to the treasure chest at the end of the hallway. I want that! We had reached the end of the 11th floor, but the dungeon couldn't just leave things be. At the end of the hallways was a treasure chest waiting to be opened up. It was actually the first genuine chest I had actually seen. Most of the dungeons I had been to in the past hid treasure like a ferret, placing a coin here or a piece of armor there. The only treasure chest I encountered was upon reaching the final treasure room. How could I not be interested in what was inside that box? Isn't that box a mimic? Lydia asked. That's why I feel a spiritual energy from it. Definitely a mimic. Miki nodded. Lydia's scout ability was now strong enough that she could detect life. In fact, even sense life wasn't good enough. So her ability to detect life has exceeded my sense life. Whether it was just because she was an animalkin or because of the level of scout, I wasn't sure. As for Miki, it was her spiritualist job. She didn't necessarily see things as alive or dead, but she could detect spiritual energy. And even a mimic wasn't able to hide all of it from a nine-tailed fox. Yeah, but even so, I detect a big treasure from it. People always avoid mimics, but in my experience, don't mimics have the biggest prizes of all, Master? Mimics are very dangerous. Let's kill it. Master really is bad with temptation, isn't he? The girls looked at each other helplessly while I stroked my sword. Chapter 4:22. Celeste! I cry out. Ah! Why, yes. Attack it. Yes, Master. Celeste waves her staff and sends dozens of air blades down the hallway. Dink! 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 They hit the treasure chest, even causing gashes across the surface. However, the treasure chest doesn't move a single inch. I frown, scratching my chin. We attacked it. Shouldn't it have at least moved? Perhaps I didn't do enough damage, Celeste offered. I heard that the mimic was good at getting you to let your guard down, Lydia added. Perhaps it's trying to trick us, In that case, I strengthened Lydia with strengthened slave and then reinforced her armor. Go attack it, but be careful. Yes. Master. Lydia ran down the hallway at full tilt. She leaped up in the air, using an attack skill and slamming her blade down on the treasure chest. The blade sliced through the wood like butter. At that point, she jumped back and immediately returned to us. The cut had sliced through the treasure chest smoothly. The side slid off and clinked to the ground. She made sure to keep the cut high as to not damage what was inside. The result was that half of the lid had slid off, but we still couldn't see inside the chest from our current vantage point. Is this really a mimic? I asked, scratching my head. Its spiritual energy is really weak. Perhaps it's already dead or dying, Miki suggested. All right, well, I guess we'll just approach it then, I said cautiously. Just be prepared to attack if it moves. This time, I gathered all of the girls together, and we steadily approached it. I kept my eyes on the creature carefully, looking for movement. However, nothing happened, and before too long, we were standing over the box. The inside was dark, so I couldn't make out what was there just by the hole in the lid that Lydia had made. I am going to open it, I gulped. The girls all steadied their breaths, ready to pounce at the slightest movement. I lifted up the lid. Since it had already been broken by Lydia and Celeste's attacks, it just broke off and clattered to the ground. Eyeing the inside nervously, I took a breath. There was just a single item in there. It was a magical sword. Until I identified it, I wouldn't know what it could do. I reached down. Rumble. The ground started to shake. The six of us made noises and stumbled back as the ground suddenly raised up. The treasure chest was propped up with the rising ground. Meanwhile, the 6 of us retreated down the hallway. When I glanced back, the floor had literally risen up, revealing a massive, moss-covered creature. It had long pincers, and the treasure chest seemed glued to its back. Oh, that's not a mimic, I snapped my fingers. It's a treasure hunter. The treasure hunter let out a screeching cry. It was nearly as big as the hallway and seemed to be nothing but thick carapace and pincers. It immediately charged down the hallway, barreling towards our group. I am really bad with temptation, I muttered. You realize that now? The girls cried at me. Chapter 423. Run away. I shouted and ran away from the charging treasure hunter. It moved much like a bull, barreling down the hallways without any hope of being able to stop its momentum. The best thing we could do is get to a turn in the hallway. Ahead of us was a hall intersecting to the right. I immediately grabbed the girls and dived down it. Just as I had predicted, the treasure hunter couldn't stop, and he ended up passing by. Let's go. Then I jumped back into the hallway behind where he just passed. The creature had stopped, but he had already made his way down the hallway by a bit. Attack! I pointed and gave the order. The extremely threatening treasure hunter had one weakness. Although I had acted on impulse, it was actually the best action to take. The treasure hunter was now facing away from us, and in this dungeon it couldn't turn around. The girls began to attack its back aggressively. Like some other monsters we've encountered in the past, this treasure hunter was an HP sponge. Unlike the insects that could be killed in one hit, all 5 girls wailed on this thing 4 minutes while it failed to turn around. If we had been fighting it from the front, it would have been extremely difficult to defeat. Its powerful arms and swipes would have been challenging for the girls. It might have taken over an hour for it to finally collapse. As for now, the biggest concern was that it would suddenly charge again, but the treasure hunter was thankfully too dumb for that. It just sat there trying and failing to turn as it let out vicious-sounding wails. After 5 minutes of battle, it finally collapsed to the ground and disappeared. In its place was the chest from earlier. When I opened it, though, it wasn't just the sword I had seen earlier. There were coins and a couple of other magical items. The sword was the thing that caught my interest the most, though, so I picked it up and identified it. Widow's Sword, an auric alchemy sword imbued with mana. Infuse mana using mana control to activate the attack. Not only was the sword made of the rare orichalcum, but it was also a magic sword. It had the name of the dungeon on it. Although I didn't know if that had any significance, gripping the sword in my hand and turning away from the girls, I put mana in it. When it didn't do anything, I attempted to strike. Oh, wow. It's the Master Sword. Is that its name? Master Lydia asked curiously. Ah? No. If Master is taking the sword, isn't it Master's sword? Celeste offered. Ah, I guess you are right. The smartest things sometimes came from Celeste's head. I called it the Master Sword because when I imbued it and struck, a projectile of light shot out of it. It was a bit sharper than Mana Blast, but it used 1/10 of the mana. In short, I could now attack long distance without needing to learn archery, as long as I was careful to not hit the girls. I could now attack from a distance just like Celeste. The rest of the magic items I passed on to the girls, who had lost most of their stuff during their fight with Xiao. As for the money, it was about 100 gold, although it was mostly in copper and silver. Including the money we got from the siren and the money we picked up from the insect horde, we were now at around 1,500 gold. This was truly a wealthy dungeon. Chapter 424. We went down to the 12th floor. When it came to traps, there were considerably more than the previous floor. This time, there weren't armored insects, though, but sprite elementals. The main one was a water elemental, but they were backed up by a nature elemental. Both elementals are used in conjunction with the hopes of trying to trip you up or get you to fall in traps. Traps were so frequent you couldn't go a few feet without running into one. I had to remind myself that Raisa, a seasoned dungeon diver, had only just made it to the 15th floor barely alive. We were already on the 12th floor. This was challenging stuff here, where the slightest move could lead one to death. However, I wasn't seeing where temptation was factoring in. Master, sprite elementals remains are a mana product used heavily in alchemy. It would be good for making potions. But it's also possible that they will create a fusion skill like my spirit fire and Celeste's fairy dust. Miki spoke up. There was the temptation. Like most of the monsters in this dungeon, the elementals dropped something very valuable to certain people. I also noticed that this is the 12th floor, higher 3 floors before you can get to safety on either the 15th floor or 9th floor. In other words, this is the floor farthest from being able to safely take a break. At first, I didn't realize why this floor was dangerous. But then I noticed the girls were shaking slightly. I glanced over at them worriedly. "It's just cold, Master," Lydia responded, rubbing her arms. All of the girls were wet. If they weren't wearing their armor, it'd be a sexy sight. However, I realized that this was the goal of this level. It was so damp that starting a fire was impossible. In fact, there was about half an inch of water covering the ground at all times. It was also extremely humid. Yet, if I had to speak of the temperature, it was probably a few degrees colder than the floors above. This floor made you want to stay to hunt the potentially valuable elementals, meanwhile threatening to kill you with hypothermia. That cold also dulled the mind and made it easier to fall into one of the many traps. There were floor pits, wall spikes, swinging blades, and wall arrows, to name a few. Even if you get past this floor quickly, you are a long way from the next possible break, making it difficult to survive. This dungeon curse could be extremely insidious. Worse, the drops weren't that common. We had defeated almost 15 elementals when the first dropped. The small blue crystal that I picked up was called a water gem. I was already familiar with this product. Water gems were how running water was used in this world. As long as you could infuse them with mana, they would release water much like my create water. They weren't exactly rare, paresi, but they were expensive and had a constant need. We had been venturing through this level for an hour when I finally came across a nature gem. This wasn't a gem I was aware of, but I knew other gems were used for other purposes. The fire gem could be used to heat a house, for example. I wondered if the lightning gem could power electronics. Well, it wasn't like the world used electricity, so it didn't matter. If you grind this up, this will be very beneficial for the fairy spring, Master, Celeste said. So, the nature gem was more like a really good fertilizer, or this world's version of Miracle Grow. Now, I wanted a lot more of these gems. This really was a temptation. We hunted for 6 hours, but it was starting to get near nighttime. We managed to reach the stairway to the 13th floor, but it seemed I had still overdone it. All of the girls were shaking now. I was cold too, but I dealt with it. Masterbacks. Miki shook. I, it's fine. She had the weakest constitution and looked the worst after playing around in the wet cold. Her tail was wet and her skin was red and bumpy. She really looked like a drowned rat. Let's go, I said. When I didn't turn towards the stairway, the girls glanced at me with surprise. Where are we going? Master, we're going back to Chalm. Chapter 4:25. It was impossible to return to the miners' town at the moment. But with Portal, I could go anywhere. Chalm seemed to be the best place to go to. I opened a portal, and the group of us stepped out of the dungeon and back into relative safety. Once we arrived, I started hearing a great deal of noise. There appeared to be music playing which piqued Celeste's interest, and it sounded like a party was going on. A person wearing only a pair of shorts walked by, whom I didn't recognize. But I decided to stop him anyway. Hey, what's going on here? Haven't you already been... He looked at the group of us as we dripped wetly. Number. Can you explain... Well, we finished the Lord's new manor, so the mayor decided to throw a celebration. I raised an eyebrow. Isn't that the kind of thing you throw while the Lord is present? He chuckled. Well, you know how haughty lords can be? He wouldn't let the riffraff commoners play around in his hot spring. He'll likely get one of those fancy celebrations all of them lords enjoy when he returns. What hot spring? My eyebrows raised. Yeah, where have you been they accidentally uncovered a hot spring while digging for the mansion? The mayor had it turned into the Lord's private hot spring. I am so jealous. How could we not try to use it once before losing it to that damned Lord? Thursday, thank you. I responded wryly. This guy really didn't know me. He must have come later. He didn't even seem to know that I wasn't born a noble. To him, all nobles appeared to be of the exploitative variety. A noble who had just spent the last day nearly sacrificing his life for water and nature gems to help the town thrive and insect shells to make armor is something he didn't even think about. "See you there." He waved and left. Well, he had some mean thoughts about me, but he didn't seem like a bad guy. The group of us followed in his direction, and lo and behold, there was a hot spring about the size of a pool in our backyard. "The fairy spring?" I asked nervously. Celeste shook her head. "Mother would have made sure that didn't happen." It's possible she helped them find this, though, in order to thank Master. So, it was something like that. Since she had control of the local water veins as she built her fairy spring, she may have noticed some geothermal water and helped it reach the surface for me. There was a celebration with a large table that seemed to have a variety of foods on it. Mostly, it was a monster that was roasted up and some various fruits and vegetables. There were hundreds of people around the pool and only about 30 in the hot spring. It looked like there was still room to spare. Perhaps everyone wasn't as gutsy as to enter the Lord's pool, or maybe the heat was enough to cause people to not stay in it very long. When we arrived at the pool, enough people recognized either me or the girls that the sound quickly broke up, and the hundreds of people roaming around my backyard all froze and turned to me. The first person to approach me was the mayor. He had a crooked grin and looked like a kid caught with his hand in the candy jar. "Ah, Lord Deekson, you've arrived. This is just, well, de-stressing after a long project." It was clear he felt a bit of shame for what he had done. I looked back at the ladies. They were still shivering in the evening air, and steam was rising up from the hot spring. Well, what's everyone waiting for? Let's party. The crowd all burst into a roar. As for the girls, they immediately stripped and raced for the hot spring. Wait. Put on clothing first. I thought I was going to have to burn the eyes out of every man here, but the women nearby were on it. It was mostly Lydia and Celeste who got excited. Xiao, Tara, and Miki still had enough common sense to not do that kind of thing. Any guy who dared open his eyes was dealt with by the nearby women until Celeste and Lydia were properly covered. The girls ended up getting a hot bath and warmed up happily. I took over the cooking and the meals substantially improved. I found the roaring fire of the grill was more calming for me. Of course, I pulled from my own supplies in my storage ring as well, and I ended up creating a feast. Cook has increased to level 15. After cooking for several hundred people plus 10x experience, I ended up gaining some levels as well. Chapter 426. My lord, although the place still needs some furnishings. What do you think? The mayor asked. The party had ended and the girls were allowed to warm up. When we started heading back to the small building we owned near the outer area of town, the mayor grabbed us and stopped us. The mansion is essentially finished now. How about you stay the night here? The mansion really was completely constructed now. We were standing in the foyer. It had a massive crystal chandelier and an extravagant staircase and all the stuff you'd expect to see in such a thing. I was actually quite impressed by the design. I didn't have an eye for this stuff. So it was better to leave it to the professionals. My suggestions were few and far between, like wanting the forest to protect the grove. Celeste left to visit her mother. She said she'd rather sleep near the fairy spring than be indoors. As for the other girls, I had them each pick a room. For me, I reserved the largest room. I noticed that the bed was sufficiently large to accommodate us. It made a king-size bed look small. It was about the size of 2 kings. It was truly the bed of a harem protagonist. That's not to say I saw myself as a harem protagonist. I was just a guy with a couple of slaves. However, with a mansion like this, I felt I could afford more. I considered briefly going to the capital and bringing Faina and the rest of the girls back to this mansion too. However, it was lacking in furnishings. Yes, it had beds, dressers, and the like, but there was really nothing else but the bare minimum. It really needed someone like Faina to decorate it. Hopefully, it'd be a lot cheaper for her to do that down here than it was in the capital. My lord, we should do a report tomorrow. I shook my head. I won't be here by tomorrow morning. I am still on a mission for the prince. In all respect, I am not technically here. How about you report on the important points now? Very well. Even though I was tired, I ended up staying with the mayor for another hour as he told me about various things. The population had increased quite a bit. Not only had the slaves from the capital and the refugees from the bandits arrived for protection, but the official recognition of Cham as a part of Abaris had also caused an exodus of people looking for opportunities on the frontier. This naturally led to trouble, and so a guard had to be established. The Adventuring Guild took a big stand into this, and is still renting out adventurers to deal with the guard shortage. If only we had a bit more money. He ended with a sigh. I sighed too. But only because I pulled out a purse and gave him 1,000 gold coins. Of course, his mouth fell open, and he thanked me profusely. This mansion alone, which they had seemingly built from gratitude, could easily go for 1,000 gold coins, so I didn't mind it too much. Well, I did mind it. It was somewhat painful. However, I grit my teeth and tolerated it. This was about building our future. I also showed him the bug shells. He looked at them for a bit and then shook his head. I don't think our blacksmith is going to be able to work with this. If we could armor all the guards with it, it would certainly help boost morale and make troublemakers worry. Don't worry about it. I nodded. I think I have the perfect candidate to work on this stuff. I went outside with him and dumped all the shells. I left it to the mayor to move them to a warehouse for storage. I also dumped a few dozen magical items on him. I told him to give them to the higher rank guards as an award for service. He was naturally very thankful for that too. I'll say it again, raising an army is expensive, and this was just the start. Chapter 4:27. The next morning, we were all refreshed, considering another party would have been forced to sleep in a cold, dangerous, and dark dungeon. Wet and shivering, I felt we got out of it pretty good. The girls were in fresh clothing and had their dried armor back on. As promised, I was out of chom before the morning came. However, I didn't jump right into the dungeon. Instead, I ended up in the blacksmith's shop. Lord Deekson, the blacksmith asked, hearing the noise of us in the front of his shop and coming to check. "What are you doing here? Rumor has it, you were lost in the dungeon." "The Knights of Lord Rain have been going around town stirring up trouble and asking about you." "That. It appears like Lord Rain is causing trouble. Feel free to tell him I am here if he asks," I said. I reckoned that it would only confuse them more. As long as I kept dancing around, he would definitely not be able to pinpoint me. The man spit. "Lord Rain has been nothing but a pain in the arse, if you ask me. If the knights come, I won't say a thing." "Ah! Thanks." I laughed weakly and then went on to business. "To answer your question, I was looking for the other blacksmith." "I think her name is Ruby." When he heard that name, he stiffened a bit and then turned away. "As to that, my lord, I am sorry." "I hope she wasn't something you were counting on." "Why's that?" I asked. "Ah, the reason. Well, yesterday, she had gotten her hands on some orichalcum, supposedly. Lord Rain heard about it, and then demanded that she hand the metal over to him. She claimed that she had already used it and that the piece she had was destroyed. He went into a rage and threw her into the slave market. Ruby is now being sold off as a slave." "I see." I thanked the man and asked him if we could leave out the back. Once we were in the alley by ourselves, I started to stroke my chin and think about things. I was hoping to just send Ruby to Chalm with the promise that she could work on all of the magical chitin. In the end, Ruby was taken away as a slave. Maybe it wasn't meant to be. At least, that's what I wanted to say. But if I could buy her as a slave, wouldn't it make my life a lot easier? The problem came down to my identity. Although it wasn't likely that the slavers knew that Lord Rain was looking for me. I didn't think I could get into the city and get out without being found out. Even if he couldn't prove I killed his knights, he would assuredly make my life more difficult. "Celeste! Ah! Why, yes." She saluted. "Do you have more fairy dust?" "Yes." In fact, Mother made some. She told me that fairy dust is made after a fairy dance. I have a vial. She handed me an amount, not much less than the amount we obtained back in Carr's dungeon. If we could make this indefinitely now, I could depend on some of those overpowered skills. I could create more water of life without tapping into the still infant fairy spring. I could also cast God Eye on enemies and learn a lot more about them. However, right now, I had another idea. "Shao!" One of your Shadow Knight abilities caught my interest. It was called Shadow Deception. Shao nodded. "Yes, Master." It allows me to hide my identity by casting shadows over my face and body. The Shadow Knight class is more about hidden strikes than the normal variant. Then, please cast it while imagining a disguise. I sprinkled fairy dust on her as she cast shadow deception. Many faces, she said in wonder as her fusion spell formed with the fairy dust. Xiao had genuinely changed. She had blonde hair and blue eyes and looked a few years older. Only her face changed, though. Her body remained the same. She had successfully unlocked a new ability. Based on what I knew about her skill and fairy dust, I could usually predict what the fusion would do. Well, I had been wrong before, but whatever ability we got would have been strong. Had it failed, I could have tried a combination with one of the other girls. As for combining the gems into fusion skills, I hadn't tried it out yet. Chapter 428. A few hours later. The girls were laying low while I snuck into the city with Xiao. I didn't want to be a single guy traveling alone with so many female slaves, or it'd be kind of obvious. Thus, she cast the Many Faces spell on just the pair of us, allowing us to sneak in unseen. When we reached the guards, I was scared there was some kind of deception tool they had that I didn't know about and that we'd instantly be caught. Thankfully, this city wasn't like the capital and it didn't require paperwork to enter. We were able to pass in by simply paying a small traveler's fee. Once inside the city, we asked around and headed straight to the slave market. I kind of felt a little lost without Figaro around. He always made all of my purchases look so easy. As I stood in a staging area filled with carts of imprisoned slaves, I had no clue how to even start. Fortunately, Xiao had been a former slave long enough that she did know the proper procedures. Hee, just me and Master. It's like a date. Xiao grabbed my arm and giggled to herself. I wouldn't consider a date to the slave market as a good date, but to each their own. Let's just go ask if anyone is selling a dwarf. Xiao shook her head. You shouldn't look like you know what you want. Slavers have an eye for such things. They'll definitely jack up the price if they know someone wants her. Even so, if it came to a few more gold coins, I'd rather be quick. Master? It will also draw unwanted attention if you are looking for someone so specific as the dwarf. I recommend you act more casually. I decided to take Xiao's advice on this, even though it made finding the dwarf considerably more difficult. I had to ask for someone with blacksmithing skills. This line of questioning brought me to 3 different strong-looking men. None of them were magic blacksmiths, though, so I had to find reasons that I wasn't interested in them. They're selling that dwarf now, I heard someone say as we were walking by. Isn't she being reserved for the gladiator pit? It looked like the reason we had trouble finding her was that she wasn't registered as a blacksmith. This Lord Rain was seriously being petty. He decided that he would leave her to fight as a gladiator despite not really being into combat. We raced over to the section where gladiatorial slaves were being bid on. Lo and behold, Ruby was in that place. Her usually upbeat smile was gone, but even then she didn't look nearly as beaten or defeated as the rest of the slaves. Rather, she looked more curious than afraid. The pair of us waited as 4 other slaves went on the stage and were sold. I was like those people at one point, Xiao spoke softly. Now, you are mine, I responded. She blushed. Master always says such dangerous things. Dangerous. It makes me so excited I want to cut something. Doesn't that make you the dangerous one? I retorted. I didn't get a chance to hear her response as Ruby was finally brought up. Even if I had to waste a lot of gold, it was fine. I could raise her as my personal blacksmith. I really felt she had a lot of potential. 10 gold, 15 gold. It didn't matter how much I had to pay to get her. 100 gold, someone shouted as the first bid. My eyes nearly popped out and I turned white. Why did it turn out like this? Chapter 4:29. Ruby's bids had already launched, past 100 gold, and reached several hundred gold before I could even get my mind together. She was completely outside the cost I could afford. Her price kept climbing until the point where even if I hadn't given all my money away, affording her would be impossible. My expression grew white. Why does this slave cost so much? I asked out loud. Her jobs were recently appraised. Someone nearby spoke up. She may look young, but she's a dwarf, so she actually could be a lot older. I gave a wry smile at that point. He was right. She was older, but still only in her 20s. As far as dwarves go, she was actually extremely young. Do dwarves normally go for this much? They do when they're blacksmiths. Not just blacksmiths. You weren't here for her introduction. She has the jobs blacksmith, magic blacksmith, and mineral appraiser. It's mineral appraiser that is making people go nuts. There are only a handful of people in the world who have that job. Is it that incredible, being able to identify mineral veins absolutely? Any lord that had a mineral appraiser under their belt is all but guaranteed to succeed, I considered Tara. She had already earned the mineral appraiser job. I didn't think it was useless, but I had no clue that it possessed such a value. I was thinking more along the lines of being able to tell what mineral something was made out of. Like a jewelry appraiser or something. Apparently, this was already a well-sought-out job. Either way, my magic blacksmith ended up slipping through my fingers. She ended up settling for just under 3,000 gold. Even if I hadn't given a large lump of my money to Chom, it still wouldn't have been enough to buy her here. Instead, I was left with nothing. As to her unfortunate situation being wronged by the Lord, there was nothing I could do about it. At least, as a mineral appraiser, she'd be appreciated. She might even find herself able to practice her blacksmithing skills again. The final bidder was a stuffy-looking servant. He whispered something to the slave trader, who nodded and stepped aside, allowing him to take the stage. This mineral appraiser is quite valuable, which is why I procured her as the prize for winning the upcoming gladiatorial match. Any man who still desires her. Perhaps you should look for a slave with sufficient fighting skills. bet with their lives in the ring, and you will have a chance to win this woman. This match is open to the public, and the top 10 will be able to earn gladiatorial rights. This declaration created an uproar of excitement as people discussed the possibilities of winning both a mineral appraiser and a gladiatorial right. For any noble with land, these both held almost as much value as the hero job. In this world, a noble's worth and rank were determined by merits. With enough merits, a non-noble could become a noble. After that, the more merits a noble earned, the higher their rank and the more respected and well-known they became. Clearing a dungeon was considered a merit. So was becoming the hero of a village. Earning gladiatorial rights was another merit for low-level nobles, while owning a mineral appraiser might not be called a merit. It is a potential source of income for a territory, which is also important. Suffice it to say, it sounded like a lot of people were very interested in this competition. Chapter 430. We're not joining the competition, Xiao asked in surprise as I started heading back to the exit of town. I shook my head. It won't be for 2 weeks, right? I'd rather concentrate on clearing the dungeon. That's what we came here to do. If I focused on my own problems, it'd probably cause trouble for the prince. I could win against all of them. Xiao sniffed and crossed her arms. I also have no desire to put the life of someone I care about on the line. It wouldn't be acceptable to bet any of your lives that way. This time, Xiao's cheeks turned pink. When you put it that way? Were you always such a sweet talker on Earth I let out a cough? What? Earth-Eye couldn't help but shoot her an incredulous look. How could she even suggest that I was popular? I was a bullied and unpopular kid. However, when I saw her eyes, I could see that she was being completely serious. I am interested in what Deke was like on Earth. Didn't we share memories back then? All the memories, they turned blurry. I can only remember feelings and things like that. It's more like I just have a familiarity with Deke. Her expression darkened and she shot me a worried look. Isn't it the same for you, Ah? Yes, I lied. I remembered her life fairly clearly. I wondered why she forgot and I didn't. Was it because of the lore? That tattoo might have something to do with me retaining the memories of her life? I'd like to know more about Deke, like, for example, what kind of name is Deke? I can't even think what country you came from. Xiao's not exactly a Japanese name, you know? You knew. Ah, well, you look Japanese. I responded quickly and then tried to change the subject again. Well, what about you? You must have been popular with the boys. I was. She admitted it. Xiao's expression quickly turned bitter. It caused me a lot of problems. Other girls were jealous and a lot of bad rumors were spread around about me. My life? I don't want to talk about it. I just managed to stop myself from nodding. In truth, I understood exactly why she didn't want to talk about it. She had a lot of frustration and anger from her previous life, and this life wasn't much better. Well, if it makes you feel any better, Deke was my player name, not my real name. Oh, you haven't even told me your real name. I stopped for a second. The person with that name, they no longer exist. I became my character when I came to this world. So that old world is all in the past. You don't miss it. Maybe my mother. And my cousin a bit. Generally, though, no. I left nothing behind there that I am not happier with here. If I didn't come here, I would have never met you. For that, I'd trade 100 Earths. Deke. I realized Xiao had stopped and was looking at me with tear-soaked eyes. What? Let's get a hotel and make a baby. Denied. The girls are waiting for us. Tisk. Spoil sport. Chapter 431. A few hours later, we had met back up with the rest of the girls. I found a secluded spot. We had only wasted about half of the day on that fruitless event. So I decided to return us back to the stairway leading to the 13th floor. Another floor, another temptation. That seemed to be the case. This floor was very cold. In fact, most of the plants were actually frozen. And the whole floor circulated a ton of cold air. After being wet on the 12th floor, this floor was clearly here to capitalize on that fact. Had you spent too much time playing around with the water elementals and then went to this floor without preparation? It'd truly be disastrous. Of course, we had walked immediately down the stairs and immediately put on warm stuff in the stairway. By the time we reached this floor, we were as comfy as we could be considering it was rather cold. The girls, in turn, tried to cuddle up with me, but I ordered them to remain vigilant. Are those gems? I asked, noticing something gleaming in the distance. Those may be ice, master. It could also be a trick. Tara responded uncertainly. If I leveled her mineral appraiser up a bit, that would no longer be uncertain, and she'd be able to know at a glance. Still, I wasn't as tempted by gems as I was by other things, so we passed it by without a problem. We encountered 3 treasure chests along the way. One of them was booby-trapped. Lydia was able to safely disarm it with her disarm trap ability through Scout. The second chest turned out to be a mimic. We could tell ahead of time. The feeling the girls got from it was different from the treasure hunter. So we were pretty sure what it was. When it came between the treasure hunter and the mimic, I'd take the treasure hunter, though. A chest with teeth and a long tongue snapped rapidly as it came at you like a snarling dog was seriously scary. It died a lot easier than the treasure hunter. The loot wasn't as good, unfortunately. The final treasure chest was normal. I made them check 3 times, and it still turned out to be the treasure chest that took the longest to open because we were so nervous about it. When you knew something was a trap or a mimic, then it was easy to quickly deal with it. When you didn't know, you just had to be extra careful. I supposed if every treasure chest was trapped or a monster, then the adventurers would never have any incentive to be tempted by what was inside. We continued to progress through the cold, fighting snow wolves and small ice golems. We found the end of the 13th floor quickly, and then headed down to the 14th floor. It was warmer now, but still chilly, so we remained wearing some of the warmer stuff. At that point, we took a break and I cooked something under a smokeless fire. We ate dinner while talking about our plans for progressing. At this rate, I hoped to reach the 15th floor before the end of the night. On the 15th floor, we'd need to watch out for knights. If Lordraine really did set up a trap, it would likely be close to the safe room. Chapter 432. By the end of the 14th floor, it had finally returned to a normal temperature. We were moving very rapidly now. Of course, map had also been extended this far through the use of provided dungeon maps. If we had to stumble around without a map, the floors would likely take 4 times as long to navigate. Even when it came to fighting, I couldn't stress how valuable a map was. You could plan your encounters, and when mixed with sense life, I could avoid things like getting trapped in an area without an escape. In this respect, you had to think of dungeons less like in a video game. For example, when I reached an intersection and one direction went to a dead end while the other continued on deeper. Which direction should I go? The gamer in me would say that I should head the direction of the dead end. There is probably a treasure down there, and at the very least, you want to complete as much as possible. However, a dungeon is filled with living creatures, and it even has a will of its own. You could travel down that dead end path and then find all of the creatures on the level have blocked off your path and trapped you against a wall. It was rare, but dungeons can even set up traps over spots you had just walked by. That's why it was important to always be vigilant. The more threatened a dungeon felt by your presence, the more violently it could react. Incidents like the flood I had experienced when I entered my first dungeon, Mina's dungeon, still can happen. Mina's dungeon was young and was pushed into panic mode. I eventually found out that Tybalt had been trying to use a method similar to Terra's dungeon. That is to say, he was setting up a barrier that was going to strangle the dungeon and drain it of mana. For a weakling like him, it wasn't a bad strategy. He put up special mana invocations he had prepared for himself around and inside the dungeon. Then, give it a year to desiccate, and then come in to save the day. The problem was that the dungeon had reacted violently to his presence, which led to it attacking the city of Chom. He realized that Chom was going to send out a request for a dungeon diver to resolve the dungeon, destroying his chance. So, he first came to town declaring he'd defeat it, and then he tried to forcefully close the dungeon. To do that, he had to set up something on the 5th floor, but the dungeon attacked him. And the result was Lydia was abandoned and my party was attacked viciously on the 1st floor. Interestingly enough, while dungeons will react violently to those who wish to destroy them, they seem to welcome those that they believe with complete the lore. Mina's dungeon saw my relationship with Lydia and ultimately stopped hindering our progress. One could even say that it helped us reach the bottom. This was the event that ultimately led to me becoming a dungeon diver. Of course, I didn't find out any of this from Lord Tybalt himself. The princess had dropped this information to me during one of our conversations. That led to the question, did this dungeon see us as a threat or an ally? As we got closer to the 30th and final floor, we'd know the answer. It would either act violently, trying to repel us through any means necessary, or it would go easy on us. Either way, we could only remain vigilant, because by the time we were certain of that answer, it could be too late. This was the life of a dungeon diver. We continued on through the ivy-walled labyrinth, getting ever closer to the bottom and the location of the king. Chapter 433. We should take a break here, Lydia recommended as we reached the stairway to the 15th floor. Why is that? I asked. The next level contains the free, roaming boss, she explained. And Raisa said that the 15th floor was extremely challenging. Her party was wiped out on this floor, and she only barely made it to the kiosk and escaped. That's right. She did say something like that. I scratched my chin plus, if Lordraine did come up with something to get in our way. He definitely put it on this floor. Upon thinking about it for a moment, a deep frown ended up on my forehead. The rather simple task of heading down suddenly became a lot more menacing. I wouldn't normally be worried we couldn't handle a level 15 boss, but given the unusual nature of the level 10 boss, it left me feeling a little worried. If this boss was just as unconventional, it could seriously be a challenge. All right. Let's stop for a bit. We stop and take another break, setting up a fire. I end up cooking again. And the girls all make noises of happiness as they eat my meals. Most of the meals I make are rather simple. Meat, bread, and vegetables are about the limits. Even then, it turns out most people eat bready gruels with maybe just a hint of vegetables and meat on occasions. I am definitely interested in coming out with more complicated stuff. I am certain the answer lies within dungeons. Once I finished up here, I was hoping to head back to Chom and start reading upon dungeons. I had books now, but I didn't have time to read more than the base level for most of them. The real trick was learning about the mega dungeons and what items could be acquired on what floors. That's when I could start truly farming from home. However, as long as I had to work on destroying dungeons, I was always venturing into the unknown. While the girls were eating and I was preparing my own serving, I glanced through the progress we had made since I last checked. I hadn't done anything amazing. Lydia made it to 23 as a scout. Miki made it to 23 as a basic magician. Celeste hadn't leveled. Tara was at level 3 for Earth Summoner. Xiao was unchanged, the same as me. I had left White Mage, True Dungeon Diver, and Slave Master on for the most part, and all of those were up to past level 25. I occasionally switched to Hero or Basic Magician if I needed something, but it wasn't enough to level them yet either. Simply put, we were in a need to grind if we wanted to become more powerful than we are now in a short amount of time. The reason I was thinking about that was because of the next level. We were going to fight a boss and possibly some knights. Although our strength now and when we last fought the knights is different, it would still be dangerous if we faced them head on. I didn't like to take risks if I didn't have to. I stood up and looked down at the girls. They all looked up at me, their banter quieting down. Let's clear out this level. I want to do some power leveling. Chapter 434. Power Leveling. Or the term I started to use for when we summoned a large horde of enemies to fight at once was the quickest way to level. Unfortunately, it was a catch negative 22. It was the fastest way to level. But it also usually meant we had to equip our best jobs if we wanted to survive. I was developing a plan to get around that. The 14th level contained golems, not unlike the ones we had challenged as the level 5 mini-boss. They weren't quite as large, but what they lacked in stature, they made up for in number. Actually, given the freak occurrence on level 5, they were probably not that much different. That was the terrifying part of all this. In the end, we had lost and had to run from the mini-boss horde. We had only survived by bringing down the entire mine to crush them. At this point, we wouldn't be able to replicate those results. Instead, we'd have to use the map and our smarts so that we don't get overwhelmed. They were clearly designed to be exhausting. After defeating the siren, being tempted by treasure, becoming soaked, and then frozen, you then had to fight your way through a deadly horde of slow, aggravating enemies designed to make you waste whatever energy you had left before reaching level 15 and hoping you get to the safe zone before the mini-boss finds you. I've said it before and I'll say it again. This was a really insidious dungeon. However, they were slow. And we had experience fighting their boss brothers. They came into types, a shield type which just tried to block you and force you back, and a spear type which tried to impale you. 4 or 5 of them grouped together and coming at you was about as hard as it could get. And it was exactly the test I was planning on putting all of us through. The girls understood my decision, though. We were pressed for time, and we needed to get stronger. It was better to fight what we could handle now, rather than become overwhelmed and risk our lives later. Besides, we still had the ability to escape with a portal. So there was no issue. "Are you sure about this, Master?" Xiao asked as she helped me fill up water skins. "It's the best way," I responded, filling up everything I could find with water of life. I used a bunch of the fairy dust to make enough for everyone in the party. I was going to drop White Mage for this one. So the girls needed to depend on water to keep themselves healed, if there really was an emergency. It only takes a few seconds to switch back to White Mage, but seconds can be life and death in a battle like this. As for my jobs, Slave Master, Monster Tamer, and True Hero. Although True Hero sounded powerful, I have never equipped it up until this point. The first skill it gave me was something called Danger Sense. The hope was that the levels I gained would make it worth it. After using their abilities to set up traps whenever possible, The girls were similarly nerfed. For Lydia, I switched to thief for her second job. Miki was switched to alchemist. Celeste kept magic singer. Tara had mineral appraiser. And Xiao had pugilist. All right, everyone ready? I asked. The girls all nodded in turn. Let's do it. I released the monster lure, and the rumbling sound began. Chapter 435. The sound of a few hundred golems hobbling down the hallway was deafening. In that case, the only way I could give orders was through Slave Master. The golems came from every direction. But we didn't stay around the lure this time. Rather, the goal was to lead them to a hallway that went past us. In this way, we were running around the dungeon, setting up barriers and walls to redirect them on the path we wanted them to take. I sat in the main area, my eyes locked on the map as I tried to navigate the girls around. I had gotten the idea when we battled the treasure hunter. These guys could move better than the treasure hunter did. But overall, they did not have good mobility. Rather than trying to face them head-on, it was better to lead them all to a spot where they'll become congested and unable to move. That's why the attractant was released right in the middle of a four-way intersection. Of course, we surrounded that intersection with traps. Most of those traps were set to further slow down, hinder, and otherwise trip the golems up. When 4 waves of golems all crashed at the center of the intersection, there was a horrific grinding sound. The golems from behind were pushing on the golems in front, and along with a few well-placed and timed traps, it became a meat grinder, or perhaps I should call it a rock grinder. If Raisa was here to see how we were dealing with this large rush of golems, it would once again break her common sense. She would definitely sputter in disbelief as she witnesses hundreds of golems being handled like lemmings. However, our hopes weren't to destroy golems with traps and tricks, but to down as many as we could ourselves. Once the flood stopped coming, and they finally grew congested in 4 lines each leading back nearly a kilometer. Tara then created walls, preventing them from having any release. About 200 golems from each side were now slammed in the middle, desperately trying to turn around and escape their confines. "All right, go!" I gave the order. And the 6 of us attacked the golems from each side. Celeste and Tara each got 1 row, right as Tara's abilities made her uniquely powerful and safe against her inferior golem cousins, and Celeste's ability to shrink and fly made it easy for her to stay out of danger. Lydia and Xiao worked together on one of the other corridors, and Miki and I worked on the last. The reason I stuck with Miki was because of her spirit attacks. They worked well with my monster tamer job. I wanted to see if it was possible to take control of a few golems and turn them against each other. Also, I had to admit that Miki was the least efficient at killing monsters, which gave me more of a chance to earn experience. If I depended on Lydia or Xiao, chances are I wouldn't get any kills on my own. That's right. I couldn't afford to be a support always. Sometimes I had to leap right in. Chapter 436. Although I say that while trying to look impressive, I was leaping right into the backs of unsuspecting golems, who were further being attacked by Miki's attempts to confuse and disorientate them. I swung my sword as hard as possible, using rapid attacks to aid in bringing them down quickly. Even with that, it took multiple hits per golem. That could be considered incredible since golems are creatures with high vitality designed to soak up damage. Perhaps True Hero was more powerful than I gave it credit for, even though it started at level 1. By the time I took down 5 golems, I was already up to level 3. I continued to swing my sword, knocking down golem after golem. It was only about 15 minutes later, when the golems were finally able to figure out what was going on and start turning around to defend. Even so, I pulled out every trick I had to keep bringing them down, when the pressure started to push outward and I was being pressed back. I backed up with Miki, selecting the golem in the front. "Miki, try to confuse it," I ordered. She cast a spell of confusion, while I used the Monster Tamar ability, Weaken. Essentially, to tame a monster, it had to be placed into a vulnerable state. Celeste achieved this with songs. But Miki could also do the same with her spiritual attacks. As a monster tamer of level 15, I currently had 15 skills designed around controlling and then using monsters. There was Submission, Weaken, Restrain, Low Tame, Order, Charm Up, Train, Share Experience, Loyalty Up, Track, Relax, Location, Steal Life, Tamed Status Up, and Release. At the moment, I was using Submission and Weaken on him. As he got close, I also tried to restrain him. "Come on! Low Tame!" I was hoping this monster would be low enough to tame. A siren was considered a mid-level, so I suspected a golem, which was basically just an automaton, should be fairly easy to control. Of course, this was level 14, not level 4. I probably would have had a lot more luck on a higher floor than here. Remarkably, the golem stopped in place, lowering its arm which it was preparing to use to smash me. I had succeeded. The golem behind it shoved the one waiting on me forward. I jumped back as the golem I just tamed nearly fell on top of me. Order? Hold them back? I switched my job to basic magician, while the tamed golem got up and began to bar the movement of the others. Along with Miki's attacks on their minds, it further confused and slowed down the golems. I began to send spells flying at the golems over my golem's shoulders. With him as my tank, I slowly whittled down one golem after another until they collapsed. The work went on for a great amount of time. I found myself drinking the waters of life many times to keep up. When my golem fell, I captured another, sent it as my tank, and then continued to attack. Meanwhile, I occasionally checked on the other girls to find them doing well. After many hours of battle, the last golem finally fell. The 6 of us met in the middle intersection, surrounded by broken rock that piled nearly up to the ceiling, forcing us to find another route to meet with each other. When all of us finally met back up, each of the girls was covered in dust and wore an exhausted look on their faces. What now? Master Celeste asked, looking like she was about to tip over at any second. Let's go back to the mansion. We'll handle the rest tomorrow. We had leveled a bunch, so tomorrow we could tackle the 15th floor. I had prepared as much as I could. Chapter 437. We took a brief dip in the hot springs, but everyone was too exhausted to play around. In the end, we all nearly collapsed in my bed in a heap. It was only a little later that I summoned up the strength to check through the statuses and see what advancements we had made during that battle. Slave Master reached 28, True Hero reached 10, Basic Magician reached 23, and Dark Priest reached 13. Lydia's Thief skyrocketed to 15, and even Swordsman went up to 43. Miki's Spiritualist was 41, and her Basic Magician was 24. Celeste's Master Wind Magician was 20. And her Magic Singer was 13. Terra's Earth Manipulator didn't change, but her Mineral Appraiser was now 15. As for Xiao, she had Shadow Knight at 28 and Pugilist at 15. Simply put, everyone had made great progress. Every job involved an increase in status, so as far as their top-level jobs, they were all about as powerful as anyone at that level could be. That meant that overall, the power of my party was around 50. Although I was probably the weakest link with my white mage only at level 30. Every level contributed to increasing your status, even in jobs you don't keep equipped. However, every job also had not only the skill-related reinforcements, but its own bonus just for having that job equipped. Each level involved a greater boost in status. So someone with 2 jobs at level 2 is not necessarily equal to someone with 1 job at level 3. The easiest way to determine someone's strength is to see what their highest job is first, and then consider how many other jobs they have levels in. This is where the tier system comes into play because you can assume a mage like me has at least 3 jobs, with one of them up to level 50. Normally, that would be the requirement to reach White Mage. This is why the girls weren't overwhelmed, even though I nerfed them into lower-level jobs. It wasn't like their gains in their main levels went away when I switched their job. They might not have access to all of the skills they were used to, although if they were familiar enough with a skill, they could force it into functioning. All they lacked was the particular boosts that a certain job might grant them. For example, a magician job would give someone a boost in mana absorption and use. However, if you equip a different job with a similar type, that boost probably won't get noticed. For example, when an adept magician becomes a master magician, although their job changed from level 50 to level 1, they aren't any weaker. In fact, despite being level 1, they should still be stronger. That's because the boost from the final tier Master Magician to mana is much greater than the boost of an adept. That might not be the best example, because a magician would lose access to some of their skills when they got a new job. But the general assumption is that they wouldn't have unlocked that job unless they already had a mastery over many of those skills. Technically, Wind control is all you need to do any wind technique. But it'd take a master to have the control to pull off said techniques. In that way, the skill system is a crutch, with the inevitable goal to gain pure control over your skills so that you don't need to activate the aids. While going over this concept in my mind and thinking about how I wanted to advance myself and the girls, I nodded off to sleep. The girls had all passed out before me. Chapter 438. The next morning, we didn't even greet the people of Chom. We had slipped into the mansion late last night, and we left early the next morning. We were back in the dungeon and heading down to the 15th floor. I had made a quick stop at the warehouse, too, where I dumped all of the rewards from the golems. Although I didn't convert the gems and crystals into money, it was probably a hefty amount. We had lost most of the awards from the level 5 mini-boss. So it was nice having the ability to collect everything left over by the golems. Floor 15 contained more golems, but these guys could use magic. It turned out that they dropped elemental gems much like the elemental sprites. They had fire gems and air gems. At first, considering these gems were valuable, I had to wonder what the trap was. After all, level 12 was not only difficult to reach, but it threatened to kill you with hypothermia. The water gems and nature gems were well earned. Other than that, the golems were a lot tougher than the sprites. With magic added in, these guys were actually difficult to handle in a group, and we found ourselves having to be careful. They could threaten to separate or incapacitate us if they hit with the wrong spell at the wrong time. It was the first time since I entered the dungeon that I felt a little stress, and so I was glad that we had leveled up and rested before coming down here. That said, this was a level with a kiosk on it. That meant that it should be easy to come and go at will. Access to the gems on this floor then made it feel a bit too easy. It left me feeling like there was a trap over my head that I just couldn't see. Furthermore, I hadn't seen any knights. There was no guarantee that I would encounter anyone on this floor. I just thought that this would be the best opportunity if Lord Rain wanted to cause me trouble. At this point, he should be aware that I am working my way down the dungeon to bring out the king. I was guessing that this would cause problems with his plans, whatever they were. The king's party had naturally made it down to the 29th for Kiosk. But everyone there had either disappeared or been wiped out. That didn't mean that Lord Rain didn't have those that had made it to 10, 15, or even 20. The lowest Raisa made it was 15, but that didn't mean that there might not be knights that had made it further. In that respect, 15 would probably be the best level to try to cause us trouble. They could also have caused us trouble on 19, but the distance from 9 to 15 included the boss, the mini-boss, and the wet and cold challenge. Meanwhile, from 15 to 19 was only 4 floors and didn't include any bosses. Although the difficulty should spike again after this floor, 15 would still be their best bet. Perhaps I miscalculated Lord Rain's intentions, I muttered to myself. After he had sent those knights to kill me, I was certain that he was going to try something. But we ended up reaching the safe room without encountering a single knight or the floor's mini-boss. Although we didn't relax completely, I made lunch and we rested in the safe room of the 15th floor. Chapter 439. Master, have you figured out more of the story? The girls caught me looking at the dungeon lore? Even though I had no intention of completing this dungeon lore and gaining another tattoo, I still couldn't help but want to see all the murals and try to understand what I was looking at. As a normal, non-dying dungeon, the murals were clear on the wall, although the images didn't always lead to a clear story. The previous murals depicted a man marrying a woman. It revealed the woman was a maid who fell in love with the man. Finally, there was a mural of the woman killing the man. This mural was actually a little bit perverted. It depicted the woman and man in bed together. It wasn't extremely graphic, but it showed enough that the girls blushed when they glanced at it. That's when I noticed that there was a maid outfit on the ground. Suddenly, I came to realize that the wife the husband had married was not the same woman as the maid. In other words, the widow who murdered her husband murdered a man who was having an affair on her. It seems like the Lord was having an affair on his wife. He was sleeping with the maid who was in love with him. Lydia frowned. Oh, disgusting! A man should never cheat on his wife. He should have been stabbed. I couldn't stop a wry smile from forming on my lips. You know, Lydia, if I got married? Master. She rolled her eyes. We already explained. We're slaves, so it doesn't count. Seriously. Well, what about Faina? She's a maid and a slave. Lydia sighed. Then Master can have her. You can even enjoy Celicia and Carmen if you want. However, you really should just make them concubines if you want to play with them. Still, no one would blame you if you played with the guards a bit. It's only natural. Why was Lydia explaining this like it was all obvious? Worse, the other girls were listening and nodding, like they were taking notes and accepting this as gospel. Xiao, especially, had a surprised expression, but was nodding like she had to accept Lydia's words at all costs, even if reluctantly. But what if I got married? I tried to get her to slip a bit on her declarations because they were far too generous. I've already properly explained things to Eliana. I suppose I should talk to Raisa too. But I figured she's more likely to be a concubine. If Master takes interest in even other women, then I'll naturally explain things properly so they understand. That's how I was taught. Proper communication is key toward happy sex play. Somehow, coming from a prostitute, I had a feeling that it had a different connotation. But Lydia, who had never become a full-fledged prostitute, despite being trained as one, had formed her own code of ethics, perhaps. I had taken for granted how smoothly all of the girls had started to get along since Lydia and Mickey had reconciled. Lydia must have been working hard in the background to keep the girls in line. Lydia. What if I wanted to marry you? Chapter 440. Masturbator. She looked up at me, a tearful expression on her face. I suddenly realized the other girls were crying too. Since it's Lydia. It's okay, Miki cried. To think he'd pick someone so suddenly. Tara held the sobbing Celeste. It's okay. I'd rather be the mistress anyway. Shao muttered to herself. Lydia can catch us in bed together. But she won't be able to throw me out, because my belly will already hold his bastard son. A few simple words had caused the entire group's structure to break down. I was being hypothetical. It was a hypothetical. I tried desperately to backpedal before I found myself being wedded on the spot. However, I had to be careful as well. Since I didn't want to hurt anyone's feelings, why, you don't want to marry me then? Lydia responded, lowering her head. Other than the tears in her eyes, her face gave nothing away. There was no hurt or pain in her eyes. Rather, she gave me nothing to go with regarding how she was feeling at the moment. I took a deep breath. What I mean to say is that you all are too important to me to marry some other woman. I am not interested in the princess or Raisa. When Lydia looked up like she wanted to say something, I spoke over her. Lydia would also be someone I can't marry. Ah! She looked down again, this time closing her eyes. It wouldn't be fair to the other girls if I married you. That's why it's impossible for me to have only one of you. Do you understand? I reached out and gently touched her cheek, which was wet. She nodded slowly. So, what Master is saying is that since he can't marry one of us, he'll marry all of us. Wait. What all the girls were now looking at me with the same look Lydia had given earlier. All of us! Celeste looked up hopefully. Even that big-titted elf. I guess it's fine. Tara muttered. We definitely need an order. I can be first wife. Celicia is definitely in last place. Shao considered. When did I agree to marry Celicia? Does that mean Eliana will become a slave too, and race a master is bold? Miki considered out loud. I am enslaving people now, I cried out. Wait. You are okay if I marry all of you? I heard a tale of an emperor with 1,000 wives, so wouldn't it be fine, Lydia offered. Plus, owning your wives makes things convenient. I'd like to drop my previous opinion. After spending more time with Master, I now see that Master marrying his slaves is the best course of action. You still will be my slaves. Lydia's eyes grew bright and she grabbed me. Slave wife Lydia. It has a nice ring to it. The girls started to get really excited. In the end, I had to create a portal back to the mansion and spend some time dealing with their excitement. It took several hours to calm them down and get them to accept that the date of marriage was a long time off. It required the pervert skill, and even then, my hips were sore by the time I was done. The result was that we didn't see a few knights appear in the room after we left. They still haven't made it to the 15th floor, one knight murmured. They are just a measly noble and a bunch of eye-candy women. They probably already died before reaching this floor. We still have to keep an eye out according to Lord Rain's orders. Do you want to go slay the boss again for more loot and experience, Humph? Might as well. I wish this stupid noble would stop screwing around. If Deke had heard this, he might have agreed. Pervert has increased to level 4. Chapter 441. The next morning. We returned to level 15 and then continued to the 16th floor. We never did run into the floor's mini-boss. I had thought about remaining on the floor and spending some time leveling on golems and waiting for the boss. But perhaps that was one more temptation that this dungeon used to ensnare you. I decided I didn't want to wait and see what sort of tricks level 15 had in store, so we went on to level 16. 16 was the first level that did not have a detailed map or descriptions. Raisa ended up not guiding us in the end. But all of the explanations she left for us were now obsolete. The true part of the dungeon diving had finally begun. Not only did the creatures become more difficult, but there was no guidance. We didn't even know which monsters we'd face. As anyone who had made it this far chose not to sell the information. I thought that this was weird, but Raisa described it as a trade secret. If you thought about it, most dungeon divers who made their careers out of making it down into the dungeons are reaping rewards no one else could obtain. While the more common places were mapped out to dungeon divers, it probably felt like a magician revealing how his tricks were done. It undermined their whole business. I vaguely recalled a comment that Raisa and her kind weren't liked by the hardcore dungeon divers. They had to risk their lives to make it as far as they did. While Raisa and other dungeon guides make a mockery of that sacrifice by allowing even the stuffiest of nobles to make it farther than they had any right to be. Of course, many believed that it was normal for people to work hard and dive into the unknown, so that those in the future can have it much easier. But not everyone sees it that way. I had avoided most of this drama so far by sticking to relatively abandoned or new dungeons. But once I started tackling the popular ones, I'd inevitably run into people like this. Either way, for the first 15 levels, we had benefited from the success of people like Raisa. Now, we were basically on our own. That wasn't completely true. The map skill was extremely useful. Anywhere I walked could be mapped out. I could also combine it with various other skills, gaining access to more information than I had any right to possess. I suspected that Lydia's scout job would one day give her the map skill too. The 16th level monsters were definitely difficult. This was another water-based level. This dungeon seemed to focus on water, earth, and nature as the primary elements. Everything here seemed to be either rock golems, sunken treasures, or water, like creatures. We actually didn't run into any monsters, which left me somewhat surprised. But that was when we reached the end of the path. There had been no branching points, and my expression instantly began to fall. Right before us was a pool of water. There was a stairway leading down into the water, and it seemed to keep going down. There was absolutely nowhere else to go but down into the depths. Master? I had heard from Raisa that the 16th floor was rumored to be underwater. I just remembered that now. Lydia responded sheepishly. We had no choice. If we wanted to continue on, we had to go underwater. Chapter 442. None of us were water mages, so breathing underwater was impossible. The only other option was to push the water away from us. I honestly thought this would probably be the best option. Celeste? Why, yes! She snapped to attention. Can you please create a bubble of air around us? Definitely give us a lot of air for a while. Ah. I can do that. For a wind fairy. Gathering air and creating a bubble was simple. Our time would be limited. We might only have an hour or two. I had actually already checked my DP. I did have an underwater breathing ability that was only 5 points. There was also an underwater breathing spell that cost 10. I could use that and cast it on everyone. But the mana to cast it on 6 people would be a lot. It required continuous use. And I didn't want to risk taking only some of the girls, even if I could portal the rest in later. We went down the stairway, moving slowly as the water was pushed back by Celeste's air barrier. This wasn't done with a particular skill, but with pure wind control. That had some advantages, but just as many disadvantages. We headed down into the depths. Although the dungeon still kept the format of hallways, they were much wider now, and even her bubble wasn't enough to reach the ends. At my recommendation, the bubble sat above our feet. We were actually trudging through water, which came to about our hips, with an expanse of about 10 feet above our heads reserved for air. We were going to get wet eventually anyway. So I decided it would be safer if we kept ourselves half submerged. I continuously used Sense Life as we moved, keeping my eye out for any enemies. If we were lucky, the dungeon considered just the challenge of traveling through an underwater maze sufficient enough that it wouldn't launch much more at us. I really feared that this was only the first of the underwater levels, though, and later ones might be even more challenging. Then I wondered, if this is what we experienced before level 20, what would a mega dungeon's lower levels be like supposedly? No one has really made it down much farther than level 60. Any dungeon over 50 years old is considered unbeatable. And one over 100 years, it was called a mega dungeon. There might be cases where it wasn't a corridor of water you had to walk through, but a corridor of lava. Maybe an area filled with noxious, poisonous gas. As those kinds of thoughts came into my mind, I realized that I was only scratching the surface of what dungeons were capable of. We continued on with a steady pace, moving efficiently thanks to my map. Without the map, the murky water around us that only allowed us to see 10 to 15 feet ahead would have been devastating. Death would have almost been certain. We noticed a few traps. I was afraid the air bubble would be enough to trigger the traps. So we went out of our way to avoid them. The one or two we got close enough to see appeared to be water mines not unlike what people used to bring down submarines. I was pretty sure if our bubble hit one of those, it'd probably fall down and then blow up. There were enemies in the end. But they were not aggressive to those outside of the water. One was a plant that tried to grab you and pull you down. The other was a fish that looked a bit like a big barracuda. It was scary the first time I saw one jetting towards us. But as soon as it hit the open air, it fell straight down. Celeste lowered the bubble down to our knees. At this point, we had used some air and it could afford to be lower. The result was that the fish couldn't get to us at all. The grabbers could trip us, but their vines were almost useless out of the water. There was simply no way to get tangled in them with the depth at only a few feet. In that way, Celeste's air bubble had nullified their attack completely. We killed the barracudas that we encountered since they dropped a fish fillet and fish teeth. It was nearly 6 hours before we finally reached the end of the maze. The stairway went back up to land and then back down to the 17th floor. In the end, we left the water level with very little difficulty. However, our air bubble probably only had another hour of air left in it. Had we not found the exit soon, I would have started to get worried. And had we encountered many more challenges, this could have truly been a scary level. This level wasn't hard, but it gave me an imperceptible dread for the potential of the levels to come. Chapter 443. Level 17 was the first truly challenging level. It was a cold level again, taking advantage of the fact that we were wet from the water. We went back up to the dry area of level 16 and I had everyone change into warmer clothing before we headed back down. There were ice golems and giant seals that we had to fight. Compared to the previous floors, these battles were actually genuinely challenging. In fact, other than bosses and power leveling, these were the most intense fights yet. I found myself needing to heal the girls after almost every encounter that involved more than one enemy. This wasn't the first time we had been on a level 17 floor. In fact, by all accounts, Celeste and I had tackled a level 17 by ourselves when we were tackling Car's dungeon. However, that was the difference between ghosts and other enemies. Ghosts are immune to physical attacks. The trade-off was that they were relatively weak enemies. On top of that, I took advantage of some pretty powerful spells and items to compensate. I was able to perform at a level many times greater than normal as a result. Now, we were fighting enemies on the same playing field. There might be a full team of 6, but we had no unusual advantages or strengths beyond a well-rounded party. The result was that the battles were tough. For the first time, I was starting to see the limits of the party. Of course, had Raisa been here, she'd definitely be slapping her face. Even at this level, we were moving fairly casually. Most dungeon divers would look at us with their mouths open in shock at our somewhat easygoing nature. I didn't know it. But what I considered tough was what other dungeon divers considered impossible. Dungeon diving was a field where you risked your life for rewards. By all accounts, we weren't at a state where anyone in the party was at risk. Even if we made mistakes, there was more than enough precautions to keep us safe. It wouldn't be until after we passed level 20 that we'd experience something completely new to us. A level of difficulty that normal dungeon divers had to deal with every day of their normal careers. Well, I would have experienced this if it wasn't for one thing. The fact that my girls were leveling at a rate of 2x on 2 jobs, while I leveled at 10x on 3 jobs. Leveling at nearly 30 times the rate of a normal person from this world. Any dungeon diver who fought tooth and nail for his income would cry if he heard of such a thing. At the very least, he would pray that I was using my boons responsibly, so that I leveled up an important job to help the survival of my party. Pervert has increased to level 12. Ha! Ha! This is much harder than I anticipated, I gasped. The girls all looked down at a certain hard thing and nodded. I'll take care of this one. Celeste happily ran forward and moved to her knees. I think I'm going to train something else. At this rate, we have to stop after every battle, so one of you can. Ease the pressure. And no, Lydia denied it. You can't give up now. Every job is important to level, Xiao declared. After every fight, it's like one of us gets a treat. Celeste says while opening her mouth and enjoying her treat. As I let the pervert inside me loose on Celeste's mouth, I decide not to think about it too much. This is just a necessary part of dungeon diving. If any other dungeon diver heard that, they'd cry tears of blood. Chapter 444. The good thing about fighting harder monsters was that they came with more experience. For the group of us which had that multiplied by Slave Master and my dungeon points, that meant we were starting to level fairly quickly. Although I wouldn't trust attempting another power level at this point, it seemed like we'd gain a few levels for our jobs after every level of the dungeon. We finished level 17 without too much difficulty, and then we worked through and finished 18 and then began working on the 19th. White Mage has increased to level 35. True Dungeon Diver has increased to level 30. Slave Master has increased to level 32. The other reason my levels increased so fast was that not only did I have the 10x experience on my 3 jobs, but I also had 2x experience in dungeons as long as I had Dungeon Diver equipped. Therefore, I was technically earning 20x experience. In fact, I realized only now that I could drop to 5x and 4 jobs. And still get 10x by using the Dungeon Experience bonus. However, 4 times 10 is 40, while 3 times 20 is 60. So I decided to work on my core jobs. Those 3 I picked specifically because they were the safest jobs for me to have. Slave Master was almost a requirement to give status boosts, experience boosts, and multiple jobs to my slaves. White Mage was my first and highest level job, and healing and refreshing was an important part of being a White Mage. True Dungeon Diver added all of the other skills I needed to help out. I could identify monsters, sense life, detect traps, and increase awards and drops. Although Lydia's Scout could supplement the danger sensing, Scout didn't include the drop bonus is of find food and increased item drop. I was worried I'd soon outstrip the girls. But when Slave Master hit level 30, I unlocked 5x slave experience, which allowed the girls to increase their jobs at a skyrocketing pace too. At first, I wondered at just how easy the experience boosts were. Then I considered that this was the Slave Master, the highest tier slaver job. A 5 times boost is great, but the cost would be that you'd be someone's slave. So few would probably see it as that remarkable. However, for me, the girls grew wonderfully. Lydia's swordsman also reached 45 and her scout was 30. Her swordsman job should be unlocking a new level soon. Miki's spiritualist was 43, and her basic magician was 31. At level 25, she also unlocked the job intermediate magician. She was a higher level than I was now since I rarely depended on basic magician. I switched her to intermediate magician right away. Celeste was a level 23 Master Wind Magician and 18 Magic Singer. Tara was 56 Earth Manipulator and 22 Mineral Appraiser. Xiao was 36 Shadow Knight and 22 Pugilist. Like before, it got warmer again, and we found ourselves being tempted with traps. It seemed like every hallway had at least one trap on it. Previously, we had always just been avoiding the traps when I discovered them, but it was quickly becoming impossible. When we felt it was safe, we'd simply use an ability that set off the trap, but very few of them were one use. They mostly just reset after triggering, so our only choice was to deactivate them. Fortunately, Lydia's Scout now had deactivate traps as part of her scouting ability. As luck would have it, I also gained deactivate traps as part of True Dungeon Diver just as I reached level 30, but between the two of us, she was able to do this delicate work more safely. It wasn't that I was terrified of getting hit by a trap, but if an accident really did happen, my white mage abilities would be much more helpful in healing her than the other way around. As a result, she spent her time in the lead, while I brought up the rear. After much struggle and an entire day of work, we finally entered the safe room on the 19th floor. There were no knights to bother us. We returned to the mansion to eat dinner there. Then I contemplated how we were going to handle the next boss fight. Chapter 4:45. It was the next day, and we returned to the dungeon refreshed. I couldn't stress how different it was to be able to leave the dungeon whenever you felt like it. To a normal dungeon diver, this was a process of being steadily worn down over weeks as you made it level after level. The miasma of the curse wearing on you psychologically, while the environment and enemies wear you down mentally. The curse is clearly quite brutal, and it's no wonder that even the elites struggle to go farther than 50, some levels. Yet, my white mage and Miki's spiritualism shields our party from almost any negative effects from miasma. Well, personally, I can't be affected by it at all. And I have a feeling that my protection is at least partially transmitted through the slave bond. So even if I didn't have holy circles and the ability to keep miasma at bay, the slaves would probably be fine. On top of all that, every night, we slept in a comfortable bed, ate home-cooked meals, and then returned only when we felt like it. The atmosphere was completely different, and we were always able to fight at 100%. That was another reason we were able to always fight safely and minimize risk. The difference between a dungeon diver or scout, who had been facing weeks of rough nights, darkness, and miasma curse corrosion could make mistakes in detecting traps and avoiding mobs where someone who had a comfortable rest every night simply didn't. That said, the dungeon placed safe rooms as stops for adventurers to recuperate. Whether this is something a curse did to encourage people to dive deeper into greater dangers, or whether it was some primordial rule written into the nature of dungeons, I didn't know. A person once registered here could go to floor 1 and leave the dungeon within about 15 minutes. After that, they could rest up and return fully rejuvenated. Thus, saying we had an advantage over the level 20 boss would be incorrect. This boss would be as difficult as any boss we had ever faced. So even though we could breeze through levels 18 and 19 and level rapidly, that advantage ended once we reached this boss. It could be said this was the primary limit for this dungeon. Countless adventurers were stopped at the level 20 boss, never to be able to continue to progress down this dungeon again. After all, death was permanent, and you only had one chance to try to defeat him. Even those that might be capable were afraid. It would be a dangerous battle that risked the lives of my women. How could I allow that? Thus, I had come up with a plan. That entire day, rather than charge down to defeat the boss, I used the girls to help me farm golems. We worked all day and deep into the night. It was only one day later when I finally felt like my plan would work. At the very least, it made me feel safe. The next day, we stopped at Chom's armory and got fresh armor. Although still not of the magical kind, it was still important to make sure the armor was kept tight and effective. When the blacksmith saw the old armor with various cuts and holes, he went white. He didn't understand how our armor had so much damage. Yet the 5 ladies still had smiles on their faces and immaculate expressions. The amount of wear we put on normal armor was no joke. And the blacksmith said the amount he saw on us equated to a soldier by the end of a large-scale battle. Well, he wasn't wrong. This created rumors throughout Chom, and only served to increase the town's respect for us, who they seemed to think were fighting at death's door for their sake. If they knew the process was rather simple for us, and that I quickly healed most wounds, so it was really only the armor taking damage, well, they probably still wouldn't understand. A little over a day and a half later, we finally were in the safe room. Having prepared for battle as much as we possibly could. At that moment, Lydia glanced over at me with a curious look. "Master, what is the next part of the story, I almost forgot. Fully armored and just about to storm the boss room for a battle for our lives, we all stop and sit down for story time. Chapter 446. The last time, on Widows of the Dungeon, a lord married a lady in a fairy tale wedding. Unfortunately, the man was up to no good. His maid was in love with him, and he ended up having an affair with her. Infuriated by his infidelity, the lady murdered her husband, fulfilling her role as the widow. Or did she? The girls all gasped and looked excited. Even though I was just reiterating what had already happened. Well, at least it was my best guess about what happened based on what I had seen before. Amusingly enough, the girls could see the same murals I saw, but they were determined to follow my own personal telling of it, even though it was all my best guesses. For example, I didn't know if the person who killed the king was the maid, the lady, or some third party. The murals rarely made it clear who was who. It probably wouldn't be the maid, because she wasn't in the maid outfit. However, the lady killed the man in bed, so if it was the maid, she might not have been in the maid outfit at the time. Or maybe it was a third woman the king was sleeping with. It was these kinds of details that were completely lost on me. Yet, I had completed the lore of 4 dungeons by now. And even though 2 of them were technically created by 2 of the girls present here, that still seemed to make me the expert when it came to this kind of stuff. They treated my interpretation as the reality until I changed my interpretation. I could only give a light sigh as I looked through the new murals and tried to incorporate the new information into my story. The murals never told the story in order, and there were still 2 murals I hadn't seen. Sometimes, I could fill in the gaps and already guessed what happened. My guesses were never perfect, but they were close enough to get me there. Furthermore, the main floor bosses usually had some relation to the curse too. Tara and the Clockwork Dragon were the bosses of her dungeon, while Car and the Dark Fairy Queen were the bosses of their own. In other words, that Siren had some kind of relationship to the story, and whoever was the level 20 boss likely had a relationship too. It was difficult to understand how the bosses fit into the narrative. In some cases, like with Car and Tara, they were people who became caught up in the curse they were a part of. Others appear more like echoes of characters who may have played a role. So, while a Siren might not have anything to do with the curse's lore, something about her presence had meaning. What is it? Master Miki asked, looking at me for an answer rather than at the murals. It's just... Apparently, the lady was having an affair too. The image here now showed that the woman was in the arms of another man. So the lord slept with the maid, the lady slept with this mysterious man, and then the lady murdered her husband. As always, the curse was never simple. Then why did she kill him if she did that stuff? Good question, I said, but could only shake my head. We'll find out soon enough. Are you guys ready? Okay then, let's take out a boss. Chapter 447. It was another boss's room. rather than resembling the long hallway of the Siren. This was the typical arena, style room complete with columns and the room to move around. That didn't necessarily mean that a battle was the condition for defeating this room. After all, Tara also appeared in a similar room, but used questions to entice us. However, as far as dungeons go, her situation was odd and a bit unconventional. Then again, I was beginning to realize that there was no such thing as a conventional dungeon, since every single one seemed to have its own quirks. "Who dares try to pass my room?" A voice booms out from the dark. The pair of us cautiously raise our weapons, looking around. But the boss is hiding and we don't see him at all. After waiting for a moment, the voice booms out again. I said, "Identify yourself?" The voice causes the columns to shake and dust to rain down from the high ceiling. I finally step forward. "I am Deek, hero of Chom, lord of the wilderness, keeper of the women." I blushed as I said that last part. I ran out of titles quickly. I was trying to be impressive and terrifying. Rather than upset, the girls were all looking at me with flattering looks. I knew enough by now to know they liked being referred to as my women. I definitely have to work on my titles later. Deek. Is it the voice sounds contemplative? Another lord? "Who are you?" I demand back, trying to keep the conversation going. I preferred the talking over the fighting for my life. The dungeons I had defeated, after all, didn't come from physical prowess. If it came to defeating dungeons by force of strength, I would have died 4 times over. There would have been no way for me to defeat the final bosses of any of these dungeons without the special circumstances involved. Mina's dungeon was young, and I had a strong affinity using White Mage. Car's dungeon I cheated using DP. And also had a strong affinity. Even then, both were defeated by causing the final boss to surrender. Xiao similarly would have won in her crazed state if I hadn't caused some kind of weird mind meld state. Don't even mention Tara's dungeon, which had been weakened to the state of near destruction and then still required the help of an entire troop of bandits. In short, after all this time, I had never truly fought a dungeon in normal circumstances. I am nothing. And I am everything. I am whatever I choose to be. Tell me, hero of Chom, what form do you wish for me to take, you mean? Like a giant marshmallow man. Ha ha he! Ha 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 ha! Very well, that shall be the form I take, he cries out. Oh crap! I cursed my luck. I had naturally just thought of a certain movie, and now I was going to replicate the events of that movie. This would be a horrible and messy battle. I raised my arms defensively. Xiao seemed to know what I meant, as her face went white too. The other girls didn't get the reference, but they at least could see the worry on our faces and understand. I was expecting the familiar thumping sound of a giant monster. At the very least, it couldn't be taller than the boss room, which was about 20 feet high. However, after time passed by, Nothing happened. I don't know what marshmallows are, the voice suddenly said. Pick something else. The group of us nearly collapsed to the floor. I shot the girls a look. We have to pick something. The most disarming, least threatening form we could possibly imagine. We need something you couldn't imagine harming you in 1,000,000 years. I declared. You mean, like Master? Celeste asked. Very well. You have selected. Wait. Who's selected? We didn't select, I cried out. However, a second later, I stepped out from behind one of the columns. A small smile formed on his face. Ah! Crap! Chapter 448. The man who stepped out was wearing the same armor that I did. He had the same face, hair, and weapon. About the only thing different was the expression on his face, which looked cruel and slightly sadistic. He moved forward with a grace that I didn't possess, laughing as he moved. I held up my sword, a grimace on my face. Then I looked back and shot Celeste a dirty look. Celeste! Sorry, Master! I just said it out loud. Celeste responded with tears in her eyes. An evil grin remains on my doppelganger's face as he slowly walks towards us. Due to the size of the room, he was still a long distance away, but he was quickly closing it. He lifted up his hand and glanced down at his body, examining it with a kind of interest. Heroes are truly a masochistic lot. I have taken many forms over the years, but it takes a certain kind of person to make their opponent themselves. No. That was an accident. I want a redo. No redos. You. This is the form I will fight you in. Let your own choices be your undoing. Guys, that is not me. It's very sweet you think that I won't hurt you. But this guy doesn't care if you get hurt or not. So we have to fight him together and hold nothing back. Hee hee. Is that how you think this battle will go down? He chuckled again, shaking his head. Why, I demanded worriedly. Are you saying you are not really me? You are just wearing that skin? Why the heck do you bother having a spick if you are just going to do whatever you feel like? Don't get me wrong. I am you in every sense of the word. I have your body and I also have your status. Perhaps you just don't appreciate how powerful you really are. I am you, but that doesn't mean I have to act foolishly like you. I can access any skill you have, all of your many jobs. So naturally, I am just a better version than you will ever be. Even if you say that, I responded bitterly, if you have my strength, even if you are better at using it than I am. You can only be so strong. That means that I can defeat you. Since it's 6-on-1, you are already completely outnumbered. There is no way you can defeat all of us. I don't believe I am so powerful that I could defeat all of my girls at once. Number. He shook his head with a sigh. You are right. I am not so powerful that I can beat all of you at once. After all, you've trained your girls well, and they're not weak. However, they won't be a problem, and you will stay here. W. Why is that I suddenly started to get a bad feeling as he walked the last few steps until he was directly in front of us, where a single leap forward would be enough to attack with his blade. Because I already said, I have all of your skills. He chuckled. Slave order. Stay out of this fight, ladies. Ah. Oh. And no, all the girls suddenly found themselves compelled to stay back, and my face started to turn white. It turned out when you were fighting yourself, you really could only depend on your own ability. Chapter 449. Slave Order. Attack him. Aha! The girls started screaming. Cancel that! I immediately canceled the order. The doppelganger started laughing. I am you, but my orders are not the same as yours. In other words, I can't cancel your orders, and you can't cancel my orders. The best we can do is leave your teammates writhing in pain as I kill you. You bastard! Hee hee. Aren't you the bastard? I am you, after all. Ah! Xiao started screaming again as she forced herself to her feet. I turned to her and grabbed her as she stumbled forward. Xiao! I can! Fight! She panted, her eyes in pain. Number. I patted her head. I'll do this on my own. Oh, and since I am you, I already know how you think. If you had thoughts of freeing them of slavery, know that, once again, you and I start out the same, but we are different. In other words, they will still be my slave, even if they stop being yours. I hadn't really thought of it. But he seemed to be closing off my options one at a time. Hey, don't look at me like that. If I wanted to play dirty, I could order them to attack you. Then you'd have to order them to stop, and I could kill them like that. My face turned white, and I couldn't help but ask, why don't you? You'd probably not make that order, and you'd let them kill you. That'd be no fun. Besides, you must remember that I am you. Perhaps, deep down, I don't wish them harm either. Enough of this. It is time that you die. He lunged forward with his blade, immediately doing a quick attack. I barely managed to dodge it. I quickly tried to decide on what job lineup I wanted to use. For him, I didn't understand completely what skills he had. He said he could use all of my skills, but did he know I could switch jobs on the fly? He said it himself. He had the skills that I had. However, the second I changed my job layout, I changed the skills I have. Right now, he has White Mage, Slave Master, and True Hero equipped, assuming he has the jobs I had when I entered. We were different. So if I changed jobs, then he should still stay the same, a snapshot of me. Our swords clashed several times. Each time, metal struck metal with a flash of magic. These were identical swords with an identical magic being used in an identical way. Although the fight looked even, I quickly could feel myself on the defending end. This guy may have my abilities, but he wasn't me. He didn't have my hesitations, my hang-ups, or my doubts. He could attack confidently and use the skills smoothly. Thus, it was the moment of truth. I switched from slave master to basic magician. I immediately tossed out a fireball just as he raised his sword to attack. His eyes went wide in surprise as the fire shot out of my hand and struck him. He leaped back as the flames burnt the leg and arm of his clothing. As he shot back, a water spell suddenly swept across him. "Damn!" I cursed. I was wrong. He was able to adapt and instantly gained my basic magician abilities. This meant that my plan was instantly destroyed. "Interesting." He responded, "You can switch jobs." "Huh, I was wondering why you have so many wonderful skills. However, I am not you. I can only replicate what you have equipped." "But whatever skills you offer me, I keep?" My eyes widened and I took a step back. What he was saying was that he didn't lose the slave master skills. Instead, he had just gained my basic magician skills. Anytime I switched jobs, he would gain all of the skills and status of that job. In other words, every time I could surprise attack him, I'd only have one chance before he adapted and grew more powerful. Chapter 450. "Master!" the girls cried as I slammed back against a column. I groaned while healing myself. We had been fighting for 15 minutes now, but I never had a one upon him. About my only advantage was that I could keep healing myself. He may be able to replicate my spells, but he couldn't replicate my supply of water of life. Then again, his mana may not sit the same as mine. Who knew what his stats really were? I suspected he lied it when he said he matched me. After all, what if I had asked for a harmless butterfly dam? That's what we should have gone with. Then again, I might have ended up battling Mothra. Those thoughts and many others spiraled across my mind as I tried to regain my composure and try another attack. I had already revealed True Hero, Basic Magician, White Mage, Dungeon Diver, Slave Master, and Dark Priest to this guy. Even if I did get a good hit on him, he'd use his own White Mage skills to heal himself a moment later. It was truly infuriating fighting a guy who constantly healed himself. The result was that he was also much stronger now. With the equivalent of 5 jobs equipped instead of 3, he was truly a devastating force. Flames! He tossed a wave of flames that washed across me as I shielded my eyes and stepped back. I only narrowly dodged his next strike. He had only been using the flames to hide a quick attack. Then, he leaped forward and struck me. Had I not lucked out and noticed a small movement within the flames, his blade swipe would have cut me in two. This fight was beyond stressful, and I could seriously die at any moment. Meanwhile, the girls could only watch helplessly. Twice now one of them had tried to come forward and fight, trying to ignore both of our orders, but they were only able to resist the pain a few moments before collapsing to the ground. As the fight went on, I grew more haggard, and the expression on the doppelganger grew more condescending. I really wanted to punch him in his irritating face. The pair of us exchanged several more slashes of the sword. I was tired, as I didn't typically fight like this often. Although I attacked with my sword, most fights were done in a few minutes, and even then, I would have switched to spells after a few preliminary swings. At this moment, I was almost exclusively using my swordsmanship, which was technically my weakest ability. Was he doing that on purpose? Was he taking my weakness, physical attack, and using it against me as another form of taunt? I wouldn't put it past him. If that was the case, then this fight wasn't about who was stronger, but who was better at exploiting the other's weakness. With that, I stumbled, and the doppelganger took the chance to deliver an attack. He struck me, causing the girls to cry out. However, I had planned it this way. Got you. I tossed a vial of acid and it exploded on his arm. As I leaped back and healed myself, he did the same, except the acid was continuing to do damage. This wasn't some simple acid, but a magical acid concocted by Miki and I. It would continue to burn him for the next 15 minutes. He had an expression of annoyance and pain, but I felt vindicated. Acid burning was basically a status misalignment. He'd be weaker for the immediate future. However, I let my excitement settle down a bit. Even if this was the case, I still wouldn't be able to defeat him. He could use healing spells as well, so even though the acid was causing damage, he'd only be temporarily weakened, unless I had a way of overwhelmingly defeating him. This battle was still going to fall on his side. I wanted to deny it, but there was no point in denying the truth. That was when I noticed his naked arm. The battle had managed to shred various parts on his clothing. At this point, the acid had finished chewing up the last of his arm, revealing his shoulder. I noticed something vital. I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I not only had a chance now, but if I was right, my victory was certain. Chapter 451. It was simple, really. My doppelganger was missing something that I possessed. It was pretty obvious now that I noticed it. Before, I had been far too worried to see the signs. But it was now perfectly apparent. My doppelganger could copy everything that I was. He could use every skill that I had, as well as every skill that I gained. However, that had one exception. There wasn't a single tattoo on his body. The dungeon lore, burned into me by the blessings of a curse, could not be replicated by this boss. If that was the case, then it stands to reason that he couldn't access the dungeon point store at all. That meant that the dungeon points he had couldn't be reset. Well, they could, but he wouldn't be able to select something else. In short, he was stuck with the skills I had selected upon entering. He had 3 jobs, increased experience, and perhaps even portals. None of this aided him in this fight except the access to 3 jobs. That's when a thought hit me. If he has 3 jobs and he can equip the same 3 jobs I have equipped, would he be able to see a 4th? A part of me began to think that he probably couldn't. With a breath, I reset my dungeon points. The tattoos on my body glowed as I accessed the store. Despite being a product of a curse, the doppelganger didn't seem to be able to get a read on those tattoos. After all, he was unable to duplicate them. I was worried he'd attack me while I was changing jobs, and I didn't want to be left weak. So I equipped True Hero and White Mage as soon as I reset. The 10th level of True Hero unlocked the skill second job, just like Slave Master did for my girls. So as long as I equipped it first, I could equip a second job. However, that went to my DP points, so second job was already crossed out, and I could immediately select a third job. In other words, I could use less DP to unlock the third job. I didn't have time to dwell on it longer, as my opponent was waiting for an opening. Fortunately, the tattoos had really confused him. He eyed them suspiciously, keeping his distance as if I was using a technique he was unfamiliar with. It bought me enough time to make my selections. I spent 15 points right away to gain 4 jobs in total. Then, I equipped Hero as my 4th job. Hero and True Hero were similar in nature, but they were also very different. Furthermore, I was a much higher level in Hero than I was in True Hero. One of the primary differences is that Hero had swordsmanship, to which I was at moderate swordsmanship. Meanwhile, True Hero didn't offer a swordsmanship skill, but simply a skill called weapon proficiency. For me and my doppelganger, we were both fighting with basic weapon proficiency. Whether it was a sword, a spear, or a knife, we'd be able to wield it at a basic level. Two true swordsmen like Lydia, our entire fight up until now must have seemed clumsy. However, since we were both at the same level, our fight seemed fluid and proficient. Except, now that I had Hero equipped, I had moderate swordsmanship mixed in with basic weapon proficiency. The skills didn't just replace each other, but actually complemented each other. I had become far more proficient in weapons. With that, I attacked him and was delighted to see the synergistic effect between the two skills. Rather than quickly adapting to the new job as he did before, he was now at a loss with each exchange. I gave him various wounds, and although he healed each one quickly, he had a confounded look on his face. His once arrogant expression grew angry as the direction of the battle was suddenly flipped. In that case, girls, kill him. Since he was no longer winning, he quickly switched to the most direct strategy. Either I caused my girls a pain that wouldn't recede until one of us died, or I allow them to kill me. Chapter 452. Job Reset. True Hero, White Mage, Slave Master, Monster Tamer. I equipped the jobs as quickly as I could. The girls were already resisting the orders they were given. I didn't need to give them a counter order, because none of them would ever try to kill me, even if it cost them their life. Instead, there had only been one option. I had to end it quickly. To that end, I had prepared in advance. Of course, once I realized the nature of this boss, I didn't think I'd be able to use it, but it looked like a workaround was found. With Monster Tamer as my fourth job, it was out of his reach. Just like a priest who uses his job examination, he'd usually only see the first job you had equipped, perhaps never even noticing the second or third D. In the doppelganger's case, because I had derived the fourth job skill after his creation, he was unable to copy it. I didn't know every ability up this doppelganger's sleeve. Perhaps, if he saw a spell, he could replicate it. However, a fourth job was an intangible part of a person derived through a system that couldn't be replicated. Thus, my trap was set. "Portal!" I declared, opening up a portal from in the boss room to the outside of the boss room. "Don't think you can escape so easily," he growled. "Stop him!" Portals could still be used in a fight, unlike the return skill. It was always my last-ditch escape. Now, the girls moved in front of it, compared to his previous order to murder me. This was one that they allowed themselves to follow to alleviate the pain. Of course, they followed his order because they knew the plan, same as me. I was never trying to flee. Monster order. Attack that. And kill it quickly! Instead of me trying to get through the tunnel, a sudden wave of golems came out of it. The girls, who had been ordered to keep me from going in and hadn't been told anything about needing to stop anything from entering, stepped aside with grins as golem after golem moved into the room. Golems were very easy to control, especially after some guidance from the resident golem specialist, Terra. These were earth golems like her, but it was the difference between a supercomputer and a calculator. It was rather easy for her to help me tame a large swath of golems. The levels of Monster Tamer even went up. And I had a plan for defeating the boss. Had I just equipped Monster Tamer before, then I would have ended up in a situation similar to what I was in with the girls. He would have ordered them to stop while I ordered them to go. Since I found a way around that, he was now helpless under my Monster Tamer ability. He shrieked and began to fight the golems. He didn't even have time to relay any orders to the girls. Nearly 50 total golems entered the room and swamped the boss. It was a number that all 6 of us together would struggle to repel, so a bad imitation of me naturally didn't have a chance. No matter how good his healing, he was surrounded by golems smashing him with all of their weight. The girls' eyes filled with relief as the doppelganger died and the orders over them finally rescinded. As for me, I found it a tad difficult to watch and see myself being torn apart by golems. I knew that he and I were not the same. But he had my voice and face. It was a bad experience overall. When this dungeon boss was finished, I secretly promised myself that I'd go on a vacation with the girls. Chapter 453. None of my golems survived. I mean, could I really have kept one after watching them tear apart my body gleefully limb by limb as I screamed in agony? Even though it wasn't me, and that person finally dissipated into smoke and left behind an item drop, it still left bad memories in my mind. As much as it would have been nice to flood the dungeons with my minions and wipe out everything, I wouldn't have gained much experience. The golems were too weak and ineffective to be useful nearby and at a distance. I wouldn't get experience for the battle. I might get some monster tamer experience since they are my monsters. But it wouldn't help any of my other jobs. Plus, they really were dumb creatures. And even orders like pick up everything and bring it back to me is too hard. So I'd be sacrificing most of the drops for the dungeon to reabsorb. Simply put, Monster Tamer wasn't the cure, all less that one might think. Even using the golems as a meat shield, while it sounds harsh, Terra can function as a considerably more effective one. We'd be more likely to get hurt trying to fight around the sluggish movements of the golems than to not use them at all. Thus, I gave them the self-destruct order I had just unlocked. Monster Tamer has increased to level 20. You have learned the skill self-destruct. True Hero has increased to level 12. You have learned the skill parry. Basic Magician has increased to level 25. You have learned the skill Mana Manipulation for learning a basic level of controlling magic. You have unlocked Intermediate Magician. Of course, when I ordered them to self-destruct, I didn't know that meant literally. The golems started exploding, and the group of us had to run from the boss room followed by booming noises. Thankfully, I had already snatched up the loot, so we were able to flee the room relatively safely. As far as the reward for defeating my doppelganger, it was an enchanted necklace. Moderate item identify showed it to have a spell of shape-shifting. It was similar to what Shao could do with the fairy dust. Since it was a spell that required fairy dust, I suspected that this was a valuable necklace. I made sure to put it in my storage for later. Not my storage ring, but a storage skill. It was another one unlocked from True Hero. Its space was proportional to my level, which meant it was always getting bigger. That was just one more of the new abilities I had gained thanks to True Hero. By the way, I also did some tests on the second job. That is to say that I equipped True Hero, selected the third job, and then swapped True Hero out for another job. I was curious about what would happen. The result was that I ended up with an ultra, expensive second job. I would still lose my third job, and only have 2 jobs, except that I was spending 5 DP for it. However, I still preferred it this way. Once I re-equipped True Hero, I got the third job back, so it was a speedy way to hot swap things. However good these jobs were, though, I had to remind myself that they still had disadvantages compared to their dungeon point counters. Namely, I had to keep them equipped as jobs to use them. If I already considered True Hero, Slave Master, and Dungeon Diver as necessary jobs, this didn't give me a lot of room for leveling anything else. This was a dilemma that seemed to only be fixable by earning more dungeon points. Well, we were on our way towards finishing the dungeon, just 10 more levels to go. Chapter 454. We continued to work on the dungeon. Every floor seemed to slow us down a little bit more. The traps, the monsters, and the difficulty all increased. The rewards were great too, making it tempting to take my time. Whatever happened to the king had already happened. He had been missing 4 months. So even if we did reach the bottom and find him, whether it took another 2 days or 2 weeks, I didn't expect the outcome to change. At least, that's how I managed to justify my temptations. Our coffers were filling quickly. And if I had another shot at buying that dwarf ruby, I probably could have afforded her at this point. A full dungeon like this one truly was a place filled with wealth. Perhaps, in some ways, I truly had succumbed to my temptations. About a week and a half passed by, and we had made it down 5 more floors. We were now on floor 25. A normal party would have been at their weakest at this point. But numerous breaks to Chom had left us rejuvenated and in good shape. That's why I was confident in our current fight. Get him! He's running? The golem was fast. Its movements were completely unlike any of the previous ones we had battled. It could leap around and even outrun us. It liked to do these kinds of hit-and-run tactics. And it made defeating him very difficult. We had spent the better part of a day trying to do so. The reason for this, he was made out of pure auric alchemy. He was an auric alchemy golem. From what I understood, he wouldn't dissipate into smoke, and all of that metal could be gathered. Just like the rock golems that fell into pieces of rock. That meant that the level 25 boss was worth a great deal. However, he was also very slippery, using the natural traps of the dungeon to impede his own capture. Close off his escape. I called out to Terra, who created walls trying to redirect the golem. If the golem was truly boxed in, he'd barrel through one of those rock walls. Compared to Earth, his auric alchemy buddy could cut through it like butter. We had already learned this the hard way when we lost it the first time. Once he escaped, he'd hide for 4 or so hours and then return completely healed. This had already happened a few times, and we were growing quite agitated. Well, I was at least. There was no promise on how much auric alchemy I'd get from the mine. However, this golem was a guaranteed amount, and enough to build at least a dozen weapons. I could outfit all of my girls with auric alchemy weapons. At least. That was the dream. Thus, this round, we were guiding him, but not blocking him. The route had been laid out. Our party had also separated. I even used the amulet I had recently gotten to fool the golem. It was smart. It recognized who had the most combative strength and would engage or disengage accordingly. To another party, this would have been a truly terrifying foe. To me, it was a white whale that I needed to finish off. I am not greedy, I muttered to myself. I just need one. To max. I'll stop after 3. Chapter 455. The trap worked. The golem fell right into our ambush. Lydia and Xiao attacked together while Terra and Celeste restrained it. Add Miki's confusion. And the golem finally went down before it could find a way to escape. I let out a breath of relief. It was an entire day of work, and it had finally come to a conclusion. Mind you, the wealth accumulated would be enough to fund a small kingdom for a week. So it was by no means small. I absorbed all of the orichalcum before the dungeon could suck it back up. Dungeons usually took a long time to do that, but this particular dungeon liked to mess with me. I wouldn't be surprised if its rate of absorption was very high. The 6 of us collapsed, breathing hard as we rested from the grueling day of fighting this monster. Even when it came to levels, we hadn't made much progress today. That wasn't to say the girls hadn't evolved tremendously over the week. We all had fought the high-level mobs of this dungeon and had every fight increased by 5 or more. Lydia's advanced swordsman was at 10. That's right, she reached 50 swordsmen, and her job had reached the next tier. Scout was currently at 43. I wondered what she would get when it hit 50. Miki's spiritualist also hit 50. And she unlocked the job psionic. That was now at 5. Her intermediate magician was also 14. Celeste's master wind magician reached 30, and her magic singer reached 26. Terra's earth manipulator was at 60. Her mineral appraiser reached 25, and naturalist reached 10. Finally, Xiao's Shadow Knight was at 43. And her pugilist was at 33. As for me, White Mage reached 40. True Hero reached 20. True Dungeon Diver reached 36. And Slave Master reached 38. Simply put, our party had once again made substantial gains and growth. Our rate of growth was truly abnormal. While feeling somewhat proud of my party, the group of us sauntered off to the safe room. However, the second we walked in, the girls drew their swords and the smirk on my face dissipated. There was an old man standing in the middle of the room. He was wearing a knight's outfit. He was one of Lord Rain's men. "Deek Deekson, I presume?" he asked. While stroking my sword, I eyed him suspiciously. "And who are you?" There was only one of him. That should have put me at ease. But it actually made me more wary. He was an elderly man and appeared frail, but that didn't mean much. He was on the 25th floor. That meant that the man couldn't be simple. In fact, he almost assuredly was a powerful knight in his own right. I had heard about stronger knights. If you could say an average knight was around level 40 to 50, then an elite knight would be in the 70s. Even 6-on-1, it might not be a fight we could handle safely. Do not worry. He eyed my sword disdainfully. I am merely here to pass on a message from my lord. I was a bit doubtful that you were still in this dungeon. You certainly have been taking your time. What message? I demanded. The man pulled out a letter and then handed it to me. Then he walked over to the kiosk and put his hand on it. "Hey, you are leaving? I've done my duty. I am retired. I am too old for this kind of drama. I only did this upon Lord Rain's begging. I am the only man he knew who had made it this low in the dungeon. Now that the message has been passed, I'll be leaving." With that, he disappeared, using the kiosk to leave back to the first floor, presumably. As for me, I cautiously opened the letter, making sure to use remove curse and poison just in case. There was a letter, and I began to read it. As my eyes moved across the page, my expression grew darker and darker. Master. What is it? Lydia asked for all the girls, who had anxious looks on their faces. I finished the letter and then lowered it. A look of murder on my face. We're heading to the surface. What's going on? Tara asked. Lord Rain doesn't know it. But he just declared war. What will we do? Mickey glanced down at the letter in my hand. We'll bring him a war. I had hoped to finish this dungeon first, but now that is impossible. My hand tightened, crumpling the page in my grasp. It's time to end that bastard's reign. Chapter 456. The day of the tournament arrived. The gladiator arena was open, and people came from far and wide to spectate, unlike the tournament in the capital, which was good, natured sparring set up in the town square. The Colosseum was a massive brick building that surrounded a large field that had been drenched in the blood of the innocent. Every month, a match was held. Gladiators would travel far and wide to compete to the death. Some were men. Much like dungeon divers, who put their lives and well-being on the line to make money. Why would people do that? Well, one must consider that this was a world where resurrection was a spell. To a gladiator, death was merely an inconvenience. This meant that the sport was even bloodier since the consequences were negligible. It wasn't uncommon for opponents to torture each other on stage for the amusement of the crowd. Fights against animals and monsters, rape, and brutality were merely common on this stage. The battle was so unsightly that the capital city of Abaris had refused to house their own Colosseum. Lord Rain had only managed to get one built up on a special edict with the head of the Cloud Metho Empire. Unlike Abaris, Colosseums were very popular there, and in Cloud Metho City, the Colosseum was even said to meet weekly. This particular arena was neither large nor small. People came from afar to enjoy this blood sport. Those that liked it the most were those that were considered criminals by most. As a result, the city forewent checking people's status during the event. Crime and danger for the public skyrocketed during the week of the Colosseum matches, but so did the income to the city. So few people complained. Dark priests, bandits, warlocks, and other undesirables came out of the woodwork during this time, ready to excitedly watch the bloodletting under Lord Rain. It probably should also come as no surprise that the city had no official branch of the church, as they would assuredly have protested this practice. So, for a certain man wearing a certain amulet, entering the city was rather easy. He mixed in with the crowd smoothly, moving with a purpose. The dark expression on his face seemed to match that of the others who usually chose to live in the countryside as they entered the city. So his passage was noticed by remarkably few. Crowds and crowds of people paid their entry and entered the seating of the Colosseum. Soon the seats were filled. And then the instantly recognizable Lord Rain came out from his box podium. Some cheered for him, although no one dared to boo him. His soldiers and knights were at every entrance and exit, and everyone looked to be powerful enough to cut a man down. It was anyone's guess how he had obtained so many knight tokens as to have so many elites working under him. Ladies, gentlemen, I am Lord Rain, introducing the 87th consecutive gladiatorial meet. This led to quite a bit more cheers, even from those of a less reputable nature. At this point, he introduced the announcer, who was a magician who had magic that could amplify his voice. He had a nice voice, too. He'd be one of those guys who could do a movie trailer, so it was clear why he was selected for this job. Thank you all for coming. Since the night is young, and we are just getting started, let's start today's match with something to get your blood boiling. Every tournament must start with a virgin sacrifice. Don't you think? His words elicited several cheers before he continued. For our first match, it's Slave Girl versus Gladiator. If the gladiator is successfully able to woo her with his advances, then she'll be brought to his cell and he can enjoy her for the rest of the night. Can this wench maintain her chastity? Let's find out. Upon finishing, people started to let out louder cheers and catcalls of excitement. At that moment, the gates opened. An imposing, muscular man stepped out from one side. As for the other side, a girl was tossed out through the gate. She was wearing a simple slave outfit which was torn in several spots. Her body sported several bruises, and it was clear she was recently beaten. She also had a collar around her neck. She was also instantly recognizable. The slave girl standing there shivering was none other than Raisa. Chapter 457. You can't do this. Raisa screamed out. Her voice rang out just as there was a lull in the crowd. One could call it luck because something about the way she shouted seemed to strike a chord with the audience. There started to be muttering amongst the audience, who were confused and slightly angry. What is this bitch on about? She's a slave, right? Like she has a right to talk that way. Realizing she had the crowd's attention, she stepped forward. I am not a slave. They captured me unjustly. This caused the crowd to start mumbling even more. Not a slave, what the hell? A slow clapping sound resonating from the box up top silenced the crowds as Lord Rain emerged once again. You'll have to excuse my little Raisa here. As the lord of this city, I personally verify that she is a slave. She escaped some years ago, but I recently caught her re-entering the city. That's a lie. I was freed by a noble all that time ago. I was returning to the city under the order of the prince. Unfortunately, my dear, the local slave branch seems to have no paperwork confirming your supposed freedom. Now, you even speak of knowing the prince personally. Can you all see how easily lies roll off this slave's tongue? Let's hope she's better at fighting for her body than she is at talking. This led to a couple of chuckles, but many people still found it highly suspect. Lord Rain frowned and then nodded to a fat man sitting in the stages. He nodded and stood up. I am the slave pavilion's local keeper. I can verify the veracity of Lord Rain's words. If any paperwork ever existed suggesting this slave has been freed, it must have been lost. When Lord Rain gave him a sharp look, he stiffened, and the pavilion would never make such a mistake. So, of course, this slave was never freed. There you have it, Lord Rain snorted. Unless anyone here wishes to challenge my word and the word of the slavers, although a few people were still unconvinced. They were smart enough to not say anything. Getting in bad with the slavers was a quick way to end up in a situation just like races, especially out here. So far from the core pavilion, most were criminals who, by all accounts, should be arrested just for existing. And the rest had more important things to worry about than a former slave caught up in some kind of political scandal. Satisfied with the silence, the Lord nodded and returned back into his box. As for Raisa, she looked through the crowds in disbelief. Those with a conscience wouldn't meet her eyes, which had filled up with tears as she realized that no one was going to help her. That was when she realized that the man standing on the opposite side of the arena started to move forward. He had a helmet on, hiding his face, but his lower body was only covered by a loincloth. He seemed to be covered with oil, giving him a shiny appearance. He also had a club in his hand. Meanwhile, Raisa had nothing but the clothing on her back. And soon, she might even lose that. Chapter 458. Please. Don't. Raisa begged as the man approached her. She desperately tried to back up, but ended up tripping over something and stumbling to the ground. When she glanced down, she realized it was a bone she had fallen over, likely from a human who had died on this stage and was eaten. She continued to back up, but she quickly ran into one of the broken pillars that made up the center stage. Every ounce of training she had ever received now fled her mind. She used to be dungeon diver. She had survived where countless others had died. She had been in the depths of miasma-filled caverns in far more dangerous circumstances. She had even been threatened with rape before. However, she had never felt so helpless as she did right now. She couldn't even bring up the slightest bit of resistance. Meanwhile, the man continued to advance on her, moving forward one step at a time. His eyes never left her body, although that was more her imagination than reality. With the helmet, she couldn't see his face. However, she imagined he was licking her with his eyes, violating every inch of her. I am not a virgin, she suddenly said. This caused the man to pause for a moment. Seeing that, she tried to seize the opportunity. She spoke in a low voice that couldn't be heard over the shouts and jeers of the crowds. Lord Rain. He's lied about many things. Please. If you let me go, I really do know the princess. I might even be able to get you free. The man started to move forward again. Before Raisa could do a thing, he dropped down on top of her. He pinned her down on the ground. From start to finish, she hadn't done a single thing to protect herself. At this point, cries shot out over the crowd. Some were angry and booing Raisa for not putting up more of a fight. Others were calling out lewd things they wanted to watch the gladiator do to Raisa. As she could feel his meaty claws all over her, she began to recall how she had ended up here. After Deke had sent her back to the city, she had passed on her message to the prince. However, once the message was passed, she wanted to return to Deke's side. She knew the dungeon better than anyone. Without her, she worried Deke and his formation would suffer. So she managed to return to the city, planning to sneak past the knights and work her way down the dungeon. Surely they weren't any farther than level 15. So she would simply wait for them. She had spent long weeks in the dungeon before, so it wasn't a problem for her to wait and survive. However, when she tried to leave out of the gate, suddenly she was arrested. They gave her a bunch of trump charges, claiming she was an escaped slave whenever she tried to argue or seek help. They beat her. Eventually, she had lost the energy to keep fighting. Now, she ended up in her current predicament, about to be raped by some man. Yet, she couldn't blame him. He was just a slave following his own orders. As he started forcefully spreading her legs, a single tear fell down her cheek. She began to think of a certain person. She remembered being in his strong arms. Deke, please save me. She whispered her last, defeated words. The helmeted man suddenly leaned close to her ear. I am trying. Now, can you put on even a little bit of a show I am supposed to be raping you here? Chapter 459, D.D. Deke. I barely managed to sneak in. I hissed quietly into her ear. By the time I managed to make it to the city, it was too late to do very much. That bastard that passed on the message for Lord Rain didn't say anything about how long he had been waiting there. The letter was literally signed for this day. By the time I could get in, I realized she'd be their first show. And the only thing I could think to do was to knock out the original guy and come out myself. However, there were about 10 archers trained to shoot a slave at the first sign he's trying to escape. Not to mention the dozens of other elite knights surrounding the Colosseum. I had been hopeful when she got the crowd's attention that she could resolve the issue. I couldn't have predicted that the local slave pavilion leader was a corrupt guy on Lord Rain's payroll. He had apparently thought this through before he had tried to set a trap for me. The one thing he hadn't predicted was that I had the ability to change my face and job and hide from him. I was able to enter the city without alerting anyone, except now I was on stage under the eyes of a few thousand spectators. And I needed to put on a show. Once it was over and they brought her to me, then I'd naturally portal the pair of us out of there. I didn't plan to leave it at that, but it was at least a good start. Lord Rain's defeat would have to move from there. WH, what should I do? She blushed, growing completely docile under my body. Well, struggle a bit. Right. She started to kick and put up more of a fight. This led the spectators, who were confused at the pair that were just lying there, starting to give more cheers. You need to scream and cry. I'll pretend I am raping you. I am sorry. I'll have to hump you and maybe even kiss you. It will feel real. Ah. B. But what about your thing? I won't push your underwear aside. Hopefully. They won't notice as long as I keep my hips close and move fast. And no, they might be able to tell. You definitely have to push the underwear aside, she responded. Ah. But I insist. Oh, okay. In that case, I'll make sure that it doesn't slide in. It can slide in a little, she responds, blushing while pushing her fingers together. What? Well, we want it to be realistic. If you hold back, we'll get caught, and then the archers. I glanced over at the archers. Some of them had narrowed their eyes and were looking suspiciously. For nearly a minute, I had just been lying on top of her. She occasionally kicked or something, but she was clearly not resisting. In short, we were running out of time. If we didn't start doing something, people were definitely going to notice. The crowds were murmuring more and more. Are they just talking? What the heck is this? Is he having trouble getting it up? Okay, I acquiesced. I'll try to make it as realistic as possible. You don't have to be gentle. I am a tough girl. Just use my body. All right. You can even choke me a little bit. God damn it. Let's just do this. I felt like crying. But there was seriously no choice. Fortunately, she was being a far better sport about the circumstances than I expected. She must truly be a hardened adventurer since she's willing to debase herself and suffer so that both of us can make it safely out of this. I lift up her legs and then start thrusting. Unfortunately, unlike what the crowds had predicted, I wasn't having trouble getting it up. I was actually rock hard, and that was the problem. I was trying to aim my dick so it slid up the crack of her vagina. With her underwear aside, our genitals were still touching and sighting. She quickly grew wet, and a minute later. Shit! It slipped in. It's okay, she cried. Just like that. Keep going. You are supposed to be making more noises? I growled as my penis slid in and out of her. Her butt was in the air and I was jackhammering her in a squat position. Despite this, she was looking up at me with blushing cheeks and her wolf tail was wagging. Right. She blinked and nodded with a blush. Oh, yes. Give it to me. Harder. Yes. I am raping you. You are supposed to be saying bad things? Oops! She blushed even more. I mean, no. It's so big. You are tearing me apart. Ah. It's so good. I didn't know how to even react. She was unable to act like she was being raped now. I don't get it. Her expression before she knew who I was looked perfect. She had terror and helplessness on her face. Now, she was panting with her tongue out, a smile on her face. and her eyes rolled up in her head. "Kay, kiss me!" "What? Kiss me!" she demanded. Well, if I kissed her, I guess I could hide that stupid happy expression on her face. I picked her up and flipped her. Then she wrapped her arms around me and we started to kiss. I was now holding her in midair and fucking her standing while she rode my cock while in my arms. She suddenly pulled away, throwing her head back and shoving her chest in my face. "Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Right there! Right there! See, coming! I am coming!" I was having a growing suspicion she wasn't acting, actually, unless she peed on command. Those love juices were no act. We weren't emulating a rape scene now either. In fact, I was pretty sure we were just having sex in front of 1,000 spectators. Raisa was using her hips and riding my cock of her own volition now, all while crying out in sexual agony. Meanwhile, I glanced around nervously, afraid our cover was blown. "Boss!" "Is he really raping her?" one bandit asked his leader. "Ah! Ah!" "No. Isn't that just having sex? Isn't that kind of hot?" "Actually, yeah, it's kind of hotter when she's into it." "Boss." "Just a thought, but all these years we've been raping women. You think it might have been more fun if they were into it?" Their boss watched us in contemplation while scratching his chin. Men and women from the audience looked on with wide eyes. A few women grew wet and a few men were hard. Some even started some heavy petting in the crowds. The scene was affecting everyone. Their previous bloodlust, rather than get stimulated, was being dampened. Rather than wanting to see the carnage, most of them would rather make love. Not war. "I am going to come," I muttered. I yelled to the crowd. "I am going to make this bitch pregnant with my puppies." I was trying to swap the situation around. The message was to the audience that I was a scum gladiator, and a second message was to her, reminding her of the consequences of this act, which should calm her down. Well, that was what I thought. But then she let out a howl. "Ahoo! Yes! Impregnate your bitch! Give me your puppies! I love you! I love you! I want your seed in me! Give it to me! Give it to me! Gla!" I ended up wrapping my hands around her throat and choking her. She almost used my name, and she was totally not playing fairly. She needed to calm down. What? She said I could choke her? Maybe that was a prophetic warning? Well, that's what I thought. But she grew even more excited, and choking caused her pussy to clamp down and start to suck at my cock like a hoover. At that point, I really couldn't hold back, while being watched by 1,000+ people. With the pair of us standing in the middle of a stage, her riding my cock, while I choked her neck, the pair of us came in unison. She let out a strangled howl, and I cried out as my cock exploded inside her. I was surprised by how much cum I released in her. At that moment, the energy expenditure caught up to the pair of us. I fell to my knees and dropped her. She collapsed on the floor, naked after having stripped her slave clothing off at some point while riding me. She convulsed on the floor, a happy expression on her face, cum leaking out her crotch and her tail wagging. Slapping into the rocky stage with each flap like a landlocked fish. Hee hee. Puppies. She spoke to herself dizzily. Touching her belly, she had clearly fallen off the deep end. I knew simulating rape was too much for her. She must have suffered a psychotic break. The poor girl. Pervert has increased to level 13. Hey, I didn't even have it equipped. That didn't make me feel better. Chapter 460. After putting on a proper act for the audience, I was led away. I feared I might have gone too far, but Raisa seemed happy with the conclusion, so I guess it was fine. I ended up back in the gladiator cell. As to where he was, I stole him as a slave and sent him back to Chalm. He's going to join the army there. No raping women for him. Well, he was still appreciative. As for me, I had the amulet making me look like him. So even if the helmet had come off, my disguise would have been perfect. I waited for several hours, but when Raisa wasn't dropped off, I called out to one of the guards. Hey! Where is my dog girl? Didn't I win, hee? Shut up, slave. Lord Rain is keeping her. Be happy you got to enjoy her when you did. I stepped back in shock, but then I realized how stupid I was being. It wasn't that surprising that Lord Rain would lie to a slave. As for keeping Raisa, she was a valuable tool. He put on a show to bring me out, but I didn't show. Rather than let a slave destroy her completely, he wanted to keep the bait and perhaps reuse it. I let out a sigh and opened up a portal. Hey, what are you doing? The guard called out in shock. I didn't respond as I left the prison and let the portal close behind me. There was no use staying here any longer if Raisa was never going to be brought. I was now in the inn in the miners' town. This is where I had left the girls while I made an attempt to save Raisa. Since my previous plan had failed, we were going to have to come up with something else. Master? Is everything okay? Lydia asked worriedly. We're going to have to switch to Plan B, Celeste. Did you get a look at Raisa during the match? Was that before or after Master cream-peed her? Celeste responded, puffing out her cheeks. What's this, Master? I let out a cough. Various things happened. What's important is that we get Raisa to safety. If you marked her, then do a switch and escape. Okay. Celeste sighed, then vanished. In her place, Raisa appeared. Ah, what? Deek. Raisa's face turned red, and she looked down at her lap. Hello, Raisa? Are you okay? I asked. Why, yes. After they took me, they just threw me back in the dungeon. Since I knew you were working to save me, I made sure not to cause any trouble. I looked at the various wounds and bruises on her body, feeling a bit of anger. I reached out and began to heal them. My white mage spells were leagues better than they once were. A single spell was enough to heal her almost completely. Celeste, Are you okay? I opened up slave communication in my head. Yes. No one was even paying attention. I slipped through the bars and flew out a window without being noticed. Celeste had been my backup if I failed to get her. With her ability to mark and swap with people using wind magic, and her ability to change sizes and move faster than a person could even see, she was a pro at this kind of escape. Thus, I made sure she flew into the city and viewed the match. When she saw Raisa, she'd swap with her. She would also do that if she found Raisa in danger during the gladiatorial match. After the match was over, she naturally returned to the inn with the other girls. Chapter 461. I appreciate everything you've done for me. Lord Deke, but you shouldn't have, Raisa said with tears in her eyes. I frown. Why is that? I am still officially a slave of Lord Rain, Raisa said worriedly. He will know where we are. You've officially stolen a slave from another lord. With that evidence, he will definitely come after you. I nodded slowly. You can let me deal with that. However, it is true that being his slave is a danger. Lord Rain may do something. Regretful. If he doesn't get his way, I had hoped to do this differently, but I had to use Celeste to break you out. That means we don't have a lot of time for you to think about it. What do you mean? I have the ability to take a slave from another person. Based on your willingness, I can take the bond from Lord Rain and make you my slave. With this, he won't be able to hurt you. However, as my slave, it will be permanent. I lack the resources to remove you as a slave, even if I wanted to. I was cursed with such an ability. So, if you become my slave, it will be forever. I'll do it. I blinked. Why is everyone so willing? Raisa blushed. If I am Lord Deke's slave, can I be beside you like the other girls? I guess so then. Please, make me your slave. In that case, please don't resist. I put my hand on her, and her body shook slightly from nervousness. I activated the slave taker skill. The difficulty of slave taker involved various things. The willingness of the slave was paramount. However, there was also the level of the current owner, their slave skill, my own slave master level, and status. Lord Rain was a high-level lord with many jobs. Had Raisa not been willing to be taken, it was very possible I wouldn't have been able to do it. It took about a minute. And then the familiar text popped up in front of me. Raisa has become your slave. Name Raisa class close combat job dungeon diverse level VL 43 unlocked jobs common Earl VL 15 Scoutal VL 5 Assassin LVVL 1 Race Wolfkin Street is pregnant. Wait, what was that last part? Chapter 462. Ah. I made a noise of surprise. What is it? Raisa asked worriedly. NNNO thing, I said, my body shaking. Raisa. Pregnant. Pregnant. Raisa. Pregnant. Daddy. Dad. Deke. Ah. I am fine. I am fine. Definitely fine. We were just faking it. Things might have gotten a little messy there, but I didn't have pervert and its decreased fertility equipped. In short, I was at full baby, making power. It's only been a few hours, though, yet magic has already confirmed she's pregnant. Wait. Maybe? Just maybe. You haven't by chance had sex in the last few weeks or months? Right, Raisa blushed. If you must know, you were my first. All the way. Like that. Crap! Wait, Deke, let's think about this. It only just happened. In the old world, they had a morning. After pill. She didn't need to stay pregnant. I could just casually give her something and then it'd all be over. Number. That's not the kind of man I am. I let out a sigh. I got her pregnant, so now I have to take responsibility. Actually, I plan to take responsibility anyway. Since she was my slave, but now I had to take responsibility for too. I noticed Xiao looking at me with narrowed eyes. I stiffened. I definitely couldn't let her know. Xiao wanted to have a baby for some reason. I took it as joking initially. But now that I was a father, everything was different. It was possible that Xiao really wanted a family. Maybe it was a way of coping with her past. She had a shitty family. So she wanted to create a loving family to show she was worth it. Or something. Either way. If she found out she wasn't the first, I was afraid of what she might do. Anyway. I think we should all get some shut-eye. We need to wait for the next part of my plan. We should all stay up. Who knows when Lord Rain will make his move? We should be ready. Let's drink to celebrate race a-coming, Tara suggests. I could use a drink, Raisa smiles, reaching for a glass. No! I slap it down, spilling it, and causing all the girls to give me weird looks. We have to stay alert. Who knows what Lord Rain might do? The girls accepted that story, and I breathed a little easier. Of course, I couldn't let the woman pregnant with my child drink. I needed to get multivitamins too. Where did you get multivitamins in another world? Have they invented diapers yet? They are probably the cloth kind. How do you deal with those? Do you just throw out a lot of cloth? The girls could tell that something was on my mind, so they gave me some space and spoke amongst themselves, sometimes giggling or laughing over the conversation they were having. Meanwhile, I suffered a nervous breakdown in silence. What do I name them? Will they be nobles too? Should she breastfeed? Maybe I should get a cowgirl maid. Faina's tits are pretty big. Maybe I should milk her. Can you milk an elf? Would she get mad if I tried? These thoughts and many stupider ones ran through my mind until the wee hours in the morning. That was when the thudding of armor was heard. Lord Rain had finally made his move. Chapter 463. My eyes were closed as I listened to the noises outside. although I hadn't slept the previous night. I was still wide awake when we heard the marching coming into the miners' town. It was about 5 in the morning, and the sun hadn't risen yet, so it was still dark outside. There was a retinue of soldiers in armor. With each step, I could hear the clang of 100 chainmail. As they moved through the town, I could hear them kicking down doors, attempting to round up everyone from the town. At this point, the issue went beyond Lord Rain and me. It's time. My eyes snapped open, I casually stood up, and then walked out of the building. I walked into the middle of the street, stopping casually and waiting. A wave of 100 knights came stomping down the main street. They weren't on horseback, but they were still a menacing sight with all of that armor. Although the men had cleared out every building along the way, there wasn't a single person captured. The men had uneasy looks in their eyes as they walked through the miners' town. Finding every building had been abandoned. The entire place was a ghost town. It was to the point that when they reached the end of the road, right before the mine entrance, and saw me standing there, the men froze. Some even took a step back, confusing me for a ghost. The commander was the first to recover. He raised a torch in his hand and took a step toward me, squinting at the darkness that I was standing in. "Deke Deekson, that's my name," I responded. The man licked his lips and then straightened his back. He had been sent here by Lord Rain and had the backing of Lord Rain's strength. He had nothing to fear from a minor lord who hadn't even consolidated his strength yet. As for me, I was just disappointed that Lord Rain was still a coward. He decided to hide in his city rather than lead his men. "You, sir, are under arrest," he declared. "On what charges?" I demanded, not backing down an inch. My calm demeanor unnerved him a bit, and he leaned over to the man next to him. "Is there anyone else not in the houses, sir? His party hasn't been found, nor have the residents of the town." Of course, Lord Rain had ordered the residents slaughtered, so it put an ugly expression on the leader's face. Their original plan was to blame Lord Deekson for all of this, thus further excusing their arrest and swift execution. Although he had said that he was going to arrest me, he was ordered to cut off my head as soon as I surrendered. There was no peaceful resolution. "What charges?" the man finally spoke up. "Of course, betrayal of the throne. You've killed Aberry's knights. You've stolen a slave from Lord Rain himself. You've collapsed a valuable orichalcum mine to deprive the country of resources. You've also assassinated the king. For all of these crimes, you are sentenced to death." Chapter 464. I had to give Lord Rain credit. He really had done his homework. Most of the crimes were either somewhat true or at least difficult to prove. As long as the king never left the dungeon, then for all anyone knew, I had killed him. As long as they found Raisa, they could claim I stole her. The knights were the most damning evidence. I believed I had gathered the life stones from them. But perhaps they believed if they killed me, they'd find them on me? They'd be right. But even if they weren't, things could be fabricated after the fact. I pled not guilty. I responded anyway. I have paperwork on me confirming that Reza is not a slave. I never touched any knights of Abaris. The king is still alive at the bottom of the dungeon waiting to be saved. Your charges are laughable. Enough! The speaking knight drew his sword, prompting the rest to do the same. We're not here to discuss your case. You have killed many knights. Some of them were my friends. Do you deny this? I don't. I absolutely killed quite a few knights in the dungeon. The man's eyes widened in surprise, but then narrowed with a pleased expression. So, you admit it then? You killed almost 24 knights of Abaris. I did kill some knights, but you and I both know they weren't knights of Abaris. Right? The man stepped back, and then his face turned ugly. Watch your tongue! Abaris is a small nation, and knight tokens are limited. I only got 2. I was wondering how Lord Rain seemed to have an almost inexhaustible supply of elite knights. Then it came to me. His knights don't come from Abaris. They are from the Imperial Cloud Metho. Interesting theory. A cruel smile formed on the man's lips, and he chuckled, relaxing slightly. Not that it really matters, as you won't survive much longer. It honestly does matter. I nodded. If you were just knights of Abaris, who happened to find yourself loyal to Lord Rain, then it would definitely make things harder. Ha ha! Why is that? You are a pathetic weak lord who works under a small country. The Cloud Metho has only allowed this country to continue to exist on a whim. Even Lord Rain is a pathetic creature who will be disposed of when he is no longer useful. As for you, you were never useful in the first place. Why? He asks. I shrugged. Because I don't like killing people. And my own people least of all. Your disgusting Colosseum should have never been allowed on Abaris soil. Once I am done with you, I'll make sure to close that down for good. Ha ha. Kill us. How do you plan to do that? Quite easily. Since you've allowed me to waste your time for the last 10 minutes so my ladies could set this trap up, I have to say, I had my doubts it would work. Enough of this. Kill him. Create dungeon. The area around the small village suddenly glimmered. And the sky, which was just starting to lighten with the morning sun, suddenly turned into an unyielding blackness. You have entered the temporary dungeon, Knight's Demise. Chapter 465. Create Dungeon. A 25 dungeon 0.4th tier spell. I had always ignored this ability since I didn't understand how it worked. That was until Shao managed to turn the capital into a temporary dungeon. At that point, I realized the potential of this ability. Even then, I never thought I'd end up using it. I could entrap people and then release miasma, summoning monsters at will. Of course, I wasn't a level 100 demon lord, so I couldn't create miasma of my own. That was what the girls had been doing. They borrowed the miasma from our neighboring dungeon, and upon my command, it was released so that I could create this dungeon. The name had been selected by me. In fact, as soon as I cast the spell, I felt I had control of this realm. I could knock down buildings, create monsters, and even embed myself into the earth, creating a true dungeon. Naturally, those weren't my goals. The reason I created this dungeon was so that I could kill these knights, if they died. Some of them might be resurrected, and they'd likely be resurrected in the Imperial Cloud Metho, not here. In short, I'd be alerting them about my presence, and I wasn't ready to do that yet. First, I had to take care of Lord Rain. And then I'd mount defenses against the Imperial Cloud Metho. As long as they didn't get any news, it could be months or even years before they started any trouble. At this point, the knights started charging me. But I wasn't done. Raising up my hand, I stared down the charging knights with a smirk on my face. "Summon monster!" A lulling note suddenly echoed across the engulfed city. Growing out of the ground from a circle of magic was the siren. Every dungeon had to have a boss. Didn't they? I immediately imbued upon her the boss's status, causing her stats to quickly grow? As she sang, the knights slowed, their walking suddenly becoming disordered. At this point, I used up some of the lingering miasma to create undead under her control. They weren't the ones she had back in her old place, but they were enough for now. As the undead charged at the knights, only a few of them managed to come out of it. Seal your ears. "It's a siren," the leader cursed. These were high-level knights, after all. Their armor and status weren't just for show. Those that snapped out of it hit their neighbors and then started to cover their ears. "Attack!" I gave the order. From behind me, my 5 girls attacked. Celeste rose up and began her own song. It tied into the siren's song seamlessly. At first, the siren seemed taken aback, but Celeste's magic singer job was much higher now, and her skill far exceeded the siren. Rather than offend the boss, this seemed to energize her, as she worked to synergize her singing with Celeste. The sound grew more vibrant, and those that had failed to block their ears in time became incapacitated. Golems and elementals seemed immune to these kinds of bedazzling techniques, but in future dungeons, Celeste's high-level tunes would be absolutely devastating. The party cut down the men one at a time. Once they fell to the ground dead, barely 10 seconds passed before they rose back up. Brought to life by the combined tune of us Ilf and a siren. It was a horrific combination. The leader's eyes finally turned to fear. "You can't do this. You can't." Of course, I had my eyes down, not looking directly at the slaughter in front of me. I hated killing, but it was kill or be killed. However, once he started pleading, I met his eyes. "Why not?" I asked. "You'd have done the same to me. You'll start a war. Not just against Rain, but a power you can't possibly stop." I lowered my eyes as a sword plunged into his back, coming out the front. "You misunderstand," I said as the man coughed out blood and collapsed to the ground. "This is my declaration of war. Bring it." A few minutes later, the dungeon around the village dissipated. To the outside eye, the town would have looked strangely empty and derelict, But once the barrier fell, the buildings, the people, and everything else was gone. It was as if the village just suddenly disappeared. A portal later and standing in Cham. The mayor glanced over at me nervously. "What will you do now? I need to free the king as quickly as possible. As for you, get ready. Cham is going to war." Chapter 466. After cleaning up business in the small derelict village, I naturally brought all of the people there over to my city, Cham. Their number didn't even exceed 50, but they, fortunately, had a good opinion when it came to me. Furthermore, given the lack of support Lord Rain had given them in the past, it didn't take a lot to convince them to abandon a couple of shacks. As for the buildings, I had the dungeon consume them. I wanted it so when Lord Rain investigated, there would be absolutely nothing he could use. They became food for the dungeon and were digested into miasma. The miasma we had taken from the widow's dungeon was volatile, and it quickly dissipated once the dungeon's barrier was brought down. The miasma that was produced by my own dungeon seemed to be different, though. Of course, I didn't get any rewards for dismantling my own dungeon, but at least I could keep the miasma. I was able to collect it freely. Even once the dungeon was gone, I felt like I had some kind of affinity for this miasma. Rather than feeling like it had a corrosive, destructive effect, it actually felt calm and eager to be molded. That's when I came to the realization I had finally found my third source of concentrated mana. At the moment, there were three things, which were best described as a concentrated mana, which could be applied to skills to create new skills. Any individual could only select one skill, per mana source to modify into a particularly powerful spell. We had created a unique resurrection spell, the God Eye Identification, a spirit fire enchantment, a shadow-imbued disguise, and a powerful shadow attack. To name of a few of the skills my girls have gained using mana as a reagent. These mana sources came from the natural talents of Celeste and Miki. Miki could create spirit fire using her nine tails. Meanwhile, Celeste could create fairy dust. Now, a third source had arrived, miasma. I could create miasma by creating a temporary dungeon and dissolving items with it to extract their latent mana. However, upon realizing I could do this, I found that Xiao's Shadow Knight already had a similar ability. Dark Destruction was a recently unlocked skill that could target an object and break it down into miasma. It worked best with magical items and wasn't as efficient as turning things into a dungeon and dissolving them that way. However, what it lacked in efficiency it made up for in ease of use. I did eventually test out elemental stones, but they are so common that had they worked, the world would have assuredly known about them. The stones do work as reagents. They can enhance similar elemental skills to make them stronger. For example, a firestone could increase the power of a fireball. An intermediate mage might be able to produce the spell at the strength of an advanced mage. If you have the combination skill, these items can also be combined with neutral skills to give them an elemental effect. For example, My divine or a spell combined with a firestone could give a sword both a fire and a holy effect for the duration of the spell. Considering undead are weak against both fire and holy, this would have made those attacks more powerful. Although I had some desires to keep studying this system, and perhaps have each of the girls develop a new skill with their miasma combination. I had other more important things to worry about. Chom was preparing for war. Chapter 467. A walleye asked as plans were put in front of me. We're in the wilderness, the mayor sighed. And the larger our city is, the more we're going to attract various high-level beasts, more than that. If we're going to defend Aberries from external threats, we need to start worrying about this level of security. Tara. Would you be able to do it? I asked. Ah, yes, Master. I can have it done today. Today? The mayor let out a noise of shock. The entire city I was expecting this job to take months. It's fine. I patted his back. Just don't worry about it too much. My girls will do what they can today. Tomorrow, we're going to be leaving. What should we do? Mickey asked. Lydia? Work with the new army recruits. Teach anyone you can the sword. If they can gain the swordsman job, that would be best. However, I'll take any decent fighting job. Yes, Master. Mickey, I want you to work on morale. Check people's moods and try to improve them. I want the residents in a good state of mind. That way, they can be productive. When you are done with that, work with the alchemist to build up our stocks of balms and potions. I will, Master. Celeste, check on your mother. If there is any fairy dust or waters of life, please store it. Don't take any if it will affect the growth of the fairy spring. Why, yes. Shao, Raisa, I need the two of you with me. And me, Master. Even now it's still light out. I rolled my eyes, ignoring her flirting. We're going to be doing the most important job. I want to gather up a large number of magic stones and magic items we can't use. I am going to create and implant a dungeon near town. Why, you are creating a dungeon, the mayor asked with fear painted on his face. Near the town, this dungeon is a little different. I tried to explain. Without it being sustained by a curse, it won't be able to grow or consume mana. We'll have to feed it for it to produce. What is the point? Raisa here is the world's best dungeon diver. So she's going to help me build a dungeon to train people. Raisa's face turned red. Be boast. All of our soldiers are low level, I explained to the mayor. The quickest way to fix that is to have them train in a dungeon. So, I am going to create the circumstances for them to kill mobs and level. It might end up being expensive to start. But perhaps one day we can use the dungeon to access precious metals and the like. You wish to farm it? Like the great dungeons right now, a training place would be enough. I turned to Raisa and brought out a token. Raisa? Will you be my knight, Knight, you will be tasked with training my soldiers. Teach them how to survive. Teach them how to fight to the death. No one in this world fights seriously because they all live with the knowledge that they can just be resurrected when they die. I am going to change that. H, how so easy? I am going to put the fear of death in them. Chapter 468. Like before, I used the dungeon creation skill. It was a once-a-day skill. But it had been 1 day since I had used it last, so I could use it again. It was a bit of a frustrating spell. Worth 25 points, I had a restriction where points couldn't be recovered with reset when they were in cooldown. So, that meant that I lost almost all of my DP points for an entire day every time I used this spell. However, I felt it was very important to have a dungeon for the men to use. In time, I truly did hope that it'd be like Dirige's dungeon for us, where it was a source of income. The wilderness was a land ravaged by dungeons. They pulled mana out of the soil, and the result was that farming was in short supply. Other than hunting dangerous game, there were rather few ways Chom could make money. It had no exports. Even if I eventually got the orichalcum from Widow's dungeon, those profits would be temporary, and they wouldn't help Chom become self-sufficient. I had many plans to help bring wealth to Chom. There was the fairy spring, which functioned the exact opposite of dungeons, counteracting the curse. In fact, one day, I hoped to be able to support the dungeon by using the mana from the Fairy Queen. This would definitely take a delicate balance between the two, and possibly my own support as well. Some of the miners from the miners' town were sent out to survey the land with adventurers as protection, including the guildmaster himself. These were men who had already set up shop in the wilderness up north. So they weren't afraid of looking for other mineral deposits. If they failed to find anything, I might depend on Tara and her mineral appraisal skill. Finally, it was my idea to create our own dungeon for my people to use. That had been Carr's greatest mistake. He had tied all of his money to selling Water of Life. In the end, he sucked the land dry and allowed Carr's dungeon to appear. I wouldn't make the same mistake. Thus, we used the miasma we had obtained from the houses we deconstructed in the miners' town, and then created a new dungeon which I embedded into the ground. A new dungeon would eventually construct 10 floors, and then from there, it would steadily grow. I helped this one along, bringing in mana-infused items for the dungeon to digest. As for the siren, she ended up as the final floor 10 boss. This wasn't a problem, as Reza would make sure that no one ever attempted to clear out the 10th floor. With the dungeon created by my calm miasma and the boss monster being my own tamed monster, I felt like I had a dungeon that fell in my control. With the excess mana, I began to build the dungeon. If I tried to build it based on my own expectations, it might be too dangerous. So I instead used Stresa to come up with the floor plans. I didn't allow the dungeon to grow out as most wild ones did. Most floors had a very particular path or a clearly defined maze. While I shaped it based on Race's expert advice, theming each floor as an educational experience that would teach the soldiers a necessary skill. Shao brought in more magical items to convert to miasma. When the guildmaster returned, I also got his opinions on what was necessary. By the end, we had a very simple dungeon. If a normal dungeon was like a wild animal that would bite people and savagely defend itself while eating as much as it could, the dungeon I built was much more like a tamed puppy, eager to please its master. I gave the siren various orders. For example, or ZR. If a human did die in the dungeon, then the dungeon wasn't to eat their soul but expel it. These differences made this dungeon completely safe for people. After a full day of work, we had each completed our project. It would be months before we could call these jobs done, but time waited for no one. We had to just trust that Chom would build off the foundations we left. We had a king to save. For creating a dungeon, you have unlocked the job Dungeon Builder. Chapter 469. The next day, we had accomplished as much as we could. It wasn't like we were leaving for good. Every night, we returned to Chom. However, I could only really give us one solid day where we could just sit back and focus on Chom. Thus, I made sure to check everyone's progress before we left. I still had a job to do, and if we managed to save the king, it would go a long way to surviving this conflict against Lord Rain, especially if the Imperial Cloud Meadow joined in. I actually didn't really know what I was getting myself into. It wasn't like I had been in any wars. This wasn't even a war from my own world. This was a war with monsters, magic, and job classes. How the heck did I know what I was doing? I said some things to the knight simply to intimidate. But I was intimidating a dead man. If I had to say the same words to Lord Rain in his mansion, I'd assuredly keep my mouth shut. So, even though I had declared war on Alarith, I wasn't really planning on making a move until I was ready. I left Raisa behind. She protested a bit, but once I revealed we were on the 25th floor, she had to admit that her usefulness would be limited. Rather, she'd be more useful to me if she worked with our new recruits, helping them pass through the dungeons training program that the pair of us developed. Plus, I didn't tell anyone this. But I wanted her somewhere safe, given that she was probably carrying my children. Terra's walls weren't the cleanest walls. They were more like vertical mounds of dirt. I looked at them with a frown. Sorry, Master. It was all I could do in a single day. Nonsense! The guildmaster, who was also at the walls, declared. This is splendid. Of course, it'd still be nice to get a proper wall built, but for the moment, this will do. I decided he was right. So I wiped the frown off my face and patted her head. Being able to erect a 20-foot dirt wall around a place in a single day was already miraculous. To expect it to look like one of those stone fortresses was simply me being greedy. With time, I'll condense and straighten the dirt, Tara responded with a clenched fist. My desire for better seemed to have motivated her rather than depressed her. It looked like our wall, like everything else. was going to be a long-term project. After I checked on the wall, I went to check on our soldiers. The city of Cham, at the moment, had a population of about 5,000. This was up from the original couple hundred who lived in Old Cham. This included the refugees from the bandits who are still ravaging the countryside of Abaris, the slaves I purchased and then had sent to Cham Miners Town, and then those who were simply just interested in the opportunities of a growing city and had heard about us. Of those, we had about 100 adventurers and about 200 who were hired as city guards. The adventurers couldn't be expected to fight in internal disputes. Unless Lord Rain attacks and threatens the safety of the citizens, I couldn't count on the guildmaster's help. Those were his words, although he said them with a bit of apology. Then said he was willing to let Chompe to have the adventurers train them, so that's what we did. So, we had 200 soldiers. I considered bringing the sisters back from the capital to train them, but I wasn't sure I trusted Cilicia with an army. Right now, Raisa was training their survival skills. The gladiator I saved from the Colosseum was training them to fight to the death, and Lydia only had a short time to train them in swordsmanship. The guildmaster was still stepping in, but at the moment, I had no one to officially lead my troops. I would need to continue to be on the prowl for more talented people. Perhaps I needed to hit up the slave market again. Chapter 470. The last place I visited before we left was the Fairy Spring. It was only a 5-minute walk from the mansion, but it truly was a different place. The magic had already taken hold, and the spring was steadily growing more concentrated. Apparently, a half-dozen fairies had found their way to the spring. They were flying around it seemingly without a care in the world. When I appeared, they hid from me. But a certain fairy flew out in front. As she flew towards me, she grew to full size and I recognized her immediately. Astria smiled gently as she stepped toward me. Her appearance was much different than the dark fairy I remembered from the dungeon. All of the darkness which had warped her features was gone, and her beauty came out in waves. Although I never would have called Celestine developed, something about how the queen held herself screamed an adult maturity that her daughter didn't possess. Her beauty was clear, and she held herself in a way that exuded a great deal of sex appeal. It was enough to stun me as she approached. That's why I didn't mount any defense when she wrapped her arms around me and her lips met mine. Her tongue didn't hesitate to dart into my mouth. My head buzzed dizzily, and I felt a bit like when I was under the siren's spell. Except I had felt no sense of danger. And the sigh quickly grew lightheaded. Our kissing grew more furious, and my hands went for her breasts. Meanwhile, her hands dropped to my pants, starting to unbuckle them. Just as things started to get hot, a voice broke me out of this strange moment. "Mother, what are you doing?" That voice was none other than Celeste. She flew into a gap between the two of us, if there even was one at this point, and then exploded to full size. pushing the pair of us apart. The kiss broke away, and my mind finally started to come back to reason. As soon as I realized I had almost violated Celeste's mother right in front of her, a ferocious blush covered my cheeks. "See, Celeste. This, I am sorry." I was afraid that Celeste would be angry at me, but when she turned around, she looked more worried than angry. I am sorry, Master. I didn't think Mom would act this way." "What do you mean?" What's going on as we spoke? Celeste had her hands on her mother, but Astria barely looked at her. Instead, her eyes were on me, and they held a glint like a woman in love. She looked like if Celeste wasn't holding her, she'd pounce on me again. Celeste blushed. Mother was severely damaged after the destruction of the card engine. However, Carr sacrificed his life and used it so Mother could have a new life, which was how she was able to return to me. Regrettably, darkness had taken its toll on poor Mother's psyche, and now she's stuck in a state like a child. Although she still has the power of a fairy queen, my mother's mind has turned simple. Chapter 471. I digested what Celeste was telling me. In short, Astria wasn't firing on all cylinders. I could accept that. In all honesty, her daughter didn't seem to fire on all cylinders some of the time, so it wasn't too hard to imagine. However, that still left me a bit confused. "Why did she try to kiss me then?" I asked, diminishing the role the both of us took. Astria was still looking at me and even licked her lips as if she wanted another taste. I was pretty certain she had used some spell on me prior to cause me to temporarily lose my reason. Celeste looked at her mom helplessly and shook her head. "I don't know. Perhaps she confused you for my father. And in her simple state, she tried to reignite the love she had for him, or perhaps the appreciation she felt for you protecting me somehow warped, and this is the only way Mother knows how to express herself." "We can't ask her ourselves," I asked. Celeste shook her head sadly. "Unfortunately, although she seems to have recovered all of her fairy queen powers, she hasn't spoken a word since she's returned." "Well, I guess it's fine then." I finally relaxed, accepting Celeste's answer. Even though I had a feeling like there was something off about Astria. I just wanted to check. Since the fairy spring looks good, then there is no need to worry. "Yes, Master. We'll be going soon, so I'll be returning to the mansion." As I said this, Astria looked very disappointed. Celeste gave a helpless smile and nodded in affirmation. As I walked away, Astria continued to look at me. I still had a feeling like she wanted to eat me up or something like that. Had it been any of my girls, I would have been extremely turned on. However, Astria wasn't young and innocent. She was a full-grown woman, and I had a feeling she could teach me a thing or two. Shaking off those lewd thoughts, I met up with the girls. Celeste met up with us only a few moments later. Of course, we had resupplied, gotten our armor and weapons maintenance, and everything else. We were on the final, but also the most difficult leg of this journey. It was time to finally unlock the secrets of this dungeon. "Has everyone done their prep?" I asked. "Yes, master." I nodded and then opened up a portal. We stepped back into the room on the 25th floor. If I wasn't immune to miasma, the place would probably feel very oppressive. Compared to the higher floors, the mana here would be much, much thicker. "Master!" What happened next? Lydia eagerly pointed to the murals. That was right. I had forgotten to look at them before. We were interrupted by the soldier with the letter. Thankfully, he was the only one to come. And there was no one else here waiting for us. I registered with the kiosk just in case, and then held my light up to the murals. Well, let's see. Chapter 472. With so many interruptions, I had to keep reminding myself of what I already knew about this dungeon. It was a dungeon connected to temptation. Known as the Widow's Dungeon, the level 10 boss was a siren, while the level 20 boss was some kind of shapeshifter that took on your preferred form. You could call that temptation and deceit. Meanwhile, we had a maid who coveted her master, a master who cheated with his maid, and the mistress who cheated on the master, and ultimately a murder most foul. The next image showed a common woman arm in arm with a noble woman. It was very clear in the mural that one of them was dressed beautifully, while the other was dressed quite plainly. Basically, the pair of them were close, although it didn't mention how this relationship came into being. Then, the pair of them ended up in peril. They were assaulted by a monster and in a great deal of danger. A hero swooped in and saved them. In a surprising twist, the hero ended up falling in love with the common woman. Meanwhile, the noble woman looked on in jealousy. If the noble woman was the mistress, it was likely that she was engaged to be married. This was just conjecture, but I felt I was getting good at guessing at these kinds of things. So, the mistress ended up marrying a man she didn't love. However, I didn't know how the hero or the commoner fit into it. Perhaps the commoner was the maid. In that case, why did she go after her friend's man? There was only one more mural to go. And I wasn't sure I'd understand the whole story even then. If you thought about it, a newborn dungeon grew to 10 levels right away. There were 3 murals to tell the story. However, as they grew, more murals became available. I suppose one could call this a two-edged sword. While yes, with each additional mural, the dungeon became easier to solve. It was also 5 levels deeper. At the point where you reach a great dungeon, it would be near impossible to be done by battle. So, the 20 or 30 murals should make it perfectly clear how to fix the dungeon. If someone made it to the bottom, as long as they play their cards right, they resolve the lore without ever needing to engage in battle. While the curses could be forcefully expelled, the dungeon lore had an intrinsic need to want to finish itself. So in a way, the easiest path is the one no one takes. I had a feeling that my understanding of dungeons was radically different than most of the world's. Then again, I was a true dungeon diver. It wasn't known how many others had accomplished this feat. But compared to how many dungeons there are, the number is pitifully few. I explained what I could glean from the murals to the girls. They made a face, not quite happy with the answer. This might end up being lore that I couldn't complete. Yet, the biggest question of all was one that had nothing to do with the mural. That question was, where was the king? And what had left him trapped down here for the last 2 months? Chapter 473. We left the level 25 safe room and began to make our way to the stairway. On the way, I had seen the orichalcum golem, but the girls prevented me from chasing after it. No, it was best this way. We couldn't afford to spend all day looking for orichalcum. We needed to progress on to the 26th floor. Since we had a good deal of the 25th floor mapped out from chasing the boss all day, it was pretty easy to get to the exit and leave. I frowned as we ended up on the 26th floor. This was because I didn't see any bad guys. At my current level, sense life could go quite a distance, and I could usually always see a few red blips on my map at any given time. However, since reaching level 26th, I hadn't seen a thing. Sense life even worked on hidden creatures that couldn't be seen by the normal eye. So this wasn't simply the case of a monster hiding. I don't see anyone on this level, I murmured. Is there any information on the 26th level? The girls all shook their heads and Lydia spoke up. Raisa said that anyone who made it this far refused to give out any information. Although this seemed selfish on the surface, and perhaps for some dungeon divers, it was. The vast majority withheld information after a certain point to dissuade people from risking their lives by going into a truly dangerous place. There are also no traps. A fair amount of treasure, though. At first, my assumption was that this was some kind of mimic level. But after looting some treasure chests and not encountering a single hidden mob, a frown began to grow on my face. As we moved deeper into this level of the dungeon, that frown only deepened. There were many twists and turns. It was almost too easy to become lost. This must be one of those labyrinth levels, Miki spoke up. Labyrinth levels? The deeper you go, Miki explained. The more themed levels become. In the great dungeons, they say that some levels are actually entire ecosystems, complete worlds, and biomes onto themselves. They are completely different than with small dungeons. However, in Aubrey's, few have ever made it deep enough to encounter one. What do you mean by a complete world? I mean cities, indigenous people. Even kingdoms, Miki explained excitedly and then blushed. I mean, that's just a rumor I was told. Some say that each level connects to another world, and through dungeons, you can actually go to another world. Really? My eyes brightened. Was that where the king was? Was he trapped in a dungeon level that equates an entire world? It would certainly make more sense. Wait. Was there a dungeon that connected with my own world? Miki noticed my eyes and immediately shook her head. Master? This kind of dungeon level wouldn't appear until likely after 50. No one in Aubrey's has seen one. Although maybe the Imperial Cloud Metho and Shigis car divers have. However, before you see those, you do see increasingly more complex levels, like this one, a labyrinth. So, this level is a giant maze. The goal is for you to get lost and not keep track. They use the treasure to distract you. But the goal isn't for you to be killed by a mob. It's simple to become lost and never find your way out, Miki explained. I've said it before, but dungeons can be very dangerous. Chapter 474. In the end, the maze was vast. But my mapping skill was top-notch. There was no way I could become lost in this thing. My true dungeon diver had unlocked a skill at level 28 called Pathfinder. It couldn't lead me to where I wanted to go, but it could lead me to where I had been. Thus, no matter how complicated the map got, I could have led us back to the entrance with ease. Of course, with my portal ability, it wasn't too big of a deal since I could just portal to the entrance if I needed to. The most advantageous way that I used it was to find treasure. As soon as I detected it with Detect Treasure, all I had to do was select it with Pathfinder, and I would instantly have a path leading straight to the treasure. Even if it was outside the area I had seen on my map. Long gone were the days when I tracked an item all the way, only to find that it was actually on the opposite side of the wall down another corridor. I hated that in video games. And it was 10 times worse in real life. After a solid day of searching, I went home with the girls. After labyrinth work, we all ate dinner I prepared, and then the girls went to work on their duties. Lydia and Xiao would train soldiers. Tara would work on the wall. Then, we'd all meet up late at night and go to bed in my large manor bed. I was a little worried about how long it would take to finish this level. To date, it was the first one I couldn't finish in a single day. My worries were unfounded, though, because the very next day, around noon, we finally found the exit leading down to the next floor. I cleared up the rest of the treasure within view. But I kept finding more treasure that only popped up upon getting the next treasure. It was clearly a temptation to slowly lead you away and help get you lost. This wasn't a problem for me, though, because my map and Pathfinder made both finding the treasures and returning easy. We ended up spending the rest of the day hunting down treasure before the girls finally convinced me to leave. I had netted nearly 300 gold coins on this level alone, not to mention a scattering of scrolls, alchemy products, weapons, and armor. Nothing was better than what we already had. But it all contributed to the black hole that was the Charm Rejuvenation Fund. As the day set, I realized we were taking far too much time playing around. I had barely covered 1/4 of the labyrinth, which meant there was much more treasure to be had. But we were on a deadline. We went home to Chom again. And only at the beginning of the 3rd day did I finally look back in regret before heading down to the next level. We had spent too much time on this level, though. 2 full days. Mind you, if any other dungeon diver heard that we had managed to conquer a labyrinth level in 2 days, They would likely shed tears in frustration. Chapter 475. Level 27 is another underwater level, I suggested. I am not so sure, Master. Miki pointed to the ceiling, which stretched more than 10 feet above the waterline. There appears to be room for a boat. If I guessed, the trip underwater would probably be very perilous, while the boat ride would be much easier. If that is the case, then wouldn't that make the boat ride the temptation I offered, thinking with my brow scrunched up? And if the boat ride is the temptation, then doing it would assuredly have some kind of setback. Unless the rewards at the bottom are the temptation, in which case I realized I had landed into a conundrum. The dungeon wasn't very clear and cut. I couldn't say whether I should brave the bottom of the sea or skim over the top. Either one could be considered a temptation, and thus could also include a trap. At this point, the dungeon did provide an actual threat to our lives. We had lucked out passing the labyrinth. But we didn't know how powerful the enemy was now. In fact, if we avoided the underwater enemies in this level, then it could be that we would be completely blown away by the enemies on the next level. Perhaps that was the trap here. You were lulled into a sense of comfort, spending days wandering and sailing around before finally encountering something dangerous. Ah! I gave a cry, causing the girls to jump. The more I think about it, the more insidious dungeons can be. There is just no predicting them. You know they're trying to kill you, but you never know exactly how they're trying to kill you. It's maddening. That's the way of curses, Master. Lydia hugged me, her soft chest pressing against me and calming me down a bit. So, what do we do? I asked. Do we go over the water, or into the water Lydia suddenly pulled away and didn't meet my eyes? Thursday? That's Master's decision. What aren't we all a party? I really need input here. I glance at the other girls, who all look away too. We're slaves. Miki coughs. We will trust Master's decision, as is proper. Now you are all being proper. You won't hesitate to bully me in bed, but when it's a life or death decision, suddenly you girls are silent. It's just... Master's decisions are always just, Miki argued. What about when I say I want some alone time, and I don't want to snuggle in bed with all of you? Well, then Master is making a bad decision, and we must correct him, she responded smoothly. Why, you... As we were arguing, Celeste pulled a fish we had captured, preserved, and stored in one of the storage rings. It was from one of the higher levels, but still felt as fresh as if we just caught it. She casually walked to the edge of the water and tossed the fish into the water. Immediately, the water exploded with bubbles, and hundreds of tiny fish that looked to be more teeth than body attacked it. The conversation ended as we watched a 2-foot-long fish monster be devoured in a few moments, and then tossed out. The bones land a few meters from our feet. Celeste glanced over at us with an innocent smile on her face. Master! I think we should use a boat. Ah! Yeah. These fish were too plentiful. I realized now that I couldn't see the fish with sense life, because the fish were everywhere. Sense life identifies centralized life force, but these small fish were so plentiful that the entire place was carpeted with a light pink color. I only realized it now that I carefully compared the area on land with the rest of the water. I opened a portal, and the group left the dungeon to return to Chalm. After Celeste floated through, Xiao turned to me. I still can't figure it out. What, is Celeste really dumb? Or really smart? That really was one of life's mysteries. Chapter 476. A boat. The craftsman scratched his head. I was in Chom, asking the various craftsmen if anyone could construct us a boat. I really didn't want to depend on something made for the sea, though, because navigating a closed, off dungeon would clearly be a different experience. I couldn't imagine how the king and his party had managed to pass that level without having an ability like Portal. Did adventurers just keep a boat in their storage rings, just in case it was no longer a mystery to me why so few made it past the 25th level? Getting to the 29th level was headache-inducing. It left me appreciating the monostarvation method that had been used on Terra's dungeon. I realized now that had I tried to enter her dungeon at its prime, it would have been impossible for my party back then to complete it. Of course, things were a lot different now. So I was eager to make that last push. Once this mission was done, I could truly focus on building the war effort. I'd prefer to reach that point before Lord Rain and the Imperial Cloud Meadow knew that I was preparing for war. We need a narrow boat that can make sharp corners. A low sail would be good as well. It needs to fit 6. He shook his head. I can't do boats. You'd need to go to a harbor town for this kind of thing. That was the answer I had universally received. If I wanted a boat, I needed a craftsman from the sea. We were landlocked and as far in Aboris from the sea as we could be. It was nearly a 6-month journey to reach the other side of Aboris. I didn't have that kind of time. Without a competent shipwright, we'd be at risk anyway it is. I sighed. Shipwright was the name of the craftsmen who would create and design boats. I could just have them construct something using my memories and ingenuity. But we were talking about testing it against a dungeon. A single mistake could end up meaning death. If any of my girls fell into the water, those creatures could fillet them in under a minute. What are we going to do? Master Lydia asked, the girls all watching me with just a hint of anxiousness. I shook my head slightly and sighed. This king was certainly a difficult guy to find. When we finally got to the bottom of this dungeon, what we discovered better be worth all of this. I was starting to feel like I was really in a game. One quest led to a side quest, which led to a fetch quest. I finally made my decision and stood up. Pack up, girls. We're heading back to the capital. We're going to look for a shipwright slave. That's an option, I admitted. But I am thinking it'd be better to take the traveling guild's portals straight to the sea, so we can buy something that already exists. Perhaps the shipwrights will be able to modify it for us. Perhaps we can also look into establishing some more trade. In that case, she would be useful. I ended up mumbling that last part to myself. You can also have fun with your big-breasted elf maid. Lydia spoke up a little too excitedly, causing some of the craftsmen to shoot us looks. Blushing, I turned my head angrily. Her name is Faina. And no, I wasn't thinking about her ample breasts. You know, I don't make every decision with my penis. Right. Why were all the girls looking at me doubtfully that hurt a little? Chapter 477. It was still morning, and we had gone to the dungeon, found it impassable, traveled back to Cham, decided we needed a boat, and then traveled to the capital. Having already used portal 3 times, I had one more portal I could use thanks to the trick I had learned using True Hero's second job skill. Usually, I treated the portals like currency. That is to say that I left my 4 free points free. And only when I decided I needed to create a portal would I drop a point to use the once-a-day spell. Each additional use cost another point. Portals already took a bit to cast, so I might as well take a bit longer by accessing and fiddling with the dungeon point store. Before I stepped through, I checked my breath and my hair. It had nothing to do with Faina. I wasn't excited to see her again. It had been a couple of weeks since I had last met her. She was just a really dependable woman. She was very regal, and her personality was sweet, yet commanding. Not like that phony princess in the castle. Although I am sure Eliana would have been crying if she heard that opinion about her. The elf maid just held a dignity the other woman couldn't compare with. Faina was diligent. That was the word. It had nothing to do with 2 large things that happened to be on her chest and her status as a mythical fantasy creature that was even rare by this world's standard. It was her personality that I enjoyed. If the 5 slave girls who made up my party were like the fun, hot girl who was your friend, always made you laugh, and was someone you could go out and have a great time with, then Faina was more the stoic woman at home, who would take care of you and pamper you. She was a dutiful wife. Not that I was saying she was my wife. There was really no reason to get worked up over her anyway. It's not like we could have sex. Elves in this world imprinted on the first person they exchanged bodily fluids with. That meant sex. I mean, we kissed once, but that's probably not enough. If it was, that would be truly pitiful. She never mentioned anything like that, so it was fine. However, if I had sex with her, then she'd definitely become all but sterile. I'd have to father all of her children. I didn't know if they would be elves or half-elves, but surely it would doom her race. It was much better if she got with someone who would live as long as she did. As for me, I had women in my life, so there was no need to be selfish. Besides, who knew how fertile I even was? I quickly decided to ignore Raisa as an outlier. I hadn't gotten any of the other girls pregnant. I stepped through the portal, and she was right in front of me. While I was fretting with the portal open, it turned out that Fena had been alerted to my presence and appeared in front of me. She bowed low, and her chest hung like to ripe watermelons. "I am back," I said, putting my backpack in front of my pants. "Master, welcome home," she smiled. Chapter 478. "Master, we must go to war immediately." Celicia raced into the room. I blinked in surprise. When did Celicia learn about our war efforts? I hadn't even told the prince yet. When I saw her face, filled with anger and worry, I realized that she was talking about something else. "What is going on?" I demanded. "It's sister!" she cried out. "The church came and took her away 2 days ago?" "Oh, good." I let out a breath of relief upon hearing it wasn't important. "Master!" "Ah!" I let out a cough as Celicia glared at me. "I mean, this is really unfortunate." "What happened?" "The church has sent several strongly worded letters to the manor since you left a few weeks ago." Fena stepped in and explained. "Did you tell them that I was currently gone?" I asked. "On orders from the prince?" She nodded. "We did reply as such, but the church continued to send letters. Therefore, we wondered if the letters were making it properly. We ended up sending Carmen to deliver the letter personally. However, that was 3 days ago, and she hasn't returned from the church since." I scratched my chin as I took in what the two women were telling me. Essentially, it seemed like the church was causing problems. Up until now, my only confrontation with the church was with the clockwork dragon they had sent Carmen to capture. However, after the royal family, they were the second greatest power in Aberystwyth. There were various things about me that could certainly get their notice. The fact that I was from another world could be troublesome. The idea that I colluded with Celicia and destroyed the clockwork dragon, my defeat of the demon lord, and the fact that I was keeping her with me despite the chance she could still be a danger. Never mind the job dark priest. And my ability to swap out jobs like a priest. Simply put, dealing with the church would be trouble. I wanted to avoid them at all costs. That was why I fled the last time I was in the city. It was just a delaying tactic. But I was happily continuing to delay it until I had the king owing me his life. Unfortunately, that seemed impossible now that the church was starting to cause problems with me. "Master, what will you do?" Celicia demanded. An angry yet hopeful expression on her face. I reached out and gently grabbed Celicia's shoulders. "You and Carmen are mine. I own you. I won't allow anyone else to take what is mine. I will go to the church, and I will bring back your sister." Celicia blushed and looked away, not meeting my eyes. "Thursday. Thank you, master." I left Celicia behind to watch the mansion. And then I grabbed the rest of the girls, Fena included, and headed out into the capital. "Is Master really going to go to the church and cause trouble?" Xiao asked worriedly. She understood that her presence was one of the biggest divides between the church and me. "Hell no," I responded, causing all the girls to look at me. What? Fena asked. her eyes widening. I just wanted to shut Celicia up. We're going to resolve a few loose ends in the capital, and then I am heading to the ocean. Carmen will be fine. The slave bond tells me she's healthy and not dead. Even if the church was trying to force my hand, they would fail. In my mind, the troublesome sisters were completely expendable. Chapter 479. Figaro is really out. My first shock of the day was after I headed to the slavers' market. Although I guess the slavers themselves called the building that did the administrative stuff the slavers' pavilion, I am sorry. He took another journey, this time to the Imperial Cloud Metho. The slaver gave a weak smile. You are always welcome to look around, though. I had already glanced down the rows of slaves. Most of the ones currently on the market were tough, brawny men. That's not saying I had a preference for beautiful women. I wasn't that big of a pervert. However, most of these men were former bandits, deserters, mercenaries, or other violent people. And I didn't feel like they'd be a good fit for Chom. What they would make good fodder for the army. If I filled my army full of disreputable people, it would crumble the moment their lives were put on the line. That's assuming the freed slaves didn't flee the second they had a chance. These men were not the type I could trust with my life. And thus they were not the type I'd let the other slaves trust with theirs. As for finding a shipwright, there wasn't a single one. There was a person with magic blacksmith, but they were at a price where buying them would wipe out most of the money I had. It was at a level where I wasn't confident I'd be able to buy a ship. I also had other financial plans. Before we left completely, I turned to Faina. She had been my slave pavilion liaison up until this point. Faina, you were able to pay off the fee for all of the slaves. Correct. Ah, yes, master. They were all sent to Chom as you ordered. I was able to use the money you left me wisely and pay for everything. That was the other reason the slave market was lacking picks. Faina had been buying up anyone who had the right credentials, and they were being sent to Chom. Supposedly, there were another 100 or so slaves still in transit to Chom that haven't arrived yet. I actually would have preferred not sending them down by carriage, as the bandit threat on the path was dangerous. Since Celicia had been captured, the groups of bandits had become increasingly bolder. However, by nature, bandits avoided slaves. Slaves could be traced. They were already owned, and that ownership was supported by the Slavers' Guild. These men might very well end up as slaves one day, so the last thing they wanted to do was piss off the Slavers' Guild. If the church and the royalty could be said to have about equal footing in this country, then the Slavers' Guild was even more powerful. Its connections spread through the Imperial Cloud Metho and the other nations as well. Only Dayashin and Shigiskar refused to tolerate the presence of the Slavers' Guild. Fortunately, the Slavers' Guild only followed money and had no interest in power or politics. How are finances? I asked. Faina blushed. Weak, my lord. I am afraid there is very little left, as is I have put enough away to keep the mansion afloat for a single year. But that is all. That was actually an impressive nest egg. Faina was good with money considering the expectations I put on her. Then, let's get the carriage and load up supplies you can sell. Let's try to maximize our profits again. Chapter 480. Where will Master be heading this time? Faina shot to the point immediately. That's a good question. We need a place that we can reach by portal. Somewhere on the ocean of Aberies. Preferably a city with a port. You would most likely be interested in King's Port. It's the largest port in Abaris. Faina seemed to have already familiarized herself with a map of Oberies. However, only a powerful mage like Master can open a portal that distance. You'd need transfers to get there with a standard travel magician. Fortunately, such a route was devised by the Traveling Guild for those who wish to visit the beach on vacation from the capital. Never underestimate the value of rich people wanting their comforts. It looked like such a route existed and I wouldn't have to do any lengthy travel. Kingsport sounded like just what we were looking for. When does it leave, I asked, fearing the trip would still take 10 days. The Traveling Guild opens the route tomorrow? Ah. But the complete trip is 10 gold per person. Very expensive. Most tourist traps were, but 10 gold was nothing for the current me. I pulled out a bag filled with money. I didn't even bother to count it before I just handed the whole thing to Faina. In that case, Faina, purchase supplies you believe will sell well in Kingsport. We'll stay the night in the mansion. I just have one more errand to run. Yes, Master. So, I will be attending you tonight. Of course, I responded. I mean, since I'd be in the mansion, she would probably prepare my bed, clean my clothing, and cook dinner. She was my maid after all. However, her cheeks suddenly turned bright red, and she started looking flustered. Good job, Master! Lydia gave me a thumbs up and whispered encouragingly. Be assertive as you push her down. Ah! I realized then that by attending, she meant in bed. No, rather. That. I'll take my leave first, Master. Her voice was high as she covered her face with embarrassment and fled. I was stuck with a finger up and my mouth open, unable to correct the mistake. I must have seriously shamed her by telling her to have sex. She was an elf and couldn't do it with me, so by making her think she had to. She must have been quite hurt by thinking her master was going to be cruel to her. I wanted to go apologize. But I also still had things I needed to get done. The group of us went to one last location that I had forgotten to visit before. Aberis Life Insurance. A woman greeted me in the front of the store. Yes, I'd like to register with you, I explained. In the end, I had to fill out a bunch of paperwork that assessed my risks. It asked what I had done and what I will be doing. Once I was done, I handed it back to the girl. She read the document, a small frown forming on her lips. Then she slapped a stamp on it. What do you mean? High risk! I cried as I saw the stamp on the paper. It just means you'll have to pay twice as much, as there is a high likelihood you'll need it, the woman responded shortly. I felt like crying, but I ended up paying the fee anyway. They took a drop of blood and placed it in a crystal. I paid enough for them to check on the crystal for the next 12 months. It felt really strange doing all this. But I told myself it was for safety. With the chores done, I patted off my pants and headed out with the girls. However, when I walked out the door, there were 12 paladins surrounding us. They all had their weapons lowered. Before I could say anything, the ground under our feet exploded with light, and I realized we were standing on some kind of magical glyph they had prepared while I was in the shop. Deek Deekson! You are a hard man to find. A snobbish priest came forward. However, now that we have you, I'd like you to accompany me. Chapter 481. It doesn't work, after all. I sighed. I had already figured as much. But I used Portal and it didn't work. I wasn't sure about Return. Since Portal was a dungeon points kill, and Return was merely a low-level hero skill, it stood to reason it wouldn't work either. They probably knew I was a hero, so they would naturally know that I could use Return. The reason I didn't try it is that I didn't feel desperate yet. Since the church has already gone this far to capture me, I supposed I had to see where this went. Return was a skill I could only test once, and then I might just be making things worse at that point. What do you want? I asked instead, motioning for the girls to put their weapons away. The paladin, who appeared to be leading the rest, sneered when he saw this, clearly unimpressed by a group of female fighters. It was the priest who was acting as the speaker, though. Unfortunately, his attitude wasn't much better. The Archbishop has ordered us to bring you in, he responded. They'd like to have a word with you. Very well. I clasped my hands calmly behind my back. All you had to do was ask. Irritation flashed on the priest's face, but then again, that was my intent. I wasn't trying to be a troublemaker, but I had a feeling that this guy was a small fry. And he was trying to throw power he didn't really have to look better than he actually was. Seeing that I wasn't sufficiently cowed even with paladins surrounding me, the lips of the priest tightened and he made a gesture. Come along. The group of us followed the circle of paladins, who remained around us like a regiment of bodyguards. Or rather, jailers. The procession certainly drew the notice of the crowds. Previously, I had remained pretty inconspicuous. We all wore cloaks with our hoods up and kept our heads lowered. Isn't that Lord Deek, the new lord? He's the lord that saved the city, Aboris's hero. Lord Deek, I love you. A woman suddenly called out, You saved my sister. Aye, what's with those church guys? Aren't they being a bit stuffy? This is the city's savior we're talking about. If they're giving him an award? That guy in front sure looks arrogant. The whispering of the crowd seemed to be extremely supportive. I might have gloated, but I was just as surprised as the church. Apparently, in the few weeks since the demon lord had been defeated, I had started to gain a reputation in the city. Some were even calling me the hero of Abaris, since the capital didn't officially give out hero tokens as the villages did. The priest, and by extension the church, who were escorting us, started turning into an unappreciative villain in the eyes of the public, even if he had way more guts. The priest couldn't help but form an embarrassed expression. He perhaps had thought his own status made him a respected person of the city and worthy of worship. In the end, my credentials just outdid his own. The court of public opinion was a powerful thing. By the time we reached the church, even the disciplined paladins were feeling awkward. Chapter 482. The Church. Although it was probably more accurate to call it a cathedral, was quite massive and ornate. It wasn't much different than the Catholic cathedrals from my old world. It possessed tall spires, but they were oddly rounded off, more like hills than spires. Although there was a point on the top of each one that I couldn't see clearly, there were many ornate sculptures, mostly of women. They were often pregnant, giving birth, or feeding infants with their breasts. The priest led me into the church, but the majority of the escort broke off at that point. Only two paladins followed us inside. That didn't make things any more even, since there were guards at the gates and lined up all over the cathedral. In the large room we entered, there were at least 10 paladins and innumerable priests. The priests were probably not great at combat, but I imagine if they all concentrated on healing the warriors, they'd basically have infinite health. On the inside, there were high ceilings and a propensity for the color white. Their religious imagery was different, once again focusing on women, particularly in motherly roles. Their deity appeared to be a somewhat robust woman with large hips and breasts. Was this the goddess who sent me to this world? This would be my first time seeing her if that was the case. "All hail to the mother," I heard a man chanting. "Mother, shelter us in your womb." Although the imagery was mostly women, on this floor I saw mostly men. However, the few women I did see were surprisingly beautiful. "You will be respectful to the archbishop," the priest who was leading us snapped, "or the penalty is death." I tried to make a portal again, just to test it, and it was still out. Whatever that magical circle did, it seemed to work for more than just within the circle. It appeared to be some kind of skill dampener that prevented me from using movement-related skills. I could still use other skills, as I tested out several that the paladins wouldn't notice, like slave communication and map. We ended up entering an elevator, which was powered magically. It lifted up past the giant room. We ended up in a large room at the very top of the cathedral. I was deep in enemy territory now. I swallowed hard and then got off. At this point, the priest stopped leading us. As soon as the 6 of us were off, he shut the elevator and sent it back down, standing there as if he was blocking our exit. He gestured for the group of us to continue. We slowly walked down the giant chamber, which looked like the office of the archbishop. At the end of the room was a tall chair. It was facing away from me. There was also a fireplace that was burning ominously. There was an excessive use of blacks and reds, which contrasted with the white exterior. I could see it now. This was the true church. It was the corrupt, dark underbelly. Then, before me, was the archbishop who ran the church. They were the most powerful person in the country, just under the noble family. The chair turned around, and my mouth couldn't help but fall open. Chapter 483. Sitting in a chair. With a large desk between us was an incredibly beautiful woman. She had curly auburn hair, bright green eyes, and an enormous chest that even made Fane seem modest. It was easily the size of 2 watermelons, and it wasn't covered up by much. Although she was dressed in ceremonial robes, black and red in color, she had an extensive amount of cleavage on display. She didn't show any bit of embarrassment as she looked me up and down. She noticed my eyes locked on her chest, and a small, almost imperceptible smirk appeared on her face. "Hello, Deek-son. I've been waiting for you." "Ah. Well, it's not like you've given me a choice." I managed to shake my gaze from the appearance of her massive tits, especially after being glared at by the girls. I reminded myself that this woman was the enemy. Who knew what evil plans the church was concocting? "Would you like something to drink?" she asked, glancing back to the escort priest, who nodded and went to a small bar to prepare something. "Wine tea. Or milk." My eyes couldn't help but drop down to her tits again. Her smile grew slightly wider, and I felt an elbow in my stomach. No. Rather, I just want to know why the church went to such an effort to bring me here. My interaction with the church has been minimal at best. I've done nothing I can remember to upset you. Well, other than the clockwork dragon. But why would I mention that at a time like this? Rather, I felt like playing dumb was my best move at the moment. The woman behind the desk was calm, looking me up and down one more time with a bit of interest. "You may call me Mary. Like the Virgin, oh my." How bold. "No, I mean." I tried to defend myself, but then shook my head so I didn't get flustered. Rather, "Why am I here?" She sat back, pursing her lips thoughtfully. "You don't trust the church very much, do you, of course? The church was always the bad guy." "How could I trust them? They captured Carmen. They forced me here. They were trying to use a clockwork dragon. They tossed Celicia and Carmen into slavery. Who knew what else they had done? Do I have a reason to?" I decided to answer with another question. She leaned forward, her chest bouncing as it flopped on the desk, even though she wasn't leaning very far. "How did she write with those things in the way? Do you know anything about the church?" "Only what I have heard from others," I responded shortly. Oh, she raised an eyebrow and then took the glass that the priest handed her. I noticed he hadn't made me anything. She drank the cup slowly, seeming completely unrushed. "So, is there anything I should know?" I asked, feeling a bit annoyed. "There have been many religions over the years, but only ours has become the main religion. We believe in the mother and the daughter. However, in recent years, the church has become divided. It has come to a point where things might very well come to war. The church is at war? She nodded sadly. It might be. Very soon. There are several sects that have broken off. The sect here in Auberys has a great deal of reverence for the mother. We worship birth, leadership, ideals, and nourishment. The other sect favors the daughter. They lean towards youth and innovation. Of course, over the years of this conflict, both sides have recruited many numbers. And the support finally settled on a specific feature of the mother and the daughter. This is the central source of our conflict now, and the choice that we haven't been able to settle in 1,000 years to this very day. I raised an eyebrow. What is that? Big chests over flat chests. I am sorry. What? Let me officially introduce my church. She stood up and then bowed, her giant breasts smashing on the table as she did so. I am Archbishop Mary, of the Church of Big Titties. Chapter 484. Church of Big Titties? Well, that's not the official name, she admitted, standing back up as her breasts bounced unnaturally. But I find it a more suiting name to quickly explain our values and desires. The bigger the tits, the closer a woman is to God. What about men? Did you not check them out? She gestured to her rack, and my eyes did linger once again. Hee hee. Men love these things. They're more pious than any woman, offering them all of their praise and worship. It's women, on the other hand, who sometimes have a problem. Tisk. It's just fat, Tara muttered. Shut up! The priest next to the archbishop suddenly screamed, drawing a dagger. I could just manage to tolerate that foxkin and her barely sea-sized hills, but that flat-chest golem is an abomination. It never should have been allowed in the church, and now you want to blaspheme in front of the archbishop. Enough, Carl! The archbishop tossed a book of scripture at the priest's head, hitting him and causing him to crash to the ground. As he was screaming, Tara grabbed my arm and then hid behind me. Wait. So the reason he was so hateful was because of Tara. The archbishop came out from behind her desk and then bowed. Her tits basically fell out the top. I could even see the nipples. I am sorry, she said. As you can see, there is still a great deal of animosity between both sides. Tara pinched my arm while noticing me staring at those things as they rocked back and forth, hanging down. It's just like a cow, not even attractive. Tara! She really was running her mouth at a bad time. She seemed to realize it at this moment, too, and then blushed, looking away. It's okay. Mary stood back up, a wry smile on her face. She can't help it. She's a Flatchester. They know not what they say. Ah. I shook my head, feeling like I had a headache. Let me get this straight. There are two sects of the church fighting because one side likes big breasts and the other likes flat chests? Yes. It is a conflict that has brewed for over 1,000 years. However, now that I became Archbishop, beating the last by a cup, I wish to try to fix the church. There was a time when we were the strongest existence on the continent. However, we have become fractured, and now compared to the likes of the Demon King and the Imperial Cloud Palace, we are too weak. How do I fall into any of this? I asked. Isn't it obvious? She responded, tapping her finger on her lips. At the tournament, we saw your team of women. Flat-chested, big-chested, medium-chested. You have truly picked women of every size. It's your mentality we want. She glanced at the priest, who was rubbing his head and looking embarrassed. We need a figure to lead by example. I believe you are that man. I believe you have been chosen to bring balance to the tits. I'm not sure I follow. I want you to be a bridge between the flats and the mountains. I want you to bring together the titles and the well-endowed. I want MILFs and Lolas to live together in peace. That is my dream. She suddenly grabbed my hands, looking up at me with pleading eyes. Please, Deekson, will you plow through our divide? You don't have to be gentle. Just dive in face first. Why, yes. I got caught up in the moment and tried to bow, but the two of us were too close. The result? My face plunged right into her breasts. Oh, my! She gasped. Chapter 4, 85 WH. Where was I? I murmured. Suddenly waking up. I was sitting in a chair, and the escort named Carl was using some pungent thing he was waving under my nose to wake me up. It worked, and also burned a little. I waved my hands, trying to get it out of my way. You were in a place of dreams. My friend, Carl said, patting my shoulder. What? Are we getting along now? He blushed. Ah! Well, before, I had my doubts about your dedication. However, after seeing you plunge headfirst into those big things and motorboat the Archbishop, I know you are truly my brother. To think you are so pious as to plunge so deep she couldn't even get your head out. You risked death and asphyxiation to properly give them the attention they deserve. Ah! I've dreamed of being able to do as such, but every time I've tired, a book suddenly struck him in the back of the head. He coughed up blood, but then wiped his mouth, grinned, and gave me a thumbs up. I couldn't even respond. Instead, I glanced up from the chair to see the Archbishop sitting back in her chair on the other side of the desk. Her expression gave nothing away as to her displeasure over the events. Are breasts really that amazing? Xiao asked doubtfully, looking down at her own chest. At best, she'd be considered of average size. She was larger than Miki but smaller than Lydia. Celeste had the largest breasts, although it was often hard to recognize that when she was in her fairy form. Miss... Carl's expression suddenly turned serious. Breast provide necessary nourishment to babies. You don't hate babies. Do you? No, she said with a gasp. Then, there you go. He nodded firmly, and then glanced at her chest. Yours is acceptable. Many women have average breasts. Do not be ashamed of them. I don't know if I should thank you or hit you, she responded, her mouth twitching. No, thank you is necessary. Just please respect your chest and find a man who takes care of them every day, he said, grabbing her hands and looking deeply into her eyes. I am the demon lord who attacked the city, she declared. Shall. I cried out. I panicked, she responded tearfully. No matter, he snorted, since you have tits. Then you take after the mother. A woman with tits can't be an evil woman. Sho looked pleadingly at me for an escape. But I couldn't deal with the guy either. Fortunately, Mary took care of it with another book. It was a big one this time. And Carl didn't get back up. Then, since that's done, what say you marry side? I am still not completely certain what you want me to do. I would like you to visit the other sect and try to form a rapport with them. I hope you can become an inspiration for both sects. You can be a unifying factor. The hero of Aberries, lover of women of all sizes. You don't have to do anything immediately. But please try to contact the other sects and get in good with them, as you have with my own. Aren't most people like Carl? They hate him. I distinctly made sure not to look at Tara or Miki at this moment. Some are still stuck in their own ways. However, if you are seen in the capital with more big-breasted women, then they will come to accept you. Like you. Oh, my. You really are naughty. She blushed and held her cheeks. I was actually thinking that big-breasted elf girl, however. If there is ever an event and you need a well-endowed woman on your arm, I might not say Noah. Okay. I was making sure not to look at any of the girls behind me anymore. There is one more thing I needed to address with you before I agreed to anything. That is, why did you take Carmen?